Thank you, guys. I have a jacket to give away there for somebody that gets too cold, but you have to give me a great answer. Okay. All right. Welcome. Great to have you. Great to have you guys here. How many were here the last 2 days? Let me just see a hand again. Oh, wow. How do you guys find enough energy to do this? Okay, you're probably wondering that about me, huh? But look, it takes a lot of energy to sit in a room. It takes a lot of energy to be a student. It takes a lot of energy to be present. And it takes a tremendous amount of humility to say, hey, I don't know what I don't know. So that's why Jared did that list. That was Jared, yeah. Jared did the list. And you guys, you got to know what you don't know. If you think you're a 10 and you're a 1, you're going to get your ass whooped. You got to know, when I go into battles I know I can win. If you guys ever see me online, going public with somebody, hitting them, it is because I know I'm going to beat them in public. So don't enter a battle you can't win. And in life, I'm just, personally, when your real estate, when I was 28 years old and bought my first piece of real estate, I had no clue what I was doing. I didn't know a title, a deed, NOI. I didn't know the difference between 1 door, 2 doors. If you told me 2 doors, I'm like, yeah, that property's got 2 doors. It's got a front door and a back door. I knew nothing. I didn't know to look for the age of the property. I didn't know about termites. I didn't know termites were a real thing, okay? The residents, you never have a vacancy because you got 1 million termites in the building, okay? So I knew nothing. But that being said, I became an investor. Now, the book that you have in front of you, how many of you do not have a book in front of you? Let me just say if you don't have a book in hand, okay? We're going to get a book. Let's get books for these people. All right, let me see a hand again if you do not have a book. Okay, you want to use this book, okay? Now, the book works like this. Can I see a book? Can somebody show me a book or give me a book? Or can I have a book? Ryan, let's go, Ryan. Ryan Secco's in the room, okay? My first pilot ever, okay? I said, Ryan, one day you're going to want to, he was a proud pilot, right? 28 years old, youngest pilot for United Airlines in the country, 10,000 hours. It's a lot of hours sitting in a seat. And all you do is hit autopilot. Goddamn, dude. And they got to go to school for 2 weeks to learn this. 2 weeks. I'm like, bro, it took 2 weeks to figure out what a button was. Okay? But, being a pilot, man, comes with so many fringe benefits. All the flight attendants. Back in the day when the flight attendants were hot and they dressed hot. And the little kids want to see you, oh, you're the pilot, and he gives the little wings out, which is a little weird. But Ryan met me. He was a pilot, a happy pilot at United Airlines. He met me on YouTube. And I think I was talking about real estate. Yeah, he heard it. He's like, I like that guy. Quit his job, moved across the country, gave up all his benefits. How long were you there, Ryan? 9 years, had benefits. Pilots get paid a lot of money. Quit the job, walked away from the benefits, came to work for me. I did not have a plane at the time, but he was interested in learning about real estate. Now, there's a big story there. Every story I tell you for the next 2 days, it has something to do with you. Everything I tell you, I promise you. You may have heard the story before. You may have done that assessment before. Put the assessment back up. Maybe you did the assessment before. There's a bunch of you in the room that have seen that assessment before. See this? See, you're like, oh, I already did that. I guarantee you some people in the room said, I already did that. I don't need to circle. Yeah, bro, you need to circle. Okay? You did this 3 times. Your score's probably going down. Right or wrong? Your score, as you invest, your score's going to go down because you're going to become aware of more that you don't know. And here's the problem. If you don't know, you won't do. Okay? You have to know to certainty. You have to know to complete certainty. When you know to complete certainty, it's conviction. You heard about that for the last 2 days. People talk about investing with conviction. Right? So anything on the inside cover of this book, on the left side, there's always a blank page. There's a page where you fill in notes, and there's always a blank page. I'm going to give you, if I did this 500 times, every one of these workshops would be completely different. So I'm going to use the workbook as a structure for you to understand this data, but there's the things that aren't in the book could be as important as the things in the book. So if you can, man, just keep like remanufacturing your energy to be a student and to stay present, okay? I want to give you this first. Anything that I know, you can know. So I'd like to tell you there's a whole bunch of secrets here. And by the way, there are some secrets. There's some things, secrets in the term, not that it's hidden away forever and nobody can ever get the secret treasure, but there are some things that people do. There's some little things I do that they're not like book worthy, but they're extremely valuable. They're little secrets, they're little secret nuances that I see or in a deal. And until it happens to me, I'm like, oh, I just did that. I need to be sure Ryan knows I just did that. Okay, there's little hacks, okay? But anything that I know, you can know. Now, the reason this is important, when I was 25 years old, a man told me that. He's like, Grant, anything I know, you can know. I'm like, oh, wow. Because I thought he was better than me. I thought he knew something I couldn't get. So it was very important for me to say, hey, I can know what he knows if I study it long enough. But I can't do that if you guys don't know where you're at. So go back to the assessment again. Okay. I know where to find good deals, great deals. I would rate myself on that today, in today's marketplace, right now, today, after losing 2 deals this week, my score went down. So I'm like, maybe a 4. All right. Today, right now, in my market. So let's say I'm in Chicago, my score goes down. You bring me to St. Paul, Minneapolis, my score goes down again. I don't know the market. I have no clue. So like, you're like, oh, I know where to find great deals. How many of you have a score over 7 on number 1? Let me just see a hand. Oh, nobody over a 7? What's your score, sir? What market are you in? Okay. Okay, and how many assets do you own there? No, this gentleman right here with the jacket on, right here in front, blue jacket, white shirt, good-looking dude, white guy, a lot of money. Right there, right there.
Hey, morning, Grant.
Morning. So you're a 9.
I put a 9, but now I realize it was a mistake.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. How many assets do you own?
Right now, 0.
Okay, good. So, like guys, the knowingness needs to convert to doingness. If it's not converting to doingness, there's something you don't know and you know it. Particularly if you're a good person, okay? Here's the problem. If you're an ethical person, how many of you consider yourself a very ethical person? Like, you're not gonna steal the money, you're not gonna rip somebody off, you'd probably be more worried, help me out here, you'd be more worried about somebody else's money in your deal than your own money in the deal. That's ethics. That's ethics. You're going to be more concerned about your sister or your mom's money than actually your money. You're like, I can lose mine, but man, I cannot lose hers. That's ethics. It's a presence of morals and a code. And you're like, I don't want to hurt somebody else. I'll be responsible for my own damage, but I don't want to, right? You guys with me? The higher your ethics are, the more you need to know. Okay, if you're a criminal, you don't need to know anything. You're a criminal. You're like, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. You don't go home and feel guilt. You don't feel shame about what you do. Whatever, dude. You can do whatever you want. Invest in this, invest in that, invest in that. So that's why it's very important for you guys. If you're ethical, ethics come with a liability. And the liability is consciousness. Okay? I'm conscious that Jared just gave me $100,000. And Jared, when he gets his check for $800 next month, he's going to be like, yeah, I don't know if this is a good deal, bro. I gave you $100,000, you give me $800 back. I'm like, yeah, bro, let me trust me. 800 times 100 months. And then past that, when you're not around anymore, 30 years from now, you're still getting 800. But it's not 800 anymore. Now it went from 800 to 1,000 to 1,200 to 1,500 to 2,000. Like, this is what my big takeaway for the last 2 days were. All the investments that you guys heard about, ABTC, HUD 8, Bob Duggan here yesterday took 3 companies public, worth $12 billion. The Nigerians that were talking about puts and calls and options and trading and margins, and I'm like, bruh, you guys are way too complicated. This real estate thing is the simplest thing on planet Earth compared to all the other stuff. And I'm not saying you guys shouldn't do that. I'm just saying, if that's your thing, know it, okay? And if you're going to invest with somebody else, still know it. Because the more you know, the more you'll invest, all right? So let's go back to the assessment. I know how to underwrite a deal, okay? We gave all of you here. Jared, does everybody have the underwriter calculator? Or everybody in the club does? Okay, but I'll go through the underwriting today. So if you want to learn this on your own, that's fine. We do have tools for those of you that are in the mentoring program and the club, tools where you can just go to the tool, you do your own underwriting, and use me as a second underwriter. So how would Grant underwrite your deal? Would that be beneficial to you guys? How many of you would like to call me every time you do a deal, you're in Indianapolis, you're wandering around, you're like, I wonder what he'd think about it, right? See, that's what I mean. You can know what I know. Okay? So I know how to get debt on a deal. Very complicated. The debt market's extremely complicated. And they make it complicated for a reason. So they get a fee. That's why all this stuff is complicated. They complicate it because if they complicate it, you need a third party. Everybody agree? If you guys could get your own woman, you wouldn't need a pimp. You're like, bro, I don't need you, bro. I know how to get this done. Okay, but you guys don't have any moves, Gerald. Okay? I know how to raise equity. Okay, most of you right here, what you do is you say, I don't want to raise money. I don't want to take other people's money. That is really code for, I don't know how to raise money. I don't know what to offer. I don't know what they should get. I don't know how to talk to them. I don't know how to pitch the deal. I did that for 30 years. I bought my own deals with my own money, only with maybe a buddy or my brother, or when I got in a pinch, I got to raise $100,000 for this deal to finish it. Then I'd go, I was forced to, but most of the time I wasn't doing it. It was because I didn't know how to do it. How do I get a deal closed? How, do I have a network of investors? You guys are my network. Just so you guys, I'll tell you the little hack we have here. We got 1,000 people in this room. How many mentors, Jared? 500. Half of your mentors. How many in the club? 250. How many investors here? Somebody said 125. Is that right? Brian, what's the number? What's the real number? I just made that up. Okay, thank you. Come on, Brian. Yeah, well, you should have it in your mind. It's over 100. So let me see a hand if you're an investor in any of my projects. Okay, it looks like about 60 people. Ryan's lying, okay? So there's 60 people. So this is what I'm doing here, just so you guys understand my whole game. You're like, why is this dude spending all this time in front of a bunch of people, okay? Part of it's selfish, okay? And part of it is generosity. And part of it is just a hack, okay? If I help enough people right here, 1,000 people, I have 20 million followers online. There's only 1,000 people in the room. Give yourselves a big hand. Out of 20 million people, all of them want help, by the way. All of them want to do better. All of them want to get rich. You're the only ones that could figure out how to get to Miami, okay? And some of you have been back here over and over and over again. So I'm going to give information to these 1,000 people like I did Ryan. Ryan saw me on YouTube. It was completely free. It's a hack. 1,000 people end up in a room. We'll make a little money out of this event, but that's not the game here. Okay? 500 of you, we get a relationship. 250 of you, we get a deeper relationship with. And 60 of you guys would become partners with me. And I'm going to educate everyone. I've had a bunch of real estate people up here over the years, and they're like, why are you telling these people how you do your deals? I said, because I'm going to share with the people in the room that want to do their own deals. How many of you want to do your own deals, run your own deals, buy your own deals, fund your own deals, manage your deals? Even though you know it's a pain in the ass, you're like, look, I want to do it. Let me see a hand. Good. I'm here to help you guys, okay? And then there's a group of you guys who are like, bro, I really don't care how I make the money. Money's money. There's a tiny portion and be like, I would just like to meet people. Or I just want more information. Or I want to know what I'm doing. Or I'm investing with Grant, so I want to know what he's investing in. Now, some of you guys that want to do your own deals, let me see your hands again. You want to do your own deal, okay? My job is not to talk you out of your deal, just so you know. My job is to show you a deal so good that you drop your deal. You're like, fuck it, shit, that's stupid, dude. I got to go do this, okay? All right? And that's kind of what we're doing here today. So we hope all of you do something with us and get a deeper relationship. Most importantly, the next time I see you guys, I want to hear about the deal you did in 2026. Who's committed to doing a deal in 2026? Great. All right, so real quick, we're not in the book yet, okay? This is a very important note. This is how I got involved in real estate. It wasn't quite this intellectual, okay? There's 10 asset classes on planet Earth that you need to know about. Big Bob, how you doing? Bobby D.
A day and a night to remember, man. That was classic. That was awesome.
You had a good time, buddy?
Yeah. Spectacular. You got a great home. You got great service. You got great people, and you're benefiting so many. They just, you make it reachable to people, really reachable.
Yeah, well, thank you.
That's what they're doing.
Well, people are still talking about how great you were yesterday. How great was Bob Duggan, guys?
Ditto back to them, man. We love productivity. We love humanity. And you guys are really making it happen. I just wanted to call you and tell you, love you all, each of you, and continue. Just do well, and then we'll get back in touch.
Okay, Bob, I'll call you later today.
Okay, good.
Bye. Bye.
Ciao.
Yeah. Okay. He's an event. Huh? 20 assets. Oh, yeah. 10 assets. 10 assets classes. 10 asset classes. Okay, the number one biggest asset class in the world is real estate. That is a $390 trillion asset class. You can put all the other asset classes, the next 9, and they don't even touch that. Okay? Because you guys, when you leave here, you're going to have to make a decision. You're walking into a grocery store, and you're like, I can't buy everything. So what do you want? Right? You get a menu from a restaurant. How many of you know somebody that gets a menu and it takes them longer to order than it does to eat? Dude, I hate those people. I got to tell you, like, bro, dude, I'm not going to dinner with you twice if you do that. Like, okay, I mean, if you're picking a bottle of wine, that's different. But, like, you should have walked in there and known, I want a wiener. Gerald. Okay? All right, so $390 trillion in real estate. What do you guys think the next class is? Nope, bonds. Bonds are 150 trillion. That's paper, by the way. It's a piece of paper. U.S. Treasury, Colombia Treasury, Brazil's Treasury, whatever that means, okay? See, because you guys got to decide what you're going to invest in when you leave here. Number 3, equities or stocks. This is worldwide, 130 trillion. Okay, now, if you're like Bob Duggan and you take your company public and you own the stock for $1 and it goes to $222, you make a lot of money because he had tens of millions of shares, right? He took an idea, built a company, took the company, scaled it, brought it to the public markets, got the support of Goldman and JP Morgan and those guys, and said, let's go raise money and let's let the whole world eat this. Elon's going to take SpaceX public. He's going to end up being $1 trillion. Boom, he's going to score $1 trillion in a day. Be the first time that's ever happened. He built a company, scaled the company, went out to the marketplace. How many of you would invest in SpaceX if you could buy one share? You'd be like, okay, I'm taking a shot on this guy. Why? Because he's a winner. He's a winner. So there's a big piece of data right there. You don't need to understand SpaceX. You need to understand the guy running that project. Problem is, if he dies, your stock's going down. Okay? Let's see what I have under that. Number 4, we have private equity. These are private investments. How do you hear about these investments? You got to be on the inside. You got to have people up here on the stage. See? Why you have all these speakers up here, okay? Yeah, partly to educate you guys, but I want to meet these people. Because then I'll get a phone call. Hey, we're about to do a private offering. We'd like you to be invested early. So maybe I get a shot. But that requires relationships. Let's see here, private equity. Private equity is 20 trillion. Look how much it dropped off. Okay, I'm going to give you the rest without writing them down. Gold, $20 trillion. All the gold supposedly on the planet and the paper gold, because you understand gold has gold stocks, gold offerings, right? So the gold supply, and we're finding more gold, folks. How many believe there's no limits? All of you have been told there's only so much gold and there's only so much silver. Look, if you have robots drilling, we produce more gold on this planet today than we did 30 years ago. Why? Because there's more people to drill. And as robots come, we're going to find gold everywhere. And you're going to find silver everywhere. And the more you find, what happens to the price of it? It goes down in value, okay? Cryptocurrencies, only a $3 to $4 trillion marketplace today. Commodities, 10 to 20 trillion. Silver, $1 to $2 trillion. Hedge funds, $10 trillion. Cash and money markets, $10 trillion. Every one of these has a T. The biggest one is the one we're talking about today, right? Now, it's the biggest one, which means it's the most acceptable and most understood on planet Earth. I live in it. I office in it. I drive by it. I saw my dad in it. I was born in it. I made babies in it. Real estate, okay? So that's what we're going to show you how to today to how do you take the marketplace you're in right now. How do you go into the marketplace and find a piece of real estate that you can buy that, I'm going to go through this. They filled these out, right, Jared? Okay? So how many of you like this idea? You're like, okay, I'm going to focus on this for 2 days. Not this, not this, not this. Because if you focus on everything, you do what?
Nothing.
Nothing. You do nothing. Okay? If you focus on everything, you do nothing. So you guys got to pick one and go hard on it. 8 reasons why right now is the time for you guys to be leaning into this deal. Number 1, we have debt maturities happening in 2026. We're on page. How much debt maturities are we going to see in 2026 for commercial real estate?
This isn't in the workbook. This is a bonus.
I'm sorry, this is not in the book, guys. Sorry, quit looking for it. Okay, what is a debt maturity? You guys ever had a loan come due? Right, the loan's coming due in 2026. It says March. How many loans do we have coming due in March or in 2026, Ryan? Do you have the spreadsheet open?
I do, yes.
So I'm going to go to this little thing right here. These are my deals. They're going to show you the computer right here. These are all the deals I own. And I'm going to go here to a column called maturity. See that maturity? That's when the loans are due. I owe somebody money, and the loan's going to come due, and I don't know what the interest rate's going to be. 30. Wow, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. Guess what? Those were just refinanced for 5 years. We just put loans on those in the last 2 months. They were due, or they were coming due, okay? Let me see. There's 30, 30, 28. So I got something I got to refinance in 28. Y'all see the 28 there? On line 15. That's not a date, Ryan. No, there's a date, sorry. Let me not pick on Ryan too much.
Yep, there's 5 of them coming due in
Okay, there's one. Okay, here's a deal called Sawgrass. In June 30, who do we owe that money to, Fannie?
NYCB,
Okay, I owe that to a bank.
New York Community Bank.
So I'm showing you, look, we're not educating you on something I did 40 years ago. This is what we're doing right now. This is happening. So in 2026, what's the date, Ryan? June?
It's June 30th, 2026.
So this says June, right? Well, there's a record of that. I have a record. The bank has a record. It's in public records. This loan is coming due. Every time you do a loan on a piece of property, there's a record of it. In the future, this is going to go to the blockchain. This will sit in the internet as a blockchain item in the future. It won't be a piece of paper sitting in a bank. That debt will require me, well, let's see what I owe on this thing. You see this number right here, this $1,000,004? This $1,000,000.
92 million.
Now you see this number right here? What does that number say? Can you guys read that, or do I need to make it bigger? It says $1,443,000, okay? We are paying down the principal every year by that amount. So the loan's coming due, and every year I want to know when I'm paying down the debt. Okay, I'm just going to give you the NYCB, New York Community Bank.
Yep.
Did they go out of business?
They merged. Yep.
Yeah, merged. They merged. They merged, That's like, she left you. We owe $92 million on the deal. So in June 2026, they expect me to pay them $92 million. Okay? In 7 months, I got to go to them and say, hey, what do I do here? Now, if interest rates go up between now and June, my debt, the amount of money they'll lend me goes down. Okay? They do like this. They're, what would the word for that be? They're inverted, okay? As rates go down, price goes up. As rates go up, price goes down, okay? So you might want to make a note here. As rates go up, I can borrow less money. As rates go down, I can borrow more money. Now, real estate is very, very debt sensitive. All these assets are, by the way. Every one of those assets. These first 5 I wrote. Real estate, extremely debt sensitive. Without debt, you wouldn't buy real estate. You wouldn't be able to sell it. That's why it's so big. Okay? Why is it so big? You real estate, you guys that have been with me a bunch of times, you really need to understand why you're in the right space. The reason this is so big is because these depend on that. You understand? These bonds, these equities, and this private equity, the treasuries, the entire debt market is very dependent on this being stable. People live in it, people office in it, okay? It's stable. Life insurance companies, MetLife. Look up MetLife and New York Life. What are their assets under management, Ryan?
I'll tell you right now.
Now, the equity value, while Ryan pulls that up, the equity value of this is a deal that we bought. We think the equity value, we don't know for sure. We think, based on our numbers, that the equity value of this asset is...
So MetLife is 590 billion.
MetLife, you guys know the company MetLife. You see their ads on TV? You never hear about them as being wealthy, do you? How much? You don't hear about them being rich.
590 billion.
$590 billion.
In New York Life is 670 billion.
Yeah. You know where most of their investments are? These are people that you buy insurance from. Car insurance, house insurance, life insurance, right? All that money that you gave them, the hundreds of billions of dollars that you gave them every month for insurance, do you think they just sit with that at a bank? No. What do they do with it? They invest that money. Where do you think that money is mostly invested? In that first class. Right? So, I'm just telling you that. I'm trying to get your conviction up and your knowingness to be like, okay, this is the asset class I want to invest in. So when this loan comes due, I'm back to the debt problem. This says Sawgrass. I'm on the Sawgrass deal, this deal right here, right? Okay, this says FMV, fair market value. Now, this data is coming from Ryan. Ryan gave me this data. He came somewhere. He went somewhere and figured out what this thing is worth. Now, how many of you here own a home or you live in a home? How many of you know what the home that you live in is worth? Good. Your homes are based on a comp. Your home's value is based on what the neighbor's house is worth. Everybody agree with that? You added a pool, you got a little better view, you're a little better zip code, your value goes up. Worse zip code, worse schools, no pool, no view, older house, values go down. He's got a 4-bedroom, we're neighbors. He's got a 4-bedroom, I have a 3-bedroom. His house should be worth a little more than my house because of that. That's home values. But real estate, commercial real estate, we're going to call this CRE today, is based on the NOI. You should take this note. Homes are based on comps. If your neighbor gets in trouble and says, I got to sell my house because I'm going bankrupt. I'll take whatever I can. It pulled your values down. He's more likely to be in trouble, by the way, than to get somebody to overpay for his house. How many agree with that? You guys follow what I'm saying? We live next door to each other. My life is fine. I'm doing great. He ends up in trouble. He dumps the house, sells it for 200 grand less than it's worth. It drags my price down. For years, it drags the entire neighborhood down, right or wrong. The chances of him saying, oh, I got lucky and sold my house for $1 million more, and it brings up the rest of the neighborhood, is less likely to happen than the negative. In commercial real estate, the value is based not on my neighbor, but the NOI. The NOI is the net operating income of the property. And you can manage the NOI. Okay, meaning I can actually control this, I cannot control that. This is why houses are such a bad investment. Just one of the reasons why houses are such a bad investment. The NOI is figured like this. Okay, this is you want to write this down. GI, gross income, actual gross income, not the rental income, not the market income, the gross income. You want to write this down. You guys can do this. Okay, you have a pen. You know how to write. You're not an animal. Even though somebody said we were animals yesterday on the stage. But one of our speakers says, we're animals. I was like, I ain't a fucking animal, dude. I make decisions, bro. What's wrong with you? I got a leash on? I got an animal at the house, Doodles. What an idiot.
He barks too much.
Expenses, less expenses,
He barks a lot.
equals NOI. So you want to be able to control the gross income, the money that came in, and you want to reduce the expenses that go out, and you want to have the NOI. The NOI is what determines the value of the asset. Okay? Now, during today, you guys that have been here, any questions, anytime, just ask. Okay? All you got to do is ask the question. You don't need to wait for me. You don't need to, let me be polite. Just stand up, ask your question. I'm here to help you guys, okay? We don't have to get through the book. I don't care if we get through the book or not. I could spend all day talking about this right here. If you just get clear on, I have control. I walked into a property. Give me the numbers on Sawgrass, Ryan. When we bought that deal, Ryan, we paid what?
We paid $139 million.
Okay, we paid $139 million on this property. So I thought it was a good deal for some reason. Okay, now I got to be like, okay, how much money am I going to be able to return to the investors on this deal? I think at that time, Ryan, what was the NOI? Do you remember what we were doing on that deal? Was it?
No, but I'll pull it up.
8.4? I think it was 8.4 million.
That's currently what it is right now. 8.
Oh, it's 8.4 now.
Yep.
Okay, so right now it's got an NOI of 8.4 million. You guys know how to do the math on this? Okay, you take the 8.4 divided by the 140. You're going to get your phone out today. You're going to have your phone. How many of you got a phone? It's got a calculator on it. Okay? It's got a calculator on it. And the calculator, I probably use the calculator a third of the time that I'm on the phone. And I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to take the 8.4 million and I'm going to divide it by the big number. Divided by, and you don't have to put all the zeros in there.
When we bought that deal, Grant, the NOI was $7 million.
Okay, good. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. So when we bought this deal, the NOI was $7 million. How long have we been in that deal? 6 years? 5 years?
We bought that deal in...
We have 47 of these, so it takes a second for me to...
Yeah, we bought that deal in 19, so June 27, 2019.
And who's working with me today on the videos? Who is that? Is that one of my team guys? Yeah, make sure does he have Sawgrass? Sawgrass, it's at...
Yeah, Nexus, it's...
But he might not have it. He's not going to know. How does he pull that up?
Yeah, Dre will help him.
Yeah. Okay, we bought it. It was doing $7 million.
There it is, Grant.
Huh?
Right there. There it is.
Oh, you showing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, how's it look? Is it beautiful? I knew the second I saw the property, we're buying that property. It took that long. I'm like, we're buying that property, period. Okay, as soon as I saw it, look, boom, we're buying it. I knew where it was. I knew the location, and it looked good. I'm like, it's got great presence. I want to own it. It goes in this order. I want to own that asset. And I don't care if I own it for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, or 30 years. I don't care. I want to own it. Okay? Second question I asked myself. You guys should be writing this down. I want to own it. I want to manage it. I'm going to be happy to be there. I'll be proud. I'm going to put my money in this deal. Period. End of story. I want to buy it. I don't know any numbers. None of the numbers. None of the underwriting. I don't know the price, the cap rate, the rents. I know nothing. I want to buy that property. I knew the second I saw it. Second thing, can I raise money on that asset? First is, would I like to own it? Second is, would people invest in this asset? Because I didn't have $140 million sitting around. You will never, ever have enough money to do the deal, the right deal. The deal you want, you will always have too little money. The deals you don't want, you will always have the exact amount. I'm telling you, okay? You're going to make two mistakes. You're not going to buy anything, or you're going to buy the wrong stuff. And the second one's worse than the first one. You're going to, thank you guys. I have a jacket to give away there for somebody that gets too cold, but you have to give me a great answer, okay? All right, welcome, great to have you guys here. How many were here the last 2 days? Let me just see a hand again. Oh, wow. How do you guys find enough energy to do this? Okay, you're probably wondering that about me, huh? But look, it takes a lot of energy to sit in a room. It takes a lot of energy to be a student. It takes a lot of energy to be present. And it takes a tremendous amount of humility to say, hey, I don't know what I don't know. So that's why Jared did that list. That was Jared, yeah. Jared did the list. And you guys, you got to know what you don't know. If you think you're a 10 and you're a 1, you're going to get your ass whooped. You got to know, when I go into battles I know I can win. If you guys ever see me online, going public with somebody, hitting them, it is because I know I'm going to beat them in public. So don't enter a battle you can't win. And in life, I'm just, personally, when you is your real estate, when I was 28 years old and bought my first piece of real estate, I had no clue what I was doing. I didn't know a title, a deed, NOI. I didn't know the difference between 1 door, 2 doors. If you told me 2 doors, I'm like, yeah, that property's got 2 doors. It's got a front door and a back door. I knew nothing. I didn't know to look for the age of the property. I didn't know about termites. I didn't know termites were a real thing, okay? The residents, you never have a vacancy because you got 1 million termites in the building, okay? So I knew nothing. But that being said, I became an investor. Now, the book that you have in front of you, how many of you do not have a book in front of you? Let me just see if you don't have a book in hand. Okay, we're going to get a book. Let's get books for these people. All right, let me see a hand again if you do not have a book. Okay, you want to use this book, okay? Now, the book works like this. Can I see a book? Can somebody show me a book or give me a book? Or can I have a book? Ryan, let's go, Ryan. Ryan Secco's in the room, okay? My first pilot ever. Okay, I said, Ryan, one day you're going to want to, he was a proud pilot, right? 28 years old, youngest pilot for United Airlines in the country, 10,000 hours. It's a lot of hours sitting in a seat, and all you do is hit autopilot. Goddamn, dude. And they got to go to school for 2 weeks to learn this. 2 weeks. I'm like, bro, it took 2 weeks to figure out what a button was, okay? But, being a pilot, man, comes with so many fringe benefits. All the flight attendants. Back in the day when the flight attendants were hot and they dressed hot. And then little kids want to see you, oh, you're the pilot, and he gives the little wings out, which is a little weird. But Ryan met me. He was a pilot, a happy pilot at United Airlines. He met me on YouTube. And I think I was talking about real estate. Yeah, he heard it. He's like, I like that guy. Quit his job, moved across the country, gave up all his benefits. How long were you there, Ryan? 9 years. Had benefits. Pilots get paid a lot of money. Quit the job, walked away from the benefits, came to work for me. I did not have a plane at the time. but he was interested in learning about real estate. Now, there's a big story there. Every story I tell you for the next 2 days, it has something to do with you. Everything I tell you, I promise you. You may have heard the story before. You may have done that assessment before. Put the assessment back up. Maybe you did the assessment before. There's a bunch of you in the room that have seen that assessment before. See this? See, you're like, oh, I already did that. I guarantee you some people in the room said, I already did that. I don't need to circle. Yeah, bro, you need to circle. Okay? You did this 3 times. Your score's probably going down. Right or wrong? Your score as you invest, your score is going to go down because you're going to become aware of more that you don't know. And here's the problem. If you don't know, you won't do. Okay? You have to know to certainty. You have to know to complete certainty. When you know to complete certainty, it's conviction. You heard about that for the last 2 days. People talk about investing with conviction. Right? So anything on the inside cover of this book, on the left side, there's always a blank page. There's a page where you fill in notes, and there's always a blank page. I'm going to give you, if I did this 500 times, every one of these workshops would be completely different. So I'm going to use the workbook as a structure for you to understand this data, but there's the things that aren't in the book could be as important as the things in the book. So if you can, man, just keep like remanufacturing your energy to be a student and to stay present, okay? I want to give you this first. Anything that I know, you can know. So I'd like to tell you there's a whole bunch of secrets here. And by the way, there are some secrets. There's some things, secrets in the term, not that it's hidden away forever and nobody can ever get the secret treasure, but there are some things that people do. There's some little things I do that they're not like book worthy, but they're extremely valuable. They're little secrets, they're little secret nuances that I see are in a deal. And until it happens to me, I'm like, oh, I just did that. I need to be sure Ryan knows I just did that. Okay, there's little hacks, okay? But anything that I know, you can know. Now, the reason this is important, when I was 25 years old, a man told me that. He's like, Grant, anything I know, you can know. I'm like, oh, wow. Because I thought he was better than me. I thought he knew something I couldn't get. So it was very important for me to say, hey, I can know what he knows if I study it long enough. But I can't do that if you guys don't know where you're at. So go back to the assessment again. Okay. I know where to find good deals, great deals. I would rate myself on that today, in today's marketplace, right now, today, after losing 2 deals this week, my score went down. So I'm like, maybe a 4. All right. Today, right now, in my market. So let's say I'm in Chicago, my score goes down. You bring me to St. Paul, Minneapolis, my score goes down again. I don't know the market. I have no clue. So like, you're like, oh, I know where to find great deals. How many of you have a score over 7 on number 1? Let me just see a hand. Oh, nobody over a 7? What's your score, sir? What market are you in? Okay. Okay, and how many assets do you own there? No, this gentleman right here with the jacket on, right here in front, blue jacket, white shirt, good-looking dude, white guy, a lot of money. Right there, right there.
Hey, morning, Grant.
Morning. So you're a 9.
I put a 9, but now I realize it was a mistake.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. How many assets do you own?
Right now, 0.
Okay, good. So, like guys, the knowingness needs to convert to doingness. If it's not converting to doingness, there's something you don't know and you know it. Particularly if you're a good person, okay? Here's the problem. If you're an ethical person, how many of you consider yourself a very ethical person? Like, you're not going to steal the money. You're not going to rip somebody off. You'd probably be more worried, help me out here, you'd be more worried about somebody else's money in your deal than your own money in the deal. That's ethics. That's ethics. You're going to be more concerned about your sister or your mom's money than actually your money. You're like, I can lose mine, but man, I cannot lose hers. That's ethics. It's a presence of morals and a code. And you're like, I don't want to hurt somebody else. I'll be responsible for my own damage, but I don't want to, right? You guys with me? The higher your ethics are, the more you need to know. Okay, if you're a criminal, you don't need to know anything. You're a criminal. You're like, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. You don't go home and feel guilt. You don't feel shame about what you do. Whatever, dude. You can do whatever you want. Invest in this, invest in that, invest in that. So that's why it's very important for you guys. If you're ethical, ethics come with a liability. And the liability is consciousness. Okay? I'm conscious that Jared just gave me $100,000. And Jared, when he gets his check for $800 next month, he's going to be like, yeah, I don't know if this is a good deal, bro. I gave you $100,000, you give me $800 back. I'm like, yeah, bro, let me trust me. 800 times 100 months. And then past that, when you're not around anymore, 30 years from now, you're still getting 800. But it's not 800 anymore. Now it went from 800 to 1,000 to 1,200 to 1,500 to 2,000. Like, this is what my big takeaway for the last 2 days were. All the investments that you guys heard about, ABTC, HUD 8, Bob Duggan here yesterday took 3 companies public, worth $12 billion. The Nigerians that were talking about puts and calls and options and trading and margins, and I'm like, bruh, you guys are way too complicated. This real estate thing is the simplest thing on planet Earth compared to all the other stuff. And I'm not saying you guys shouldn't do that. I'm just saying, if that's your thing, know it, okay? And if you're going to invest with somebody else, still know it. Because the more you know, the more you'll invest, all right? So let's go back to the assessment. I know how to underwrite a deal, okay? We gave all of you here. Jared, does everybody have the underwriter calculator? Or everybody in the club does? Okay, but I'll go through the underwriting today. So if you want to learn this on your own, that's fine. We do have tools for those of you that are in the mentoring program and the club, tools where you can just go to the tool, you do your own underwriting, and use me as a second underwriter. So how would Grant underwrite your deal? Would that be beneficial to you guys? How many of you'd like to call me every time you do a deal, you're in Indianapolis, you're wandering around, you're like, I wonder what he'd think about it, right? See, that's what I mean. You can know what I know, okay? So I know how to get debt on a deal. Very complicated. The debt market's extremely complicated. And they make it complicated for a reason. So they get a fee. That's why all this stuff is complicated. They complicate it because if they complicate it, you need a third party. Everybody agree? If you guys could get your own woman, you wouldn't need a pimp. You're like, bro, I don't need you, bro. I know how to get this done. Okay, but you guys don't have any moves, Gerald. Okay? I know how to raise equity. Okay, most of you right here, what you do is you say, I don't want to raise money. I don't want to take other people's money. That is really code for, I don't know how to raise money. I don't know what to offer. I don't know what they should get. I don't know how to talk to them. I don't know how to pitch the deal. I did that for 30 years. I bought my own deals with my own money, only with maybe a buddy or my brother, or when I got in a pinch, I got to raise $100,000 for this deal to finish it. Then I'd go, I was forced to, but most of the time I wasn't doing it. It was because I didn't know how to do it. How do I get a deal closed? How, do I have a network of investors? You guys are my network. Just so you guys, I'll tell you the little hack we have here. We got 1,000 people in this room. How many how many mentors, Jared? 500. Half of your mentors. How many in the club? 250. How many investors here? Somebody said 125. Is that right? Ryan, what's the number? What's the real number? I just made that up. Okay, thank you. Come on, Ryan. Yeah, well, you should have it in your mind. It's over 100. So let me see a hand if you're an investor in any of my projects. Okay, it looks like about 60 people. Ryan's lying, okay? So there's 60 people. So this is what I'm doing here, just so you guys understand my whole game. You're like, why is this dude spending all this time in front of a bunch of people, okay? Part of it's selfish, okay? And part of it is generosity. And part of it is just a hack, okay? If I help enough people right here, 1,000 people, I have 20 million followers online. There's only 1,000 people in the room. Give yourselves a big hand. Out of 20 million people, all of them want help, by the way. All of them want to do better. All of them want to get rich. You're the only ones that could figure out how to get to Miami. okay? And some of you have been back here over and over and over again. So I'm going to give information to these thousand people like I did Ryan. Ryan saw me on YouTube. It was completely free. It's a hack. 1,000 people end up in a room. We'll make a little money out of this event, but that's not the game here, okay? 500 of you, we get a relationship. 250 of you, we get a deeper relationship with, and 60 of you guys would become partners with me. And I'm going to educate everyone. I've had a bunch of real estate people up here over the years, and they're like, why are you telling these people how you do your deals? I said, because I'm going to share with the people in the room that want to do their own deals. How many of you want to do your own deals, run your own deals, buy your own deals, fund your own deals, manage your deals? Even though you know it's a pain in the ass, you're like, look, I want to do it. Let me see a hand. Good. I'm here to help you guys, okay? And then there's a group of you guys who are like, bro, I really don't care how I'll make the money. Money's money. There's a tiny portion and be like, I would just like to meet people. Or I just want more information. Or I want to know what I'm doing. Or I'm investing with Grant, so I want to know what he's investing in. Now, some of you guys that want to do your own deals, let me see your hands again. You want to do your own deal, okay? My job is not to talk you out of your deal, just so you know. My job is to show you a deal so good that you drop your deal. You're like, fuck it, shit, that's stupid, dude. I got to go do this, okay? All right? And that's kind of what we're doing here today. So we hope all of you do something with us and get a deeper relationship. Most importantly, the next time I see you guys, I want to hear about the deal you did in 2026. Who's committed to doing a deal in 2026? Great. All right, so real quick, we're not in the book yet, okay? This is a very important note. This is how I got involved in real estate. It wasn't quite this intellectual, okay? There's 10 asset classes on planet Earth that you need to know about. Big Bob, how you doing? Bobby D.
A day and a night to remember, man. That was classic. That was awesome.
You had a good time, buddy?
Yeah. Spectacular. You got a great home. You got great service. You got great people, and you're benefiting so many. They just, you make it reachable to people, really reachable.
Yeah, well, thank you.
That's what they're doing.
Well, people are still talking about how great you were yesterday. How great was Bob Duggan, guys?
Ditto back to them, man. We love productivity. We love humanity. And you guys are really making it happen. I just wanted to call you and tell you, love you all, each of you, and continue. Just do well, and then we'll get back in touch.
Okay, Bob, I'll call you later today.
Okay, good.
Bye. Bye.
Ciao.
Yeah. Okay. He's an investor. Huh? 20 assets. Oh, yeah. 10 assets. 10 asset classes. 10 asset classes. Okay, the number one biggest asset class in the world is real estate. That is a $390 trillion asset class. You can put all the other asset classes, the next 9, and they don't even touch that. Okay? Because you guys, when you leave here, you're going to have to make a decision. You're walking into a grocery store, and you're like, I can't buy everything. So what do you want? Right? You get a menu from a restaurant. How many of you know somebody that gets a menu and it takes them longer to order than it does to eat? Dude, I hate those people. I got to tell you, like, bro, dude, I'm not going to dinner with you twice if you do that. Like, okay, I mean, if you're picking a bottle of wine, that's different. But, like, you should have walked in there and known, I want a wiener. Gerald. Okay? All right, so $390 trillion in real estate. What do you guys think the next class is? Nope, bonds. Bonds are $150 trillion. That's paper, by the way. It's a piece of paper, U.S. Treasury, Colombia Treasury, Brazil's Treasury, whatever that means, okay? See, because you guys got to decide what you're going to invest in when you leave here. Number 3, equities or stocks. This is worldwide, $130 trillion. Okay, now, if you're like Bob Duggan and you take your company public and you own the stock for $1 and it goes to $222, you make a lot of money because he had tens of millions of shares, right? He took an idea, built a company, Took the company, scaled it, brought it to the public markets, got the support of Goldman and JP Morgan and those guys, and said, let's go raise money and let's let the whole world eat this. Elon's going to take SpaceX public. He's going to end up being $1 trillion. Boom, he's going to score $1 trillion in a day. Be the first time that's ever happened. He built a company, scaled the company, went out to the marketplace. How many of you would invest in SpaceX if you could buy one share? You'd be like, okay, I'm taking a shot on this guy. Why? Because he's a winner. He's a winner. So there's a big piece of data right there. You don't need to understand SpaceX. You need to understand the guy running that project. Problem is, if he dies, your stock's going down. Okay? Let's see what I have under that. Number 4, we have private equity. These are private investments. How do you hear about these investments? You got to be on the inside. You got to have people up here on the stage. See? Why you have all these speakers up here, okay? Yeah, partly to educate you guys, but I want to meet these people. Because then I'll get a phone call. Hey, we're about to do a private offering. We'd like you to be invested early. So maybe I get a shot. But that requires relationships. Let's see here, private equity. Private equity is 20 trillion. Look how much it dropped off. Okay, I'm going to give you the rest without writing them down. Gold, $20 trillion. All the gold supposedly on the planet and the paper gold, because you understand gold has gold stocks, gold offerings, right? So the gold supply, and we're finding more gold, folks. How many believe there's no limits? All of you have been told there's only so much gold and there's only so much silver. Look, if you have robots drilling, we produce more gold on this planet today than we did 30 years ago. Why? Because there's more people to drill. And as robots come, we're going to find gold everywhere. And you're going to find silver everywhere. And the more you find, what happens to the price of it? It goes down in value, okay? Cryptocurrencies, only a $3 to $4 trillion marketplace today. Commodities, 10 to 20 trillion. Silver, $1 to $2 trillion. Hedge funds, $10 trillion. Cash and money markets, $10 trillion. Every one of these has a T. The biggest one is the one we're talking about today, right? Now, it's the biggest one, which means it's the most acceptable and most understood on planet Earth. I live in it. I office in it. I drive by it. I saw my dad in it. I was born in it. I made babies in it. Real estate, okay? So that's what we're going to show you how to today how do you take the marketplace you're in right now. How do you go into the marketplace and find a piece of real estate that you can buy that, I'm going to go through this. They filled these out, right, Jared? Okay? So how many of you like this idea? You're like, okay, I'm going to focus on this for 2 days. Not this, not this, not this. Because if you focus on everything, you do what?
Nothing.
Nothing. You do nothing. Okay? If you focus on everything, you do nothing. So you guys got to pick one and go hard on it. 8 reasons why right now is the time for you guys to be leaning into this deal. Number 1, we have debt maturities happening in 2026. We're on page. How much debt maturities are we going to see in 2026 for commercial real estate?
This isn't in the workbook. This is a bonus.
I'm sorry, this is not in the book, guys. Sorry, quit looking for it. Okay, what is a debt maturity? You guys ever had a loan come due? Right, the loan's coming due in 2026. It says March. How many loans do we have coming due in March or in 2026, Ryan? Do you have the spreadsheet open?
I do, yes.
So I'm going to go to this little thing right here. These are my deals. They're going to show you the computer right here. These are all the deals I own. And I'm going to go here to a column called maturity. See that maturity? That's when the loans are due. I owe somebody money, and the loan's going to come due, and I don't know what the interest rate's going to be. 30. Oh, 30. 30. Wow, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. Guess what? Those were just refinanced for 5 years. We just put loans on those in the last 2 months. They were due, or they were coming due, okay? Let me see. There's 30, 28. So I got something I got to refinance in 28. Y'all see the 28 there? On line 15. That's not a date, Ryan. No, there's a date, sorry. Let me not pick on Ryan too much.
Yep, there's 5 of them coming due in
Okay, there's one. Okay, here's a deal called Sawgrass. In June 30, who do we owe that money to, Fannie?
NYCB,
Okay, I owe that to a bank.
New York Community Bank.
So I'm showing you, look, we're not educating you on something I did 40 years ago. This is what we're doing right now. This is happening. So in 2026, what's the date, Ryan? June?
It's June 30th, 2026.
So this says June, right? Well, there's a record of that. I have a record. The bank has a record. It's in public records. This loan is coming due. Every time you do a loan on a piece of property, there's a record of it. In the future, this is going to go to the blockchain. This will sit in the internet as a blockchain item in the future. It won't be a piece of paper sitting in a bank. That debt will require me, well, let's see what I owe on this thing. You see this number right here, this $1.4 million? This million.
92 million.
Now you see this number right here? Mm-hmm. What does that number say? Can you guys read that, or do I need to make it bigger? It says $1,443,000, okay? We are paying down the principal every year by that amount. So the loan's coming due, and every year I want to know when I'm paying down the debt. Okay, I'm just going to give you the NYCB, New York Community Bank.
Yep.
Did they go out of business?
They merged. Yep.
Yeah, merged. They merged. They merged. That's like she left you. We owe $92 million on the deal. So in June 2026, they expect me to pay them $92 million. Okay? In 7 months, I got to go to them and say, hey, what do I do here? Now, if interest rates go up between now and June, my debt, the amount of money they'll lend me goes down. Okay? They do like this. What would the word for that be? They're inverted, okay? As rates go down, price goes up. As rates go up, price goes down, okay? So you might want to make a note here. As rates go up, I can borrow less money. As rates go down, I can borrow more money. Now, real estate is very, very debt sensitive. All these assets are, by the way. Every one of those assets. These first 5 I wrote. Real estate, extremely debt sensitive. Without debt, you wouldn't buy real estate. You wouldn't be able to sell it. That's why it's so big. Okay? Why is it so big? You real estate, you guys that have been with me a bunch of times, you really need to understand why you're in the right space. The reason this is so big is because these depend on that. You understand? These bonds, these equities, and this private equity, the treasuries, the entire debt market is very dependent on this being stable. People live in it, people office in it, okay? It's stable. Life insurance companies, MetLife. Look up MetLife and New York Life. What are their assets under management, Ryan?
I'll tell you right now.
Now, the equity value, while Ryan pulls that up, the equity value of this is a deal that we bought. We think the equity value, we don't know for sure. We think, based on our numbers, that the equity value of this asset is...
So MetLife is $590 billion.
MetLife, you guys know the company MetLife. You see their ads on TV. You never hear about them as being wealthy, do you? How much? You don't hear about them being rich.
$590 billion.
$590 billion.
In New York Life is $670 billion.
Yeah. You know where most of their investments are? These are people that you buy insurance from. Car insurance, house insurance, life insurance, right? All that money that you gave them, the hundreds of billions of dollars that you gave them every month for insurance, do you think they just sit with that at a bank? No. What do they do with it? They invest that money. Where do you think that money is mostly invested? In that first class. Right? So I'm just telling you that. I'm trying to get your conviction up and your knowingness to be like, okay, this is the asset class I want to invest in. So when this loan comes due, I'm back to the debt problem. This says Sawgrass. I'm on the Sawgrass deal, this deal right here, right? Okay, this says FMV, fair market value. Now, this data is coming from Ryan. Ryan gave me this data. He came somewhere. He went somewhere and figured out what this thing is worth. Now, how many of you here own a home or you live in a home? How many of you know what the home that you live in is worth? Good. Your homes are based on a comp. Your home's value is based on what the neighbor's house is worth. Everybody agree with that? You added a pool, you got a little better view, you're a little better zip code, your value goes up. Worse zip code, worse schools, no pool, no view, older house, values go down. He's got a 4-bedroom, we're neighbors. He's got a 4-bedroom, I have a 3-bedroom. His house should be worth a little more than my house because of that. That's home values. But real estate, commercial real estate, we're going to call this CRE today, is based on the NOI. You should take this note. Homes are based on comps. If your neighbor gets in trouble and says, I got to sell my house because I'm going bankrupt, I'll take whatever I can, it pulled your values down. He's more likely to be in trouble, by the way, than to get somebody to overpay for his house. How many agree with that? You guys follow what I'm saying? We live next door to each other. My life is fine. I'm doing great. He ends up in trouble. He dumps the house, sells it for 200 grand less than it's worth. It drags my price down. For years, it drags the entire neighborhood down, right or wrong? The chances of him saying, oh, I got lucky and sold my house for $1 million more, and it brings up the rest of the neighborhood, is less likely to happen than the negative. In commercial real estate, the value is based not on my neighbor, but the NOI. The NOI is the net operating income of the property. And you can manage the NOI. Okay, meaning I can actually control this, I cannot control that. This is why houses are such a bad investment. Just one of the reasons why houses are such a bad investment. The NOI is figured like this. Okay, this is you want to write this down. GI, gross income, actual gross income, not the rental income, not the market income, the gross income. You want to write this down. You guys can do this. Okay, you have a pen. You know how to write. You're not an animal. Even though somebody said we were animals yesterday on the stage. One of our speakers says, we're animals. I was like, I ain't a fucking animal, dude. I make decisions, bro. What's wrong with you? I got a leash on? I got an animal at the house, Doodles. What an idiot.
He barks too much.
Expenses, less expenses,
He barks a lot.
equals NOI. So you want to be able to control the gross income, the money that came in, and you want to reduce the expenses that go out, and you want to have the NOI. The NOI is what determines the value of the asset. Okay? Now, during today, you guys that have been here, any questions, anytime, just ask. Okay? All you got to do is ask the question. You don't need to wait for me. You don't need to, oh, let me be polite. Just stand up, ask your question. I'm here to help you guys, okay? We don't have to get through the book. I don't care if we get through the book or not. I could spend all day talking about this right here. If you just get clear on, I have control. I walked into a property. Give me the numbers on Sawgrass, Ryan. When we bought that deal, Ryan, we paid what?
We paid $139 million.
Okay, we paid $139 million on this property. So I thought it was a good deal for some reason. Okay, now I got to be like, okay, how much money am I going to be able to return to the investors on this deal? I think at that time, Ryan, what was the NOI? Hey, Grant Cardone here. Welcome to our real estate live training. I'm trying to do more of these for you guys right now because everything in the real estate game is training. So welcome, great to have you here. I got some great news about things that are happening in the real estate market that are changing very, very rapidly, okay? If you've never been to one of these, you definitely want to get a notepad, okay? Grab a notepad. If you have been to one of our real estate trainings or our business trainings or scaling trainings or marketing trainings or sales training, okay, I'm here to help you guys. to do with, because of the technology we have today, we can deliver information to those of you that want it, and maybe you're sick and tired of trying to figure out how just to get by and watch everybody fly by you right now. People getting rich and people are becoming billionaires and millionaires and decamillionaires. And you're like, dude, where's my bag? Where's my money? Where's my wealth? Where's my success? Well, guess what? The dream of freedom is real and it's alive, but you got to have it. So welcome everybody for being here. I would assume that you came here because you want to do something with your life, to grow your business, to get to handle your capital, okay, to get money in the bank. I need a little more light, guys, on this side. You see how dark it is on this side? It's still dark. So great to have you here. Real quick in the chat while people are coming into the room, we had how many people registered?
17,000.
17,000 people. That is bigger than the city that I grew up in. Jared Glantz over here. Let's get a shot of Jared right here. President Jared Glant, been with me 14 years. 16 years. My God, dude. That is crazy. 16 years. That means
33% of my life.
So I was 51 years old when we met.
Yeah.
So when I met Jared, I had 260 apartments. Yeah, it's got darker. I have 260 apartments and a little grocery center. Mm-hmm. I just sold 2,200 units. I got in this game with no money, by the way. So any of you here that don't have any money, you don't have any knowledge, you don't have any debt, you don't know what you're doing, I'm going to show you how to start this game with nothing. For you, those of you who have some real estate right now, you want to scale it, I'm going to show you how to do that. For those of you who have maybe 2 or 3 single-family homes, you've been flipping and wholesaling, I'm going to show you how to move out of that and scale to a business that requires less energy, less attention, less management. And I'm going to show you how to play this game at a very, very high level or whatever level that you want to play at, okay? I'll promise you this will work in any city, anywhere on planet Earth. Maybe not in Tehran today, or the Gaza Strip, but short of Tehran and the Gaza Strip, it's going to work everywhere else, particularly here in the great USA. So before we get started, where is your location? Where are you located in the country or around the world? Specifically what city? Like where in Denver? Christopher, where in Denver? Atlanta, Georgia, where in Atlanta? San Diego, where in San Diego? New Orleans. Because these markets are very, very, what's the word, Jared? The market.
Diverse.
Yeah, they're very different, but Clearwater, that I'm going to be at tonight when I'm done here, is where in Clearwater? Okay, Clearwater Beach, what's that little
Dunedin? Dunedin, yeah.
Dunedin, very nice, okay? You can't say you're in Wisconsin or Texas, okay? Like, I'm like, what does that even mean, bro? Like, most of Wisconsin does not have any housing on it. And 80% of Texas, you can't see a house for 50 miles. I mean, if you go, tell me how long it takes to drive across the state of Texas.
Well,
that was my first gig. Look it up.
I know for sure.
Oh, you know.
When I moved from San Diego to Austin, the halfway point between California, San Diego, and Austin, Texas is in Texas.
Wow. Okay, can you tell me how far it is from one side to the other?
12 to 15 hours of drive time.
Straight drive time, bro. You're going to see nothing the whole time, okay? So you're like, oh, dude, I'm investing in Texas. Where? Like, it kind of matters, okay? It matters. Like, is it Amarillo?
Abilene?
Is it Houston, Dallas,
Round
Austin?
Rock.
By the way, if you're in Dallas, where in Dallas are you? Because it all matters. And I'm going to show you how to break it down and keep it very simple today. If you don't know who I am, well, man, I don't even know how you got here if you don't know who I am, okay? My name's Grant Cardone. I own a number of companies, and one of my companies is a real estate company that I started with no money and no credit, no connections, nothing, zero. 28 years old, no money, okay? I think I put, what did I put down on that first deal? $3,500. $3,500 I put down on a house, and I ended up making 100% on my money, plus about $2,400 in cash flow. And I thought, I was like, oh my God, dude, this is the way to get rich. I had another hustle, a side hustle. I had a main hustle, a main job, and then I was buying moonlighting. Is that what it's called, moonlighting?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Moonlighting, side hustle.
Side hustle, moonlighting, cheating. cheating on my main hustle and buying real estate on the side. So I'm going to show you guys how to get in the game, how to buy a piece of real estate, how to underwrite it, how to get it funded. But real quick, we got Dubai in the house, Lexington, Clarkston, Washington, New York City, Miami, Fort Myers. We got Nacogdoches, Ohio, Santa Monica. All these places have different struggles, by the way. Every one of them has a different challenge, a different struggle. Melbourne, we got Jose from Miami. We got Miami, Florida again. We got Los Angeles. Dude, I remember 5 years ago, Miami didn't even show up in these rooms. Now Miami's like, Honolulu, wow, what a crazy real estate market that is. Long Island, New York, completely different than Brooklyn. San Jose, California, fantastic marketplace. Rochester, New York, fantastic. Philly, depends on where in Philly, but it could be unbelievable. Jacksonville, Florida, tremendous amounts of supply in Jacksonville. You guys are buying in Jacksonville right now, you should be looking for a 6 cap. Now, here's what I want to tell you to do. If you've never been to one of these, this goes very, very fast, and you're about to get hit with $1 billion worth of data in about 90 minutes, okay? And when I tell you $1 billion, I'm telling you I am going to give you, what does Jay-Z say? I'm giving you $1 million a game for $9.99. He was talking about his CDs, okay? I'm going to show you how to get in the game of real estate, regardless of where you're at today. Now, you may not be in a market that's good. Somebody just said Aventura. Aventura is where we're at today. We're located in Aventura. Tremendous amount of supply coming into Aventura. So in Aventura, you should be able to steal real estate. You're going to hear a lot of terms today. If you don't know what these terms are, you're going to feel a little like you're going to start glossing over and like, oh, this isn't for me. You might get sleepy and then find yourself getting distracted with the dog or the kids or TV or something else, okay? All that happened was you heard something you didn't understand, okay? Like, if you're in...
Y'all think it's bougie, I'm like, it's fine, but I'm trying to give you $1 million worth of game for $9.99.
That's right, he's saying, man, my CDs are about business, okay? Let's see here, let me fix this. Let me get the thing I want. I'm going to use a term, you're going to hear this term today called cap rate. Uh-oh, this is fuzzy wuzzy was a bear. Who, huh? I kind of like the green. You're going to hear a term called, huh? Y'all don't like it?
I can change it to white.
Well, we could just, yeah.
Looks
Yeah,
good.
looks
yeah,
good.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Keep it where it's at.
Hey, leave it alone. Okay. Now it's orange?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have just worked that out before the event.
Yeah, it looks great.
It looks white to me, so.
Looks green.
Whatever. Okay, I'm gonna tell you, like I was just talking about Jacksonville. Okay, if you were in Jacksonville 2 years ago, Jacksonville, Florida, it's North Florida, blue collar city. Okay, it's not Miami. It's not Naples, Florida. All these markets have different characteristics about them. Okay, real estate is very centric to the market. And the problems you could have in New York City today are not the problems you would have in Miami, and the problems you have in Miami might not be the problems you have in Austin or San Jose, California, or Denver, Colorado, or Buffalo. They're all different markets, okay? But the terms are the same. So if I use a term like cap rate, we have a dictionary here. I wrote this dictionary. How many different terms are in this dictionary?
Over 500.
Yeah, over 500.
Over 500 terms that you're going to need to know in real estate at some point, okay? You could grok it, you could AI it, you could do all that, but every time you're doing it, you're going to AI to say, what's that term mean, rather than having a book with you that says, hey, these are the dictionary of multifamily real estate terms. Why is that important? Because you're going to have to communicate with people, like in any science or any arena or any diverse study of anything, there's a nomenclature or study or words or vocabulary consistent with that. Now, this cap rate thing basically means when you pay cash for a piece of real estate. If you paid $1 million for a piece of real estate, if you did, you wouldn't, by the way. No reason to pay cash because you'd want to get leverage, another term, okay? You would expect, if it was a 6 cap, you would expect $60,000 or 6% on your investment if you paid cash. Okay, I'm going to be sharing a bunch of those terms with you. Okay, now at the end of this today, when you guys stay to the end, we're going to do a Q&A piece. Okay, I want you guys to stay to the end so that we can start answering some of your specific questions. There's a lot of different people here from a lot of different places around the world, different levels of experience, different problems, different challenges, and by the way, those are real. Okay, when I started, I had a main job. I was working 10 to 12 hours a day. That was a problem. If you're trying to get in real estate and you got a main job. I was single. That's also a problem. For you married people, you got 2 kids. That's a problem. Okay, these are all problems. I was single. What's a single guy want to do after 12 hours of work? He doesn't want to be single. So I had to make a choice. Do I want to play tonight or do I want to go shop real estate? Now the other problem was when I'm not working, the brokers were off. Okay, this is 1988, dude. There's no internet, no phones, no AI. There's no way to grab information. But I had hustle. I wanted to know it. I had another problem. I had no money. I had no credit. I actually had bad credit, worse than no credit.
No experience.
I had no experience. I had no network. Okay. By the way, real estate, if you're taking notes, and you should be, if you haven't gotten a legal pad, grab your legal pad. You're going to need this. Okay. You're going to need this because I'm going to give you a bunch of information that if you guys want to turn this into $1 million, 10 million, 100 million, or $1 billion business, I'm telling you, I'm going to give you enough information for you to get started and move in the direction of your goals and your dreams. And if the American dream, if it's called the American dream or the African dream or the Europe dream or the Russian dream, if you guys have that dream over there, dude, it's still real. And there's fewer and fewer people going for it today, and real estate is one of the best places to get it. But these are some of the things you need. You need a network. Who's the network? You're going to need a broker. You got to get tied into the broker network. Who's selling that asset? The institutions that are selling assets, that's part of the network. You're going to have to get financing, that's part of the network. Now, when you hear all this, and the cap rate, and some other terms like NOI, you're going to be like, dude, there's a lot to learn here. There is. But let me tell you what, once you learn it, okay, real estate is the best way for you and your family to create wealth. And I'll prove it to you. I'm going to show you here a screen. I actually did this recently where I went and searched all the different ways to become a millionaire. And the road's to $1 million. If you ask any AI, you can ask AI or you can search online, what are the best ways to build $1 million of net worth? And this is the answers I was given. Number 1, real estate investor. Number 2, stock market investor. By the way, you have double the chance. You have 170% better chance of becoming a real estate millionaire than a stock market millionaire. And I'll show you why here in a second. Inheritance. Okay, you have a 5% chance of inheriting money, and you have a, 17% chance?
Yeah.
Yes.
17%. So it's 3.5 times better chance of being a real estate investor. My kids are both, by the way. My kids are going to have number 3 if they keep acting right, and they're already on their way to become real estate millionaires in their own right because I have them invested in real estate since they were 6 years old. Number 4, you could marry money. By the way, highly recommended. If my kids are smart, they would do number 1, real estate investor. Number 3, inheritance. Get it from me, be nice to me. Okay, they could get a lot of money from me. And 4, if they're smart, they would marry into wealth. Now, notice how it drops off now, okay? Now, inventor, pro ball player, poker player, professional magician. Is that a magician? Musician. Professional actor. You're going to be the next Tom Cruise, okay? Or you're going to win the lottery. Less than a 1% chance on any of that. In fact, it's less than 0.1%. And notice how many people actually try to do this. Do you guys know more people are going to go to California this year to become an actor than there will be people try to become real estate investors? It's crazy, man. Okay? You're going to go be a doctor degree. You're going to spend, see what it costs to become a doctor. 6 years. 6 years of your life, first of all. You're going to go way in debt to do it. Every doctor I know wants to invest in the real estate that I own.
$500,000.
Takes $500,000 in America to become a doctor. Nobody has $500,000. Okay, guess what guess what you're going to spend to become a real estate investor? What do you think? Maybe 30, 50,000 bucks?
Maybe, yeah.
And you could have all the information you need in probably 90 days. In 90 days, you'd be on your way to do a deal. Okay? Take you $500,000 to be a doctor, and you still don't have a practice, you still don't have equipment, you still don't have a location, and you have the highest suicide rate of any profession on planet Earth. These real estate guys, they live until, show them Stephen Ross. Stephen Ross, right here in Miami, 86 years old, doing deals this week. Okay? 86 years old. You cannot be a doctor when you're 86 years old. Nobody's going to trust you with their heart. All right, there you go. There's Stephen Ross. Stephen's probably worth 20 billion.
17,
Yeah, no. The Dolphins is worth 12. So that thing's changing so fast it's unbelievable. Okay, 17, 20, whatever.
whatever.
17 billion. If he's worth 17 billion, see, I'll just show you the play on real estate, okay? If Stephen Ross is worth $17 billion and his net worth grows just 3% a year, he's making $500 million in new net worth every year. This is why real estate works so well. Let me show you this, okay? This will change your life forever. In fact, you'll never invest in stocks again once you understand this. I'm gonna take $1 million of stocks. The average S&P 500, by the way, has done 7.8% a year for the last, 10 or 15 years. But we're going to say that it earns 10% a year, which means you outperform the entire S&P 500, and you're not going to do that for the next 10 years, okay? That means you're earning $100,000 a year. Now, I'm going to show you why real estate is superior to stocks, and I would challenge anyone to debate me on this, okay? See, with $1 million of money, let's say you had $1 million, not saying you do, I didn't. You have $1 million, you put it in the stock market, you earn 10% a year, you earn 100 grand. Now, the only way you get that 100 grand is to sell the stock. So you really haven't made any money, at which point, if you sold the stock, it's going to cost you $20,000 in capital gains. If it's a short-term gain, you're going to pay $40,000 in taxes. But let's not even worry about that, okay? I'm going to take this $1 million that I had. See, in real estate, in stocks, you want $1 million of Apple stock, you got to put up $1 million. In real estate, you put up $1 million and you can buy $5 million of real estate that cash flows. This does not cash flow, and that does. This is a company, and this is real asset that people live in and pay rent. Now watch what happens here. I'm not going to earn 10% on my money. Let's say I only earn 5%. Once you get this, you will understand the power of real estate. I can literally take less risk with the real estate. I can turn $1 million into a $5 million purchase. It's called leverage. I'll show you how to do this today. I could earn half of what I earned on the S&P 500, and I would make $150,000 a year more money, right? Okay, now I'm going to show you this graph. Let's see if I have a graph in here. Yeah, okay. This is the S&P 500. Over how many years is this? What did we do here? 15 years?
15 years, yeah.
Okay. Let me take this out 15 years. I'm going to show you the power of real estate. If you're taking notes, again, you can hold your questions till the end. I'm going to do a Q&A session at the end here, okay? You definitely want a notepad, though, because this is going to go fast. If you would have taken $1 million over the last 15 years in the S&P 500, that $1 million today will be worth $4.2 million. But how do you get your $4.2 million? You have to sell the stock. Okay, you'd have to sell the mutual fund or the stock, in which case you'd pay $800,000 in taxes, and you end up with $3.4 million. That's still pretty good. You're like, that's cool, that's great. But you got $3.4 million. You had to wait 34 years, and you sell it, you dump it, you have your money. Now what are you going to do? Let's say you were 40 years old. In fact, put your age down. Put your age down. Put your age in the chat. Yeah, I'm going to go over the debt service, okay? Here's somebody 71 years old, okay? Let's take the oldest number I saw. He's 71 years old. He's going to be 86 now. He sells the stock. He pays taxes. He's got a bunch of money, and now he can go on cruises around the country. This is what he should have done. He's 71. He has 15 years This is the greatest hack in the world, okay? This is why rich, very wealthy people actually don't invest in 401ks and Roths, okay? I know what you're going to say. What's the dude that did the Roth
Peter
plan?
Thiel.
Peter Thiel did a Roth plan. And you guys are like, the Roth plan worked so well for Peter Thiel. No. The assets he shoved into the Roth is what worked, okay? Not the Roth itself, okay? I'm going to show you something better than a retirement account. I'm going to take $1 million. I'm going to take $1 million, the same $1 million, and I'm going to buy $5 million worth of real estate. I'm going to put $1 million down. I'm going to finance $4 million for 15 years, and I'm going to pay the debt off at 15 years, okay? It's 2026 right now. In 2041, my real estate will be paid for, okay? It's going to be paid for. But what is the value of that real estate in 15 years? Did the rents go up? Okay. So let's say this is a $5 million piece of real estate, and let's say in the year 2041, this piece of real estate is no longer $5 million, it's $12,500,000, which is what I would expect it to be, by the way. I would expect it to double every 10 years. Listen to what I'm saying. I would expect it to double every 10 years and pay the debt off while I'm doing it, okay? 15 years. I put 15-year financing on it, not 30 years. At the end of 15 years, in the year 2041, what do I owe on the $12 million piece of real estate?
Zero.
I own nothing. Now what do I do? Oh, I'm going to sell the real estate. No, you're not. This is what you're going to do. You're going to borrow against that real estate. You're going to go back to your bank at Wells Fargo and say, Wells Fargo, I paid my real estate off, okay? It has a cash flow today of it has a cash flow of $625,000 a year. Free cash flow, by the way. Called an NOI, net operating income. I'm going to show you all this today. It's going to have an NOI of 625, and they're going to say, Mr. Cardone, we will lend you, Mr. Cardone, $7.5 million on that asset. Wells Fargo is going to be like, this money right here, this NOI, stay with me. Don't leave me. Don't get confused. It's simple, dude. This is so simple, it's unbelievable. Unfortunately, nobody taught you this. And the reason they didn't teach you this is they don't want you doing this. They want you doing this. Because this feeds the banks, it feeds Wall Street.
They want you doing the stock market.
They want you doing the stock market. That's why CNBC talks about stocks all day long. Okay, all these channels, Bloomberg, all day long. All they're talking about is you investing in mutual funds, stocks. Okay, they want you investing in Bank of America and Wells Fargo. They don't want you becoming them.
More importantly, what they want is they want to overwhelm you with all the different industries, all the different companies, all the different ways to invest, bonds, treasury bills, stocks, options.
And the reason that is because a confused investor doesn't do anything, and that's exactly what they want you to do. They want you to do nothing for the next 15, 25, or 35 years and basically forget your money. Okay, now watch. This is how you get rich right here, folks, okay? 2041, that property's worth $12 million just because, write this down, the only reason it's worth this much money, is this green hard to look at after a while?
It's better.
The only reason it's worth $12.5 is because the rents went up over 15 years. Rents determine the value in this kind of real estate. I'm going to show you where to find this today. I'm going to show you how to get a loan on it. I'm going to show you even how to raise money if you don't have this $1 million.
And just a quick test, like just so you understand where this is all going. If you look at the house that you live in now or the place that you're renting now and you go back 15 years ago, was it cheaper to buy that house or rent in that same apartment or property 15 years ago? Unquestionably, the answer is yes. So like this is just, and it's done this the last 100 years. So you just have to look back at history to determine like what's going to happen in the future.
So 12.5. I'm going to go to Wells Fargo. My deal's paid off. I owe nothing. It's cash flowing $625,000 a year. If you don't know, that's $51,000 a month. All I did was take $1 million. Maybe I got it from my mom, my dad, my uncle, my aunt. I borrowed it. I got it from partners. However, don't worry about all that. We can show you how to do that today. Okay, I got the money, I put it into the right deal, and I waited for the right deal to become more valuable in the future. I waited 15 years, I owe nothing on it, the debt's paid for. Who paid for the debt? The renters did, I didn't. Okay, all I did was put $1 million into it. Now, I go to Wells Fargo and they say, Grant, we'll give you a $7.5 million loan on the deal. I owe nothing. So who gets the $7.5 million? If Wells is going to take a loan against this asset, here's $7.5 million. I get the $7.5 million, okay? What is the tax event on that? No taxes. Okay, this is a return of capital. Now notice, I now own a $12.5 million piece of real estate. They just gave me a check for $7.5 million. That will be serviced by this number right here. Today, 7.5 million times 0.055. The debt's going to be $415,000. Okay, that's going to be the debt. So we're going to put little brackets around it. This is so I'm going to make $200,000, $18,000 a month, and I got a check for $7 million. Okay, now what are you going to do? You just
I know what I would do.
I know what I would do. I say, like, let's run it again.
Do it again.
Let's do it again. Okay, so what? I'm going to take the $7.5 million that is not taxed, by the way. Okay, and I'm going to go buy a $30 million piece of real estate. And this $30 million piece of real estate is going to support $22 million. And for the first time in your life now, you know you're going to be rich. You have broken the generational curse on your family permanently. You're not a ball player. You're not a musician. You're not waiting on inheritance. You're not trying to win a lottery ticket. You're buying something real. Okay? You're not betting on crypto or altcoins. Dude, you made one bet. You learned the game. You took the time to learn the game. You broke the curse. And now you own property that banks will stand in line to shove money at you. Okay? Now, watch what happens here. This $22 million of debt. Well, I just know, I know what this thing's going to be worth. So this thing's going to throw off $1.5 million in NOI. Let's see what my debt's going to cost me, $22,000. Because we're going to get some cash flow from this too. 1.2 million. So I get basically $300,000 of cash flow off of this deal. What's my other deal cash flowing? 200. I have $40,000 a month in cash flow. And now what do I own? I own a piece of real estate that's worth $30 million. I own another piece of real estate for $12 million. Okay, I now have $42 million worth of real estate. This, by the way, cash flowing at $500,000, the two of them. Free cash flow, that's FCF, free cash flow. And I haven't paid any taxes. Now, let's compare this situation, $42 million, in only 15 years. By the way, another 15 years, this is going to be worth $70 or $80 million. In only 15 years compared to the S&P 500. What was the return on the S&P 500?
$4 million.
$4 million, okay? Guys, this is 10x better. 10x better and no taxes, okay? So strap in, put on your brain, decide to be smart for a few minutes, keep this simple, grab a notepad, welcome everybody, great to have you here. I've done this 76 times. This what I'm showing you right here, 76 times. If you look me up online, Grant Cardone, Cardone Capital, we have $5.3 billion worth of real estate under management today. I send out $112 million in free cash flow is generated from our properties. I started with this, nothing. So you guys out there that don't have anything, give me a big nothing. Give me a big zero if you got nothing. Because I'm going to tell you something. You guys with zeros, you have an advantage over the other people in the room. You have an advantage, okay? If you're hungry, okay? I didn't have any money, but I was hungry. I was hungry. I demanded to break the curse. I was the first person in my family that publicly said, I'm going to get rich. So if you're ready to break the curse today, put in break the curse in the chat. Break the curse. Let's break this curse, dude. By the way, the middle class is a curse too. You guys that are comfortable, break the damn curse. Comfort is a curse. I saw two articles this morning. Two articles on how $400,000, let me just read this to you. This is this morning. Who should I send this to?
You can send it to the video team.
Bit,
Or you want to text me? Just text me. I'll get it.
okay, let me text it.
Annie.
One of them says, Jared, how many kids you got?
2.
Raising 2 kids now requires a $400,000 income. Listen to this. 41% of Americans making $300,000 to $500,000 a year are still stuck living paycheck to paycheck. These are stats out this morning, folks. Okay, I'm just reading you what I'm learning every day. Now, I'm the guy that said to everybody about 5 years ago, dude, if you only make 400 grand, you're going to have problems. So, guys, you got to break the curse, man. Okay, there's a way out of this. You can't complain. Complaining is not the way out. Making excuses is not the way out. The way out of this gig is not going back to college and getting more debt. Okay, it's not becoming a doctor, it's not becoming a musician, it's not becoming a ball player, it's not betting on lottery tickets, it's not taking a bet on crypto. The way to break the curse is the easiest, fastest, safest way to break the curse is real estate. I own 5 companies, and I'm telling you, the real estate is the most stable, the easiest to freaking scale, okay? It's the easiest one to make a hack into, and I'm gonna show you guys how to do it today. Barry Sternlicht, $140 billion of real estate, this week suspended his redemptions. This happened this week. He's a $22 billion property fund. Can you guys see that at the top? I can't, yeah. $22 billion. Now, why am I telling you that? Because this is a moment in time. Real estate works in cycles. It has cycles. You're going to hear this. Okay, it's got these cycles. Yeah, raising 2 kids now requires 400 grand. Hey, guess what? That real estate that I just showed you right here, that one real estate investment I made right here is going to pay me $500,000 a year. I'm not even working now. Annie's quitting the job. She's like, I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm just going to make money off the real estate. Can't blame her, by the way. Go do it again and again and again and again. By the way, this real estate's not going to die with AI. Everybody agree? You still need a place to live. Okay. Barry Sternlicht today came out and said, hey, we have $22 billion worth of real estate, and we need to suspend our redemptions. Okay, why is that? Because real estate has cycles. This is the high of the cycle. Okay, we're somewhere in here in the cycle right now. This is 2008. This is 2020. And this is 2026. And you are here right now. This is where you want to buy in this cycle. I bought in all these cycles. If you'd have bought real estate in this part of the cycle, you would be so rich right here. I loaded up right here. Between 2008 and 15? I don't know. I think I bought 6,000 apartments. This is where you get rich. So these moments don't come, by the way, and they last 3 and 4 and 5 years. So this is your moment. The supply is available. I'm going to show you why here in a second. But first, I want to start with who you are. Who are you as an investor? Okay, there's 4 types of investors. There's the startup person. Okay, this is who I was in 1998 or 1988. I'm a startup guy. I'm a startup. Startup means what? You don't have any money. You probably have no money, no knowledge, and no credit. Okay, and you don't have a network. Okay, who's a startup here? If you're a startup, no money, no credit, no knowledge, just put startup. There's 4 types of investors. You could be combinations of these 4 types, by the way. For instance, I have 15,000 apartments today, but I'm actually a startup to where I want to go. Okay, because I want to be a publicly traded real estate person. I'm going to publicly trade. Well, I'm a startup to them. So you can be phases of this. Okay, good. So we got a lot of starters here. No problem. I got you guys. You guys are number 1, category number 1. No money, no credit, no knowledge, no problem. I got you. I'm going to show you how to get in the game. Okay, number 2, there's the lone wolf. This is me at 45 years old. I'm doing it by myself. I'm not raising money. I'm finding one deal. I'm going out one deal every like 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. I buy a deal, and then I'd go scrape some money together again and go buy a second deal, and I'd wait a year and go scrape another deal together. You're a lone wolf. You have a little bit of money. You have a little bit of credit. You've probably done 1 or 2 deals. You probably tried flipping, wholesaling.
Airbnb.
You might have done the Airbnb thing for a while. You hate yourself for it. You bought a bunch of single-family homes. Your name's Blockhead, and you bought a bunch of single-family homes. You end up with 8 or 9 or 10 of them, and you think you're doing great, and then you realize, dude, this is a lot of work. I got to collect checks from 10 renters. I got to fix 10 roofs. Every I got to go collect checks from 10 people. Number 3, you're a syndicator. A little more sophisticated. You're raising money from other people. You're managing deals for other people. You're sending checks out to other people, friends and family. You're a small syndicator maybe, and you're raising a little bit of money from friends and family. I've done all these, by the way. I've done the startup, I've done the lone wolf, and I've done the syndicator.
And by the way, the syndicator, just so you guys know, somebody who's raising money, when you think of the largest institutions in the world, the JP Morgans, the BlackRocks, the Blackstones, like all these massive, massive trillion-dollar companies, they are syndicators. They are not investing their own money. They're going out to the public and raising money and going out and using other people's money to go buy deals. So when you think that, if you've heard that term OPM, other people's money, that's what a syndicator does.
Yeah. The higher level to the syndicator is an institution. Okay, that is a syndicator, but these guys are on steroids right here. So like Starwood, Barry Sternlicht does not put his own money in a deal. Stephen Ross does not put his own money in a deal. He might use his balance sheet to fund a deal and get it done, but he's going to bring in a bunch of institutional capital. By the way, this is a great source of deals right now. This today, if you remember 2008, 9, and 10, it was strippers and pizza guys and
taxi drivers
that lost the real estate. This time it's this group. These guys are losing the real estate. So we got to get you guys in a position. The best real estate in America, these guys own it. So if you really want to learn the game, one deal, by the way, and my goal today is to show you how to find one deal that changes your life forever and get you on that $1 million path. The 4th group is the passive investor. You're like, dude, I want to know about real estate, but I really don't want to do the real estate. I don't want to buy it, fund it, find it, manage it, pick up checks, but I do want the passive income, okay? Now, I represent all 4 of these. I've been a startup, I've been a lone wolf, I've been a syndicator, and I love passive income.
And the other thing that I'll say about the passive investor, like you'll also hear this term, limited partner or LP. This is somebody who is a partner in the deal, but their partnership management is limited to simply becoming the equity in the deal or giving money into the deal and then collecting the check. Like I've worked for Grant for 16 years. I've been his whole cycle of business growth and his real estate portfolio being built out. I know enough to go do deals on my own, but I've got a full-time job helping him grow this business. So I invest all my money as a passive investor into his deals. So I would be a passive investor.
Or you could do all of them. You could be like, we have a lot of people that invest with me. They're passive investors in the asset. They're also renters in the asset. And they syndicate deals on their own. And they do some deals by themselves. And they're just getting started, okay? So put down what combination of these you are. We can help all of you guys, all right? I own 15,000 apartments. I've helped a lot of people buy real estate. So I have 20,000 people that invest with me as group number 4. 20,000, 20 people invest with me in my projects, okay? And I'm going to continue to scale my projects out. But while I do that, I'm also going to help you guys that are group number 1 startups. I'm going to help you guys that want to be lone wolves. It's totally cool until you're like, dude, I don't want to be a lone wolf anymore. I want to be a syndicator. Then I'll help you syndicate. And we have a whole division here in my company that actually helps people scale their business, okay? I don't know if you have the little video of the people that we've helped.
Yeah.
But because these are all types of people from all walks of life. This is also the other super cool thing about real estate. Black, brown, white, male, female, young, old. Dude, it don't matter, bro. You could be 79 years old and start in real estate today.
Yeah.
Y'all got to tell me what's happening.
Yeah, they're pulling it up.
Yeah, that's what I got to know, okay? See, like this dude right here, okay? I talked this guy out of getting in wholesale. He was wholesaling stuff.
And doing
you want to tell the story
yeah,
about?
he's doing single family homes, fix and flips, wholesaling. I think
Successfully, by the way.
Yeah, he had done over 1,500 single family units. But when you're doing that type of work, it is a grind.
Colby,
Justin
Colby.
Yeah, Justin. Yeah.
What's up, everybody? Justin Colby here from Miami. Got rid of my single family. I had 0 apartments. I now have 1,300 doors in just under 18 months.
Hi, my name is Lou. Prior to joining Grant Cardone's real estate program, I had 1,200 units under management. Since then, I've been able to increase that by 2,000 units.
Jana here in the Dallas market. We have been with Grant and the team for over 5 years now. 0 doors to over 2,000. We cannot wait to continue to grow and scale.
Hey, I'm Jim Barnes, and I had 16 doors, and with Grant's program, I've gone to 650 doors in less than 6 months.
Hi, this is Michael Meyer. I'm in Grant's real estate program, and because I was able to join the program, I was able to pitch a deal, and within 1 hour, I got 3 different calls, each person wanting to put $250,000 into my deal.
Hello, my name is Jason Dome. After joining the Cardone real estate program and club, I went from 0 doors, not knowing anything in real estate, being mentored, to 104 doors under contract.
Hey guys, my name is Matthew Typke. I've been involved in the real estate community with Grant Cardone for 4 years. I bought over 1,200 doors. I've raised $11 million, and it's been a blessing.
My name is Michael Ambrose. I've been following Grant for 5 years. I went from 18 doors to 500 doors in under 5 years, following Grant's methods.
Audio drone.
Hi, my name's Ken Gee, and since I joined Grant's real estate club, I've gone from 60 million.
Okay, so look, you know, these guys are investing in real estate. What they didn't tell you is if they made any money, because we don't know if they've made any money. So just because somebody can buy a piece of real estate doesn't mean they're guaranteed to make money. I'm going to show you guys how to get started. I did not know these people, by the way, when I met them. None of them. We did an event in Miami. We do 4 of these a year. So investors come in. Why do I do that? I'm not doing it to sell a course, okay? I'm doing it to meet other like-minded people in real estate. So hopefully I can do deals with these guys. Now, there's certain types of real estate that I look at every day that I can't buy it. It's not what I want to do, or maybe it's not in the market. Like Jana, the young lady that said she had a positive experience with us. Jana is looking at a deal in Dallas right now. It's too big for her. I'm not in Dallas yet. I want to be in Dallas. She hits me and says, Grant, this deal has got your name on it. So now we might partner in that deal, okay? So whether you're a startup, you're a lone wolf, you're a syndicator, or you're a passive investor, we're here to help you and support you. And get you in the game. Hopefully, one day you and I will do some business together. That is the real game here. The game is for me to do deals with you guys that are watching this today. But
you got to know the game.
You got to know the game.
You got to know the game. You got to know the market. You got to know how to find deals. You got to call brokers so that you can do that. Like we just at this event, this last event that we had here in Miami, there was somebody in the room who presented a deal. Grant called on the deal, figured out what was happening with the deal. Was it Destin or Tallahassee or something like that?
Yeah, what was the name of the deal though?
But they called the broker and they're running at the deal, trying to get the deal under contract right now. So. You know, these are the things that are actively happening in our community because of the group that we've provided. Is opportunities when you get a lot of people together.
Yeah, the LEVA?
Opportunities just come out.
Yeah, can you remember the name? The Levi.
No, that was Ken Gee's deal.
Are you talking about the one in the Panhandle?
Yeah. Yeah, you'll figure it out, okay? So I get sent deals by other people every day, okay? Why is that important? Because you have to have deal flow. Okay, now this is some terms you're going to hear today. You're going to hear these terms. You might want to write them down. Number of units, the most important number in real estate. I'm going to go through this very quickly. Most important number in real estate is the number of units. Number 2, replacement costs. What's it cost to rebuild that asset? Number 3, underwriting. I'm going to show you an underwriting calculator today that will make you a genius. You can underwrite any deal in 20 seconds. Number 4, cap rates. It could be a 5, a 4.5, a 6, a 7, an 8, a 9, a 10. The more risk, the higher the cap rate's going to be.
And the cap rate is the return, right?
Yes,
Is the
the
return
return,
on your capital.
On if you pay cash. Number 5, NOI, the net operating income. I'll show you how to calculate the NOI. By the way, the NOI is what determines the value of the real estate and what you can pay for it. 6, I brought this up, leverage. Leverage is what? Leverage is what you use on a house. Okay, you find a house for $400,000, you put 20 grand down, and people are like, oh my God, this is great leverage. Actually, it's terrible leverage, but you can believe whatever you want to believe. Buying a single family home is a terrible investment. And the reason it is because it doesn't cash flow. There's 1.9 million homes for sale today on a Saturday, 1.9 million homes in America for sale. And there's probably another 1.5 million homes that they pulled off the market because they can't sell them. Probably 3 to 4 million homes in America that people would like to sell. They can't get out of it, so they have to continue to stay in it. And worse, they got to pay the payments. You know what that comes with, right? This obligation right here comes with payments, property taxes, HOA, termites, roofs, gutter problems, maintenance, and home insurance. Okay? See, all this stuff that we got to add to this, okay?
And you pay for all of it.
Interest rates. The interest rate on this loan is going to be 7% today. The interest rate on a multifamily is going to be 5.5%. That is 30% lower, okay? You're going to have property taxes. Property taxes in the state of Florida, 2% a year. Texas, 2% a year on the value of the property, and it's going up, okay? We got insurance. None of these things are deductible, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. You can't write off the interest, you can't write off the property taxes, and you can't write off the insurance. And you're like, oh, I can write off the interest. Yeah, you can write off $42,000 worth of interest a year, and that's it. Period. And you stop. It's 7% of $750,000, okay? Like, if you want to debate with somebody today, go pick a different topic. I'm not your target. You're not going to win this argument. 7% on $750,000 is the max you can write off. 7 times 750 is $52,000, somewhere between $42,000 and $52,000 a year. And that's all you can write off, okay?
52.5.
Okay, now let's say I had $10 million of debt and it cost me $700 grand a year in interest. I get to write off all that. Last year, I paid $100 million in interest to the banks. All of it was written off, okay? So this thing that you're buying here, this is what the banks want. They want you hammered here. They want you fixed in a location. I don't pay the interest, I don't pay the property taxes, I don't pay the insurance, and I definitely don't pay the maintenance, okay? By the way, your furniture, who's paying for the furniture in your house? You are. Who's paying for the furniture in my real estate? The tenants, and it's tax deductible. Okay. All right. Number 6, leverage. Number 7, depreciation. When I buy a piece of real estate, when you buy a $400,000 piece of real estate, you get to write that off over 27 years. When I buy a $400,000 piece of real estate that has 4 units, I get to write off all of it in year 1. Everything that can be written off in year 1. Everything that can be written off on this house has to take 27 years to do it. So you're writing off maybe you're writing off $10,000 a year. I'm writing off on this deal probably $270,000 in year 1. That's why so many people buy real estate to reduce their taxes. 1031 exchange. How do I move $4 million of profit in one deal to a new deal and pay no taxes? I'll show you how to do that today. You're going to hear the term refinance, distressed debt, distressed deals. You're going to hear a term called MFH. Again, all of this is in a dictionary. You either need to look them up on your own, get a dictionary so that you have that available to you so you can start talking the terminology to the brokers. Cash flow. Your real estate should cash flow at 5 to 6 or 7% a year and grow to 10 or 12. Number 13, below replacement costs. What does that mean? It means I want to be below replacement costs. Can you show that asset we bought in Boca? We bought an asset. It would cost $450 million to rebuild it. We paid $235 million for the asset. By the way, I did this with no money. I had no money when I did this. Can you show the board? Yep. Okay. This is the replacement cost. This is the price, okay? I paid $115,000 below replacement costs. Is that right?
$115 million.
Oh, what did I say?
115,000.
Yeah, it's $115 million. No, it's not. It's 200. Sorry. What's 100 million? Okay, I paid $215 million less than it would cost to rebuild the asset. That means at some point in the future, when somebody goes to build next door to me, show the asset again. Can you show the asset? Okay, this asset popped up. I had access to the network. You're like, oh my God, dude, I'd love to buy something like this, but it's too big, it's too expensive, I don't have the money, I don't know how to do it. That's fine. I didn't know how to do this either. You're gonna learn how to do this, okay? And this is the perfect time to do it because the institutions that typically buy this stuff are sidelined. Okay, they're sidelined because they have some problems that I'll discuss here in a few minutes. Number 14, what did it last trade for? Well, this never traded. This is what it cost to build it. Oh, by the way, it took 17 years to build it. And I bought it and had cash flow from it the following month. Number 15, IRS code section 469. You want to remember this and you want to use it. Everybody today, every single person watching this today, you should have you or your spouse go get a professional, what the terminology?
It's a professional real estate investor certification. It's not, you don't have to take a test or get a license or anything, but there's requirements in the IRS code, section 469, that lay out what you need to do to become a qualified real estate professional. That does not mean get a real estate license and not do anything with it. There are specific criteria, 15 hours a week of qualified work, and you have to spend at least 50% of your time on real estate.
Yeah, land play. You're gonna hear a term called land play. I'm looking at 5 deals with a major institution today that we're probably gonna take down. They're gonna cash flow. One of them is a land play. There's property there that will probably be replaced in the future because it sits on 55 acres in Tampa on the water. 17, migration patterns. There's these terms and a bunch of others that you're going to hear. By the way, for any of you that I'm going so fast, you're like, dude, like, I'm in it, I want to do this, I want to learn it, I'm serious, I don't want to be a lone wolf, I need to learn, I want to accelerate my path. We put together an unbelievable offer for you. I put together my 26-hour introduction to buying apartments, my home study course, a real estate home study manual, and a resource book. Okay, this is LOIs, purchase and sale agreements, due diligence, unbelievable offer we put together. GrantCardone.com/go. Included my underwriting calculator. I don't know if you can see that there. Underwriting calculator. We put the whole thing together for how much?
$297.
$297. If you bought this by itself, it would be over $15,000. So if you guys want that, grab that. If I'm going too fast, I apologize. I'm here to give you as much information and help you as much as I can in 90 minutes. But I know that some of you, if you're like me, if you're anything like me, you're not a dilettante. You're not a checker-outer. You're like, dude, I want to go hard. I want to go deep. I know this is my path. If you know it is and you think this can benefit you, also, I'm going to include a one-on-one call with one of my team members to go over where you're at, okay? For instance, like what market are you in? What market are you in? They're going to ask you some questions. Do you have home equity available, money to invest? What's your credit like? They're going to talk to you about, do you know anything about Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac? So they're going to get an understanding of where you're at, what's your access to deal flow, do you have any of the preferred ways to contact, and then you're going to get a rating on this about where you're at, where your weaknesses are, where your strengths are, and how you can grow. That'll be a very valuable call. I can only do 50 of those calls. So the first 50 that take advantage of it, you'll get a call with one of our coaches, one of our strategists, okay, about where you could start, is your market good, is it a go, etc. Okay, so if you want to take advantage of that, GrantCardone.com/go. It's a stupid offer, it's completely ridiculous. It is tax deductible, and it does count for your 469 tax code education, 15 hours a week. All right. Okay, let's get into it. In real estate, like everything else, there is a sequence. There's an exact sequence of doing things, okay? Now, the sequence will look it'll look like it goes this way, but it doesn't really, because you're not doing one thing one time, okay? And it goes like this. The first thing you got to do is you got to find the deal. You're going to hear me talk about the deal today. The deal really means the asset itself, okay? I have to find that first. Now, what most people do, let me see if I can send you this, Annie.
It's like the piece of real estate. Like, is it the building that he just showed you in Boca? Is it the self-storage unit that you're looking at in Pflugerville, Texas? Is it the 16-unit apartment complex in Chula Vista, in California?
It's the asset itself. It's the product. It doesn't mean you made a deal like a deal, I got it cheap. I'm talking about the asset. You'll hear me refer to the deal or what I call the asset, okay? Let me just see if I can find this. This guy sent me this deal last night. His name's Bark. Can you just go through my phone and find it? It's from Bark. I'm not sure which address it went to, okay? And he showed me the deal, which is called the asset, okay? Now, once you find the deal, the second thing you want to do, that's step one. The second thing you want to do is you want to contact the broker.
The 22 units?
Yeah, 22 units, okay? See, the 22 units is too small for me, but it's not too small for him. He's like, hey, what do you think? I'm going to show it to you here in a second. This is called deal flow. The second thing you want to do now is contact the broker. Most of you don't do that. What most of you do is you do step one, you find a deal, and then you freak out, okay? And then you're like, do I have the money? That's the wrong thing to do. Money comes way later in the process, okay? So it goes deal, contact the broker, underwrite the deal. Step three is going to be underwrite. Okay, I'm going to underwrite my deal. Fourth thing's going to be is LOI. Fifth thing I'm going to do, I'm going to write an LOI. I'll walk through all this today as fast as I can and help you as much as possible. I'm going to write a letter of intent, okay, after I underwrite. And then once I get this accepted, now I'm going to call for debt. Now, what most of you do is this. You're like, you spend all your time in underwriting and you never call the broker, and then you talk yourself out of the deal because you don't know anything about debt and you never write the LOI. Now, what Bark was doing yesterday was he's trying to raise money on a deal and he doesn't even have the deal yet. What he'd want to do is I said, no, don't even worry about money yet, bro. Money doesn't come until after the debt quote. And what step would this be? 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This step 6 here, now I worry about equity. You're not going to call it cash anymore. We're going to change the term to equity. You're looking for equity. The terms are very important. Then we're going to close the deal. Okay? Okay? And this is where the work starts. Okay? Once I close the deal, then I got to manage it. Then I got to make distributions to my investors. I got to pay the bank. But the bigger the deal, the easier all this gets. If you're taking notes, listen to what I'm telling you. The bigger the deal, the easier the wheel gets, okay? And the wheel goes like this, okay? It goes like this. Deal, contact the broker, LOI, underwrite the debt, go get cash, close the deal, manage the asset, exit. Okay, exit could be a sale, a refinance, a 1031, and this wheel is going to continue because you're going to use it on the next deal, and then the next deal, and the next deal. Look, I started with like one deal, and everything starts with the asset. Okay, now they're showing you the asset I got delivered yesterday. This is in real time. This happened 24 hours ago. There's probably a guy named Bark on here right now, and his old Dogenal dogs, they're all in here right now. He sent me this deal. I think I sent him the deal first. I said, Bark, this would be a deal you could do. I do this for our club, by the way, on Wednesdays, okay? Like my average size deal, I'm looking for a 300-unit deal. Or I'm looking for 5 300-unit deals, and I can buy a portfolio. But I didn't start there. When I started, I was looking for 32 units. 32 units was the perfect start for me because of where I was at and how much I could actually I just couldn't think bigger than that, okay? So you understand these are steps, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have to get this order perfect, guys. Okay, if you don't get these 8 steps perfect, you're going to screw the whole deal up and you're never going to do it.
It's like your mom when she used to make red beans, you know?
Dude, exactly. Okay, you got to get the red beans before you cook the red beans. You guys are worried about the cost of red beans before you even get the red beans. You got to get the asset under control before you worry about what you're paying, how much you're paying, negotiating the price, worried about the gutters, or worried about the roof, or worried about the tenants or the termites, or all the bullshit. You guys are getting overwhelmed, and guess what? Then you just sit down, and what you settle for is what you think is a piece of real estate, a house. And a house is not an investment. Listen to me. A house is not an investment. It is a place to live. Your car is not an investment. Your car is a car, okay? Your clothes, okay, you could say your clothes are an investment, but unless you're selling clothes, they're not investments. They're clothes because you'd get arrested for being naked, okay? If you owned a car dealership and you bought a car to sell a car, then that's an investment, okay? Now, everything starts with the asset, okay? The lower you go on the food chain of this asset, the worse you're going to be. So now you're like, where are the assets? 80% of everything you do in real estate will be on step number 1. 80% of this game is handled right here with the asset. The better the asset, the easier everything else gets. I'm just telling you from, how long have I been doing this? Since I was 30?
40 years old.
37 years.
40 years.
37 years I've been doing this. 37 years, and I'm telling you, I've done it all. I've done 1 unit, I did another single unit, I did 48 units, 38 units, 19 units, a grocery store, bought condos. I've done 76 deals, man. I'm telling you, like I could show you a history, a record, ownership. If you call that a grift, I've done 76 deals, $6 billion of real estate. I have 15,000 units today, and I'm just telling you, the better the asset, the easier everything gets. We just got to get you educated, okay? And you got to believe that you can do this. And the cool thing is, the better the asset, the easier it is to get debt and cash, okay? Now, let me show you where assets are. Let's see if my CoStar's open. I'm going to show you an asset that I use. We spend about 80 grand a year on this. I make this available to all the people in our club. If you hear me reference a club, our club is on Wednesdays. We meet with about, how many, 200?
Yeah, I mean, there's 900
200
members
real
in the
estate
club,
investors a week come in to the club. These are very, very serious people. They've invested $30,000 to meet with me weekly and 4 times a year, and we go into this club. On Fridays, there's a junior club called an accelerator where people come in to start getting
confidence.
Their
Q&A, network.
To clearing things up. They're getting an education, accelerating their investment career. I think that's $5,000 or something they pay a year. Okay.
No, lifetime.
For lifetime, $5,000 for life. Every week they come in, they have a coach answering questions, supporting them. I pop in from time to time and like, hey, what's that market? What are you paying? What's the cap rate? Like, and people start working things out. The ultimate goal for me is to have more people grow portfolios and then put the portfolios together. Everything starts with this asset. If you guys find an asset that's too big for you, if it's in the right location, fits the framework of what I'm trying to buy, dude, I'll buy that deal. Listen to what I'm telling you. I'll buy the deal. I'll fund the deal. I'll get the equity for the deal, but you guys have to know what I'm trying to buy. And the more you're in line with what I'm trying to buy, the more you and I could actually do business together, okay? Now, CoStar, I don't expect you guys to go out and spend $70,000 on CoStar. And you shouldn't, by the way, because you should save the 70 grand to go buy real estate, okay? But if you did have the money, let me see, we didn't open this yet, did we?
We did.
Okay, so for those of you out there, I want to diminish the idea that there's no real estate for sale. You guys couldn't do all these deals.
6.6 million properties.
6.6 million properties for sale. None of this is single family homes, by the way. There's not one single family home in that. Okay, that's another 3 million. Now, we're not trying to buy single-family homes. I don't want a single-family home. I want doors. Okay? What's the most important number in real estate? Who knows the answer? The most important number in real estate. Let's see who's got it. Yes, Jared.
Huh?
Is that you?
No.
From the 10X team.
No, that's not me.
It says Jared, the 10X team.
Oh, yeah. That was me.
Well,
yeah.
Bro, you're not supposed to answer the questions, bro. What's wrong with that guy? Find out who that dude is. I know the answer. Okay. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to now, give me a city, any city. Detroit. Let's put Detroit in here. I just saw Detroit. Not my favorite market for this. Okay, but there. Okay, now this is going to be Detroit. Again, these are properties that could be considered a commercial real estate investment. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, filter. I'm going to filter this off to just multifamily. Yes, I want to start a new search. Okay, and I'm going to go Detroit again. Okay, and there we are. Okay, now what do we have? Oh, there's 206 units right there. Wow. Now, when you guys start looking at this, I don't want you guys, write this down. I don't want you to look at just one thing. I want you to look at big things. You can look at big things. Your first deal could be, I'll just tell you the perfect first deal is 150 units, believe it or not. Short of the 150 units, you'd go 64 or 32. But I wouldn't drop below the 32. And you're like, dude, come on. I'm telling you, I'm just trying to help you guys, okay? It is easier to do these bigger deals. This is the perfect size to manage from a scaling point because you need 4 people on the property. If you go below 150 and you go down to like 104, you still need 4 people. So you're paying more money and getting less revenue from this. Okay, go ahead, Jerry.
And what I was going to say is the reason, if you're sitting there right now and you're going 150 units, you know, that could be a $8 million deal. Like, I'm just telling you guys from like a third-party perspective.
It could be how big? How big you think it is?
It could be an $8 million deal.
That deal just sold for $9.5 million. Okay, it was $47,000 a door. The rents are $800. Okay, this is a home run. Whoever bought this deal is going to probably make $10 million.
I want to make a really, really important point right now. You cannot look at real estate like this thinking with the money that you have right now. You can't do that. Like, you have to abandon that idea of I can only buy based on the money that I have. That's how people buy houses. Mm-hmm. I buy the house that I can afford. That is not how you invest in real estate. In real estate, you go, I'm going to find a great deal, and then whatever money I don't have, I'm going to go raise it from other people. And I will tell you, you will have a line out the door. I know it's hard to think with this right now. You will have a line out the door of investors, dentists, doctors, chiropractors, small business owners who are like, they want to get their money out of the bank earning 0.025%, and they want to put it someplace where it can earn 6 or 7 or 8% a year. You will have money flowing at you. If you've never done it before, it will not make sense. But we're just telling you guys, like, do not buy real estate or invest in real estate based on how much you have. Go find a great deal, and the money will come to you.
Okay, so I have a piece of technology right here that tells me when this last traded. This deal last traded for $9.5 million. Okay, June 2018. I know what it sold. I haven't even talked to anybody yet. This property is on the market and for sale. Okay, the asking rents are $1,800 a month. It's got 206 units. Now you guys are like, dude, underwrite the deal, work the deal. Don't worry about whether you're going to buy it. You're just learning. This is how you're going to learn deals. By the way, you probably want to underwrite 100 of these before you ever do a deal. Let's see here, 206 units, average size is 715. It's a 4-star mid-rise. This is where you're going to learn all your terminology. Okay, it's a retail. It's got some retail. It's got some multifamily. Here's the taxes. It's moderately friendly, pedestrian score, cycling friendly, car friendly, transit friendly. Man, it's friendly. Okay. Now, what could I pay for this? Now, I'm just going to show you where I want to show you guys what you're going to end up doing. I'm going to show you what this property's worth. Somebody put me on a timer. Let's see how long this takes.
Go.
206 times 1817 times 0.915 times 12 times 1.05 equals $4 million in gross income times 0.65 equals, it's got an NOI of 2.8 million divided by 0.06. I'd want to pay $46 million for this.
18 seconds.
18 seconds, okay? This asset, okay, this asset's $46 million today. This guy paid $9.5 million. By the way, the guy that's paying $46 million for it today is gonna make money too. That's insane, okay? Now, you guys that took advantage of grantcardone.com/go, we built an underwriting app for you. Basically, it's my brain and underwriting downloaded to your phone. Okay, there's a portal we're going to give you with access to this content. So it'll be on your phone, your tablet, your computer for the rest of your life. You can underwrite deals literally on the go with a broker on the phone, because what do you want to do? You want to look at a deal. Second thing you want to do is what? Don't say it. This is not for my team. Second thing you want to do is what? First you find a deal. Second thing you do is what? Contact the broker. That's right. While I'm contacting the broker, I'm starting to have a conversation about, hey, deal, what? Now you're not going to have this data. The data I'm showing you guys, you're not going to have access to because you don't have 70 grand. I have to pay for this. Okay, because I need access to the information. All right, now let me just go back here. Let's see what there's some other deals in this marketplace. Now I also know on this deal, if this deal takes $46 million to buy it, I only need $16 million, because I know I can get a loan for $30 million. So most of my job is done. I'm eating the elephant one bite at a time. Okay, I might have to go for the tail first. I can't have a whole ear. Okay, so you got to take little bites. Let's say I found this and I loved it. Okay. Well, I'm keeping in mind that he only paid this for it. So I'm like, why is this guy selling it right now? I don't know, because I haven't called him yet. I would normally call him if I was trying to do this deal, okay? Now, let me just show you this deal. Somebody gave me Detroit. That's why I'm doing it, okay? Here's a deal in Detroit, 12 units. This deal, not disclosed. It was sold in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Oh man, that is perfect. Okay, you want to write this down. I know you don't have a book. We didn't download you a book. This is in our real estate resource book and our home study manual. You don't have a book, but if you had a book, you would write this down. You're looking for 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, and 10 years. Anything bought 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, or 10 years ago is a buy. Why? Because the loan's maturing. Loans are done in 3 year, 5 years, 7 years, and 10-year increments. And I'd bet money this guy's loan's maturing, okay? He's got 12 units. Let me show you what this is worth. 12 units times $707 times 0.92% times 12 equals, oops, I did it wrong. I messed up. 12 units times 707 times, why do I keep hitting zero? Times 707 times 12 times 0.92 times 0.65 equals, divided by 0.065. I could offer $9 million for this. I don't know what that took. It probably took 25 seconds. $9 million. Once you underwrite the deal, then you're going to divide by the number of units. That means I'm paying $78,000 a door. I'd buy this thing all day long. Why? How do I know that? Well, assuming the location's good and they don't have a lot of crime and you're actually collecting rents, I would pay that price for the asset. Now, you don't know that. I'm just showing you where we're going to get you so you'll be able to underwrite a deal while you're contacting the broker saying, hey, man, tell me about Mulberry Manor. Okay? Your 12 units. Because I'm underwriting this deal right now thinking it's going to be worth somewhere between 7 and 9 million. What are you guys thinking? Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to literally teach you how to call this broker and talk to him. How much of the introduction course is just calling the broker?
There's an entire section on it.
There's an entire section, probably 2 hours of me just calling brokers, showing you guys what questions to ask. Because if you're asking the questions, they're not. Okay? We want to put the broker on his heels. I want to answer all his questions. I want to elevate myself and get altitude with that broker and make him believe I'm a perfect buyer for his asset, okay? I'm going to give you the math, MCB 123. I'm going to give you all the math here in a second, okay, when we get to the underwriting. All right, let me just show you guys. I'm going to go to a different market here. You could steal real estate in Detroit. You can steal it. I'm going to go to a different product class for you guys. This is called LoopNet. It's free. I hate it, but you could use it. Let's go Texas.
You want to do for sale? Click for sale. Hold up.
Okay.
Yeah, for sale.
For sale. And I'm going to go property types. I'm just going to go, I could go office, industrial, retail, restaurant. Oops, multifamily. My little buddy there. My little buddy of the buddies. Never disappoints. Look at all the real estate for sale in Texas, man. My God, it's crazy. Now, all that stuff on the east side, probably throw it away. East over here, you know, I'd be careful of all that stuff. Down here, southeast of Houston, I'd stay away from hobby. You have to know your markets. You got to know the location. I've been studying this for 40 years, so I know these locations. Let's go into Austin right here. Look how much stuff's in Austin. This is the CBD right here, man. Look at this. This is a fucking bomb. Excuse me, okay? This is a glut of real estate. This is one of the highest glut markets in the country. This supply will not burn off for probably 3 years. This will suppress rents for the next 3 years. I've been to Austin 4 times. I've been to Dallas 4 times, Houston 4 times, and you're gonna steal real estate in the cycle. This cycle could last for the next 6 months. Rates are coming down. I don't know if you guys seen the 10-year Treasury. Rates are coming down since Kevin Warsh.
Yeah, Kevin Warsh, yeah.
They already put a new Jerome Powell in. Jerome's gone. He did his last meeting. Kevin came in. Rates have gone down every day this week. So they're going to press rates. When rates suppress, when they drive these rates down, all these prices will go back up again. So you have a moment in time, folks. You guys that want to get involved in real estate, you have a moment in time. You don't have forever. You have to learn this game now because the deals are going to come and they're going to go. And when these deals get traded, remember, they're going to be held for how many years? 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, or in my case, 20 years. Okay? So let's just go pick one of these out here. Let me see. Let me go, because I like to be on this. I'd like to be on this right off the 35 right here. Oh, look at this little beast. Look at this little charming thing. You're going to be so tempted to buy this one because you're like, I can do this. You shouldn't.
That's a land deal right there.
Okay, this is called a land play. You're going to get a little bit of rent. You're going to fix it. You're going to rent it. It's going to be a pain in the ass. You're going to probably make some money on it, but you're going to regret doing it. And it's not going to change your family's life. You're looking for one deal. If you're taking notes, one deal minimum should pay you $2,000 a month in cash flow and $1 million of profit. Every deal should make you $1 million and $2,000 a month in cash flow. If it's not going to do that, I'm just telling you from personal experience, leave the deal alone. In fact, let me show you my personal experience. Go to my first deal that I ever did. See, I did this deal right here with 3,500. It's very easy to do. I could show you these deals all day long. I could show you 100 of these. I can show you 1,000 of these deals, and I'm telling you, don't do them. Now, I did this to get in the game.
Because you were thinking with what you had.
I did not know there was a sequence. I didn't know people didn't need money to buy assets. I didn't know how to get debt. I didn't know how to underwrite. I didn't know how to talk to the broker. So guess what? I went and talked to a real estate agent that had the listing for this. That she showed up on a Sunday. She showed up on a Sunday and had an open house. And I'm like, oh, that's easy. They're making it easy for me to go see. Dude, if it's easy to get, it's hard to get rid of, okay? I bought this with $3,500 down. I planned on moving into it. I knew it was a good little market. It's Bel Air, Texas, 1117 Sheffield. I put $3,500 down before I closed the deal. A chick that I was dating and her sister moved in. And I'm like, dude, what's better than me paying the rent? Her paying the rent and I can visit. Okay? And that's what happened. She's like, yeah, I'll rent it. My payment was, I think, $275 a month. She gave me $475. I made $200 a month. I was in the game. I closed that deal. 2 weeks later, bought another house. I bought this one. I bought this. Oh, perfect picture. That's the right picture. 5422 Brayburn. I remember the address of every deal I've ever done. A half an acre of land on a beautiful oak tree
Street, yeah.
Laden, beautiful. You drive down the street and it's just oak trees, canopies all over the place. I bought this for $92,000 with no money, okay? I would end up selling this for $126,000. I put no money. I made $35,000 on this. $3,500 on the first one, $35,000 on the second one. And then I said, you don't know what you're doing, dude. You have no clue. I didn't know how to rent it. I didn't know how to run an ad. I didn't know how to evict somebody. I didn't know how to do a loan. I didn't know how to negotiate. I knew nothing. So guess what I did? I did what any intelligent human being would do. Learn from people that know how to do it. I went and found the most intelligent people in the world that had done real estate at scale and started studying. I'll bet you I put at least 5,000 hours of study in and would not buy another deal for 3 years. My third deal, by the way, I don't know what I spent. I know this. I spent 150 weeks every weekend studying real estate. So 150 times, let's say I spent 4 hours a day. I spent 600 hours just shopping real estate. The third deal that I did was this property right here. You can see the address on the property, 210 Cedar
Road.
Cedar Road.
Yeah, Vista, California.
Vista, California, North San Diego. Now, after 3 years of research, I drove on this on a Saturday afternoon about this time, same time it is right now. Drove up, my friend Dale's with me. I drove up, I remember the car I had, it was a Toyota Camry. Drove up in my Toyota Camry, champagne interior. Drove up, and I'm like, oh, I'm buying this shit. Okay. I knew a couple things. The builder had to sell, his loan was due. Good. He built it. Rudy told me he built it for $5.2 million. He owed $1.9 million, and he had to sell it.
Because there was the market was distressed.
The deal was not distressed. The marketplace was distressed. This is late. What was the year on this?
90.
Late
savings
90s.
and loans.
600 banks had gone out of business. 600 banks. Most of you are probably not old enough to remember it. 600 banks in America had gone out of business, called
the savings and loans crash. Yeah.
And you couldn't get a loan on a deal. Okay, so I figured out how to get a loan on this deal. I put $350,000 down. You're like, oh my God, I don't have $350,000. I didn't either. But look, if you knew you could buy something for $1.9 million with only $350,000 that cost $5 million to build, even if you didn't have the money, would you figure it out? How many of you would figure it out? If you knew for sure, 1,000%, that you were going to make $3 million and didn't have the money to do the deal, didn't have the information, didn't have the ability to get a loan, how many of you, if you knew for sure, you would figure it out? Now, some of you wouldn't. Some of you'd look at the numbers, I don't have the 350, I don't know how to get a loan, and you'd say, I'm not going to do it. Well, that's the problem. That's the problem, guys. The American dream is alive, man. It's doing great. There's just not enough people going for it, okay? American real estate is the best real estate on planet Earth, bar none. There is no better real estate market on the planet. No country compares to how we do real estate in this country. Okay? So you guys got to make a decision. I can't do this. I can give you all the data. I can give you my lenders. I can give you the brokers. I can give you my network. I can show you the deal. I can show you the underwriting. I can give you everything, but you're the only one that can do this. You got to commit. You got to commit to like, you know what, dude? I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna learn this game. This game has created more millionaires for the last 300 years in this country than anything else. Not technology, not picking up waste, not casinos, not gambling, not superstardom. The biggest wealth builder on the planet is real estate investing. Imagine, I buy this deal with $350,000, okay? I'm like, I don't have the $350,000, but I knew this property was worth $5 million. Why? Because that's replacement cost. That's what it costs to build it 4 years before it. Okay? To build another one, you can't. Why? Okay? Now notice this property right here, 210 Cedar. It's still there today. Let me just go, I'm gonna just show you a live search in real time. 210
his computer.
Cedar Road, okay? And I'm gonna go show you this asset. This is the other beautiful thing about real estate. Unlike altcoins or some business startup or some coaching business, or all that's great and everything, but dude, it's hard to validate. See that property right there? Still there today. What color is it? Goddamn same damn color. Okay? Look at that. 48 units. Let's see what the rents are today. Cedarwood Apartments. Let's see. Same name, by the way. Name hadn't even changed. Guess what the name of my LLC was? 210 Cedarwood LLC. What should we call it? Why don't we call it the fucking address? Okay? Look at these rents. Let me see.
You got to go back. I looked at this earlier today. You just got to look back. It says in the preview, scroll down right there.
Here I go to Trulia. Okay, there's property. There's another listing of it. Okay, again, you can't fake this. There's a record of it. Okay, if you go back and look at the records, you're going to see that I bought this asset in 1988 or 1998 or 96 or something. Okay, let me see. I'm looking for the rents. Oh, you know why this isn't on apartment.com? Because it's full. Let's find apartment finders. Okay, let's see what it is.
It was $1950 for the 1 bedroom and $2,800 for the 2 bedroom.
Okay, so we're going to underwrite this deal. Okay, now remember what I paid for it. What did I pay for it? Who knows what I paid for that asset? Let's see if you guys how smart you are. Smart means simple. Yes, Cody, you are a genius, my friend. Okay, I paid $350,000. By the way, that's actually the wrong answer because you don't know how much of this I borrowed. I borrowed some of that from my mom. I paid about $260, got $90 grand from my mom, and that's how I bought the deal. And I got the $260 from a retirement account that I had. So I really didn't use any of my money. But anyway, we're going to say I paid $350. Okay. Now watch, Jared. You said what? What are the rents?
$1,900 for the 1 bedroom, $2,800 for the 2 bedroom.
And I know they're half and half, so we're going to go ahead and split the difference and say the rents are $2,500. There's 48 units times 12. I'm showing you the underwriting times 0.95%. Okay, equals what is that?
$1.4 million.
I bought today, that business brings in $1.4 million a year without any other income, which it would have, by the way, about 5%, which is what, 70,000?
Yeah.
This is called other income, okay? Pet fees, late applications, etc. Okay, that's a job right there, by the way. That's replacing your salary in America. Other income, okay? Just the other income is a salary, all right? So now I'm at 1.47000. This place stays full all the time. I know, I check on it all the time. And let's say I can operate this at 70% of this number. What is that, 820?
$1,000,003. 1,030.
1030.
Yeah.
Okay, divide this, if I steal it, I'd pay a 6. I'm stealing. You'll never buy this for 6.
17 million.
17 million. What's it worth if it's a 5?
20
million, okay? All right, that's what it's going to trade for. It's a $20 million asset. What did I pay for it, okay? I paid $350,000 for it. Today it's worth $20 million, Okay, but this is the other thing you don't know, okay? This $350,000 earned 12% when I bought it. It earned 12% a year. I was earning $42,000 a year. I did that for 3 years. It's $160,000 of my $350 came back. That's how I paid my mom back, okay? And then I sold the asset for $5 million. I only put $350 down, okay? I had a loan for 1.950 or 1.650, and I made $3.1 million on the asset. I made $3.1 million on $350,000 in 37 months.
Yeah. Yep.
What did I sell it for?
Yeah. 4.5 million.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you do this? How do you guys find a deal? Do you know the sequence? Find a deal, call the broker. That's what I did. Found a deal. Hey man, Rudy, can I get over there? I'll look at it today. Okay, when can you be there? 30 minutes. Boom, I ran out there. On the way over there, I'm underwriting the deal. Find the deal, call the broker, underwrite the deal, write an LOI. I wrote an LOI the same day. How do I write an LOI? It's all right here in the resource book. The actual LOI is in the resource book, okay? I'm going to write the LOI, I'm going to get them to accept it, then I'm going to go to a bank and find out how to get a loan from a bank. What if I told you I would introduce you to my bankers, my lenders, okay, and you would know for sure that they would never turn you down? Like when I go to a lender today, I know for sure how much they'll give me and they'll always say yes. How many of you like to be in the position to know they'll say yes and I know the number they're going to give me? In fact, you could go to them and say, this is what we're thinking you'll lend us. What do you think? And they're going to be like, that's exactly the number. Okay, I'm going to put you in that position to do that. All right. Then we're going to raise the money. All right. So how are you guaranteed to win in real estate? You want to write this down, new piece of paper. This is very, very important. Number one, most important thing, you have to have the right process. Okay. Before you worry about the deal, you need the right process. And what I'm talking about here in the process is the sequence, the order in which you do things. Everything requires a sequence. 2, now I got to find the right asset. What's the perfect asset? 150 units is the perfect asset. If you can't do that,
64.
64. If you can't do that, 32, meaning you can't think with it. Number 3 is the right asset class. Okay? Some markets like a B, some markets like an A, some markets like a C. What asset class do you want to build out? Do you want to be a Section 8 guy? Maybe you do. You want to be a C guy? Jonathan Morgan. Jonathan Morgan owns the largest C-class apartment complex privately held company in the world. That's all he buys. He'll buy portfolios of C-class real estate, put it together, cash flow. He fixes it, improves it. It generates a lot of cash flow. And every once in a while, he'll buy portfolios and it'll have nice stuff in it. Pull up the Boca deal, the smaller Boca deal. I'll see him close a portfolio and say, hey, Jonathan, do you have anything in there that you don't want? Guess what Jonathan gives me? He gives me the good stuff because that's not his business. Number 4, you got to know the right price. The right price. What's the right price to pay? You're not going to get it if you don't pay the right price. And by the way, this asset should have other attention from other investors.
10x is the name of the property. 10x. Yeah.
Number 5, it's got to be the right time. Man, this has never been a better time.
You're just in a window right now. You're in a cycle window. I mean, if you guys have been paying attention to real estate at all,
it's the stucco one.
Oh, then that's Meisner Park.
Yeah.
10x Meisner Park. We're just in a cycle right now. So you guys have heard real estate.
I just had a major. I was in New York Tuesday. You might know I was over there. If you follow my Instagram, you know who I was seeing. They just gave me 4 deals in Tampa. 3 deals in Tampa and 1 deal in Fort Lauderdale. Here's the deals. You're gonna have them all. Okay. And by the way, when you're done eating these, here's some more. Okay. This company has 280,000 units. They just gave me, they won't even miss what they're giving me. Okay, the right time. This is the right time, guys. I'm telling you, this is the right time. It is the unbelievable time. Number 6 is you need the right debt. Now, unfortunately, most of America has no clue where to get debt, but I'm going to introduce you guys to the best debt on planet Earth. Did you see the thing I put on X yesterday to Dave Ramsey?
Yeah.
So funny, dude. Okay, all right, this is the property that Jonathan Morgan gave me. Called me up. Hey, Grant, we just bought a real estate I called him up. Hey, Jonathan, congratulations. That's your network. Anybody doing deals is your network. Hey, Jonathan, man, can I come and see your offices? I've made this call to him like 3 times over the years. This is how I met him. Hey, Jonathan, I'd love to come see your offices and see what you're doing and learn from you and your dad. Oh, that'd be great, man. That'd be great. I'd be happy to do that. Like, it's an easy thing to do, right? And I never did it, by the way, but I'd run into him every once in a while, or I'd see him buy a piece of real estate. Let's see if I can find this, Jonathan. I'm just giving you guys hacks. A smart man learns from others. A smart
man learns from someone else's mistakes.
Yeah, you learn from other people, man. You don't need to learn from your own trial and error. Jonathan Morgan Properties, and then I'm gonna go to news. Morgan Properties named co-CEOs. Jonathan and Jason Morgan have been appointed CEOs. One of the largest multifamily owners in the U.S. shakes up C-suite. Let's see. Morgan Properties adds 15 communities. You see this right here? This is in 25. They had 15 communities totaling 3,300. They bought a portfolio. When he bought this portfolio, I called him up and said, Jonathan, congratulations, man. Wow, that's amazing, dude. I want to be you one day. Okay? No, Grant, you're doing just fine. Okay? He's younger than me. I said, Jonathan, man, do you have anything in that portfolio that you don't want? Off market, he says, yeah, you could buy this deal in Boca. Show him the Boca deal again. Dude, this is pristine, perfect real estate. This is once in a generation, never can replace it again kind of real estate. What did I pay for this thing? I paid $75 million for it, I think.
68 maybe?
Now, you guys that already took advantage of the grantcardone.com/go, let me show them what I'm looking at right now. I want to give you guys this. I'm going to give you my spreadsheet. I'm not going to give you the content of it. I'm going to give you the headlines of it, how I track my deals. So I'm going to go here to, let's see, what's the name of this deal?
10X Meisner Park.
Now, this is just for those of you who took advantage of this. I'm going to give you my, what's it called, proprietary?
Deal track. Yeah,
my deal track, where I track all my deals, cash flow, NOI, rents, when I bought it, what I paid for it. Okay, see this deal right here, 10X Meisner Park. I paid $69 million for that asset. I bought it in 21, 22, 23, 4, 5, 6, 5 years. Okay, paid $70 million. Today it's worth, let's see what my fair market value, $113. This is a side hustle, by the way. I made $40 million. I didn't do anything. All I did was go in there, paint it, clean it, improve it. We removed some palm trees that were dead, put in some new palm trees, improved the rents, and we sit and wait. I buy unbelievable real estate. At $113 million, if it sold for $113 million today, we would make
50.
Yeah, almost $50 million. Okay, by the way, I have no money in that asset right now. None. Zero. So how do you do that? Okay, good. How do you do it? You do it this: right process, right asset class for you, right price, can't overpay for it, right time, right debt, and the right equity partners, okay? Now, equity. What does an equity partner mean? What does an equity partner mean? An equity partner is, let's say you find a deal that's too big for you. It's $70 million. See, when I found this deal and Jonathan said, yeah, Grant, I'll sell it to you for $70 million, or whatever the number was.
Or $7 million.
Huh?
Or $7 million.
Whatever,
yeah.
7 million or 7 million, right? It's the same math. Jared's making a good point. 70,000 or 7 million. It's the same issue, okay? You don't worry about the the biggest price. You worry about how could I do it, okay? Well, guess what? You're going to get a loan for $5 million. In my case, I'm going to get a loan for $50 million. We actually got a loan for more than that. I just went to my local bank and said, hey, will you give me the money? I'll give you the asset, you give me the money, okay? And by the way, you have my checking account over here. Okay, we'll give you the money. They gave me all the money on the deal. And they gave me all the money on the deal because they see my portfolio of real estate, the cash flows. You remember this thing that I gave you guys? GrantCardone.com/go. Everybody that already took advantage of the course, the strategy call, the home study course, the underwriting calculator, the dictionary, and the call to one of my guys, I'm also going to give you my spreadsheet, because when I went to my bank at that time, we only owned 52 lines of deals. I think I owned 26 deals. We've added 22 deals since then. When I show my bank these assets provide cash flow. It's called the schedule of assets. When you start creating wealth, you want to write this down. When you start creating wealth, you're going to create schedules of assets. Not cash, not stocks, not a home you own, not a business you work in, not a salary, assets that produce cash flow. And the bank's going to say, let me have your schedule of assets. They don't even care about your
credit.
They don't even ask for your credit score anymore. They're like, I need to see your schedule of assets. Well, my schedule of assets, in this case, it was only 26 deals. These 26 deals provide free cash flow that allowed the bank to say, yeah, dude, here's $70 million for a short period of time. We took an 18-month loan out for $70 million, rehabbed the property, built the value up to 123, went and got a full-time loan on it and paid everybody off, okay? But let's say you go get a loan and you're like, I can get most of this from a lender. Now I need to get $20 million. What do we call that? We call that equity. We don't call it cash anymore, okay? I need equity, okay? Equity is how you're going to raise money. Now, to the degree you can find a deal and you know the lender, first the deal, then the lender, the third thing is the capital or the equity. Now, I have raised $2 billion, $2 billion from regular people, equity. Anytime I can't do a deal, I raise equity from other people to do the deal. I find the deal, get the debt. I'm going to show you guys how to get the debt. Now I got to get the equity, okay? For everybody, by the way, in addition to the spreadsheet, I'm also going to give everybody, when is my next capital raising workshop? Okay? I don't want you guys to wait till the next time I do this, okay? I sell this course for $10,000. It's an in-person course. It's a capital raising course.
July 29th.
July 29th. What date? What is the date right now? May something?
Yeah.
May 9th, June 9th, July. I don't want you to wait until I do the course. You can't. You're going to miss deals between now and then. I want you guys to start raising money now. So I put this course, I recorded this course. I did it there was 100 people in the room. They paid $10,000 each, and I teach them. I do this twice a year. They pay me to teach them how to raise capital. Structures, setting up the structure, the legal requirements. And I'm going to give you guys this course. Everybody that took advantage of this, because you're going to need it. Okay, now I'm going to give you guys this course. You can find it on my website. You can pay $10,000 for it, or I'm going to give it to you, and you'll own this for life. Okay. Look, there's only 17,000 people that registered for this event today. There's 355 million people that live in America. So me giving this away, me making a deal so great for you guys that are here today, the right people are going to take advantage of it, and the people that aren't ready to grow won't take advantage of it. The website's grantcardone.com/go. So I'm going to do the course, Jared, just make sure the team knows. The strategy call, we only have 50 of those. I don't know where we're at right now. The home study manual, the resource manual, the underwriting calculator, and I'm going to give you how to raise money. I've raised $2 billion, $2 billion, without going to a bank. Now, you could go to a bank. If you guys don't learn this, this is how you're going to have to do it. Let's say you found 32 units. And let's say those 32 units is $3.2 million. And let's say you have, you're going to go get a loan. The next thing you're going to get a loan, they're going to give you a loan for $2 million, and you need a $1.2 million. Here's what you could do. You could go to a bank, and you could be like, can you give me the $1.2 million? If the bank won't, then you could go to a hard money lender. A hard money lender is going to charge you 12 to 15% a year for this money, and he's going to take a mortgage against this, and you're going to probably have to pay 4% of the 1.2 million. You're going to have to pay 4% of this, $50,000 up front, and then you're going to have to pay $144,000 a year for this loan. Very, very expensive money. You could go to a bank. The bank's going to probably say no, because that's what banks do. If you need money, banks say no. Or you're going to go to a hard money lender. It's like the mafia. And they're going to be like, hey, 12 to 15% a year, 4%, put a mortgage on the thing. They hope you choke out and lose the asset, and they're going to take it from you. Okay, very, very expensive money. It'll probably make your deal impossible. Or you could raise equity from friends, family, co-workers, and from the internet. Okay, this is what I chose to do. This is the cheapest capital on the planet. No 4% fee up front, not 12 or 15% a year. And that structure, you just have to know how to set up that structure legally, and I can teach you guys how to do it, right? Now, this didn't even exist 6 years ago. No one could do this 6 years ago until the laws changed. Okay, now.
So what do you do to make equity raising easier? Like what is the most important thing in raising equity?
The most important thing, 80% of the entire transaction is the asset itself. The asset is senior to everything. The better the asset, the easier it is to raise money, okay? So let's go, what Jared's saying is this, okay? The perfect asset, what is the perfect asset? Okay, that's where it starts. It will attract debt. Okay, number one, it's also going to attract other buyers. It's going to attract good debt. Now, the bigger the property, okay, the 32 units, 64 units, 164 units, 300 units, the bigger the property, the more these rules are in place. The more professional the purchase, the more everybody agrees to the rules. Okay? Like in the Super Bowl, there's rules. High school football, okay, it's a little looser. Weekend football with a bunch of guys, it's even looser. The higher you go up the food chain, the more the agreed upon rules are in place. Number one, attracts debt. Number two, it attracts investors. Great assets always attract investors. Can you show the last deal I did in July, 101 Meisner? The big Boca deal. See, I used to think that the bigger the deal was, the harder they are to do. Today I know the bigger the deals are, the easier they are to do. Okay? This asset right here that I'm showing you, 366 units. We bought it out of bankruptcy from a lender that was an institution. That was the easiest raise I've ever done in my life. It was the single biggest deal I've ever done and the easiest. Why? I made one phone call. I said, hey, I'm buying 101 Meisner. One phone call to one guy, because I knew who to call. And I said, would you give me a loan on this? Yes, period. Okay, will you give me $155 million of loan? Yes, maybe a little more. Okay, the deal was 235. With one phone call, they said, we'll give you 155. No questions asked. Now I need to do what? I need to raise $80 million. Okay? Now, let's say this was a 4-unit deal. Let's say this was a 4-unit deal and the deal was $400,000. Did you know right now I could buy that deal with $20,000 down and be almost guaranteed to get a loan from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac? That's why I said you guys got to know where to go. Right? Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac passed a law this year after Trump got in, 5% down, only $20,000 will buy $400,000 4-unit deal with a maximum of
1.396, yeah, 1.4.
Yeah, basically 1.4 million. They'll lend you up to $1.4 million, 5% down, never bought anything, could have bad credit, and they're going to give you credit for the income of the property.
One of the biggest initiatives that they announced to make real estate investing accessible for people. It was something that they were doing to try to get economic activity in some of these smaller deals to get people involved in real estate. And to loosen things up and to make it easier, because there was a little bit of distress in some of these smaller deals in terms of people being able to get capital and get started as investors. So they launched this program. It's probably one of the most transformational programs that have ever been introduced for investors to get started. So Grant's talking about bigger deals here because, when he says 32 units, that means somebody else is doing it. But if you're like the lone wolf or the startup or the grinder and you're like, hey, I want to do this whole thing myself, you can buy a 4-unit deal or an 8-unit deal. You can buy smaller deals. The Fannie Mae program is up to 4 units. So you can buy a 4-unit deal for $400,000, put 20 grand down, and you could do one of those every year. By year 5, if you were raising the rents, you'd have $1 million in net worth.
So here I have my computer open. I just want to substantiate that. Key aspects of Fannie Mae debt as of 2026. Okay, Fannie Mae is a major issuer of debt securities. Don't go to your bank. Your bank does not do this loan, okay? Your credit union doesn't do this loan. Fannie Mae is a major issuer of roughly $4 trillion in guaranteed book of business. It issues various debt products, including benchmark notes, et cetera, okay? Let's see, credit ratings, Moody, Fitch. By the way, I'm having Bill Pulte, who runs Fannie and Freddie, is speaking at our conference.
Wealth conference next week.
Let's see, Fannie Mae.
5%.
5% down. Okay, here's the new rules. Fannie Mae. Thank you guys for saying you enjoyed this. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's perfect. Okay. Fannie, flexibility for borrowers in today's market. Okay. Now, you guys understand this is a mandate. Okay, a mandate. A mandate is federal. God damn it. There's a mandate to lend $188 billion this year. This year. Okay, and you guys are like, well, what does that mean? It's 20% higher than last year. They want activity. They have a mandate. A mandate is you have to push the money out into the marketplace. This is different than you going to your bank. Hey, will you give me a loan, please? They don't have a mandate. Fannie Mae, government subsidized and supported, has a mandate to do number one with you, which is attract debt. Now you got to know what kind of what kind of asset they want to give debt on. Now, once you get the debt, remember, if you had 20 grand to put, if you had, of the 400 grand, not that. If you had a $400,000 deal, you're like, okay, I know I can get a $200,000 or $380,000 loan on that. I know I can get that. Okay, your problem is now only $20,000. This $20,000 you can raise, but you need a structure. You need to know how to attract investors' equity, what their return's going to be, what you're going to promise them, how to set up the LLC. That's what we're going to give you in the capital raising course. I've raised $2 billion. I am the #1 most successful crowdfunder on planet Earth across every asset class. So I've done this, like we literally pioneered this space, okay? Number 3, the asset determines the risk that the lender can take, the investor can take, and you can take. Number 4, it determines how much management you can have. Now, the bigger you go, 32, 64, 150, 300, okay, the bigger you go, the more management you get, and the less the management cost is. These smaller units cost you more. Like Jared was bringing up the 4, the 8, the 16. You're going to pay 10% for management if you don't want to manage it. You're probably going to be left managing this yourself. So if Annie leaves here and she's like, I'm going to go buy a 4-unit deal, she's going to have to be picking up checks because she cannot afford to pay somebody, let's say this 4 units at $1,000 a month. That's $4,000. She's going to have to pay $400 a month for somebody to manage the real estate. Well, the truth is, if you're only paying somebody $400 a month to manage it, they're not going to pay attention to it. $400 doesn't do anything for anybody. Number 5, determines your exits. The bigger the deals are, the bigger the exits.
I just want to say one thing about these deals, because like for again, if you're like, hey, I want to get started, I've got a little bit of my own cash, I'm willing to do the work and hustle and build my way up brick by brick. These 4-unit deals, just so you know, there are more of these properties in the United States of America than any other type. Like I'm looking in Atlanta right now, just an 4 sale properties in Atlanta, and there's over 350 4-unit deals just in Atlanta. Not in the state of Georgia, just in Atlanta. So there's literally tens of thousands of these properties all across America, probably in your backyard, that you could take down for just 5%.
What do you use, a deal finder?
LoopNet.
Okay. You should be using your deal finder. Let me see here.
LoopNet's just showing me the active listings, but they're, you know.
I was trying to tee it up for you.
I know you were.
Okay, I'm going to put in 4 units here. This is what Jared's saying, to show you guys where these smaller deals are, because I tend to get excited about the bigger deals. And he's like, don't get too excited about the bigger. Here's a deal, $540,000, 4 units in Austin. Here's another deal. $800,000, 4 units in Austin. Okay, now I can go out here. Let me pull out.
You could buy that deal with 40 grand down, and it doesn't even need to be your money. You could go get 10 grand from friends, family, local investors. You could literally raise all the capital.
Let's see what we got for 4-unit deals. For you guys that want to look at smaller deals.
It don't even show them all. It only shows 750 plus, because it can't even show them all.
You can't even look at all this. Okay, these are all 4-unit deals, okay? Let me just show you this. Here's a deal for $1.2 million in Martinez, California. All the stuff in California is going to be stupid, watch. $2 million, $2.3 million, Pleasant Town, California. That's $500,000 a door. I'm paying $500 grand a door for brand new stuff in Miami. Los Angeles, $1.7 million. You could buy that deal with 5% down, and then you would negotiate them back down to 1.4 because Fannie's gonna limit you on the loan amount. Let's see here. Clinton, what's Clinton? 4 units. I'm looking for something that's sexy. Just gonna keep looking. Attica, New York.
9 cap, 9.5.
350,000 times 0.05. You could buy that deal for 17 grand. Here's the deal, Ashton. No, you don't want to buy that. That's crazy. Let's see here. Los Angeles, California. I'd be careful in California right now. I'd wait till the mayor, they change mayors over there. Okay, here's a deal in St. Pete. Look at this deal. Somebody should buy this deal. St. Pete, Florida is going to become a little tiny New York. I can buy this with how much, Jared? 1.1. I can buy this with 50 grand down, $55,000. St. Pete Beach. Look at this. It's already cute. It's done. Great market, by the way. Fantastic market. Here, let's just go to Florida down here. Let's see Jacksonville. Savannah, here's a deal for $1.1 million. Savannah is one of the great real estate markets in the country, completely overlooked. Look how cute this is. Makes you feel like you want to have a family.
You know what those trees mean?
Big trees, baby. Big wood makes big money. Okay, look at this. I wonder what the rents are here. Okay, now let's underwrite this deal. Y'all want to underwrite this deal? Let's see how good y'all are, huh?
Let's do it.
Okay, so watch. First of all, what do I know? What's the order? I found a deal I like. We go to the bank and say, hey guys, I have a deal. What do they want? 1.1 million?
Yeah.
It has $60,000 of NOI. I know that because that's what it told me in there. It says it's a cap rate. So if I pay 1.1, I don't negotiate the price. I never even worry about the price. I have no concern about the price at all. I know I can buy this deal with $55,000. That means I'm going to be financing $1,045,000. And I also know what my interest rate's going to be. $1,045,000 times 0.055 equals $57,500 in interest only, okay? And the NOI on the deal is $66,000, okay? So this thing is gonna make, if I could get approved for it, $9,000 a year in cash flow, and I put 55 grand down, okay? $9,000, 9,000 divided by 55.
16.3%.
I'm making 16.3% on my money, which is twice the S&P 500. You should buy this deal, period. Now, if I can get it cheaper than 1.1, great. Jared's going to go and find out what this traded for last time, go into CoStar and put the address in. He's going to go get some other data to find out why they're selling, when they're selling. But really what I'd have to do right here is go down here and call Shaney Boy, okay? Who's got a phone? Because the most important part of this deal is the call itself. Sherry, they didn't put any foam in this.
What's the address?
I'm on a foam day. Yeah, terrible. Awful people.
What's the address? Can you give me the address?
The address is 912. Let me see if this guy's not going to answer. I can tell because this is a business phone. What an idiot. The address?
Yeah.
What a Igmo rain.
If you guys can just...
4 units.
3411 Bull. There we go.
Yeah, 3411 Bull. Okay, let's call this guy. Y'all want me to call this guy? Let's find out. Y'all want me to call him? He ain't gonna answer.
Last sold for $790 in 2023.
Can they even hear this?
I can't hear it. Is it on speaker?
It's on speaker.
Yeah.
It's okay. Hello, may I help you?
Yeah, hey, are you selling 3411 Bull Street?
Let me just double check. One moment, please.
I gotta pee.
Okay, let me just double check. All right, what is the address again?
3411 Bull Street.
Okay, let's. I bought it like yesterday. All right, one moment, because they're out of the office. Let me go double check.
What did it sell for, Jared?
800
grand.
790.
Okay, good. 800. So they're going to make 300 grand on it. So we know somewhere between this price and that price is what we're going to trade for.
They look
it
like
doesn't matter.
They rehabbed it. You know?
You can buy this thing with $55,000 down. You guys should buy this. Somebody should go buy this deal. If I was in Savannah, okay, thanks a lot. Somebody should go buy this deal, okay? Somebody should go buy this deal. You should go buy this deal. Somebody that's getting started in Savannah. It's a great town. It's beautiful. People that keep moving down from New York, they're going to pass through Savannah. They're going to see the oak trees and they're going to see the fern coming off of it. It's a beautiful, what's the storybook kind of town. Colonial, beautiful. Like it's a cool way of life. People be like, I like this. Okay, now I don't know what the rents are. Let's see what the rents are. $7,700 a month in rent. So now it's telling me what the rents are. So you got to know how to read this, right?
$1,925.
So the rents are $1,925 a month, okay, right now, and they're getting it. So and they're saying it's full. So you're going to walk in and you're going to earn 5 or 6% on your money in year one. If you could raise the rents $200 from $1,925 to $2,125, I don't know if you can or not, but if you did, watch this, times 4. This is called the increased value calculator. 200 times 4 times 12 divided by 0.06. If you can raise the rents just $200 every time you do, you make another 160 grand a year. I mean, for the property. You increase the value, this is called increased value calculator. Every time you raise the rents on 40 units, $200, you increase the value of the asset by 160. And you're like, big deal. Dude, that's 3x what you invested in the asset. You only put $55,000 in the asset. Remember? If I increase the value of the asset to $160,000 and I earned cash flow, that's what I'm telling you guys. This is how you create wealth. You create wealth using assets that can go up in value without you and your family having to do all the work. And this is why real estate has created so many millionaire, multimillionaire, and billionaire families. Look at the billionaires. There's 3,000 billionaires on planet Earth. Dude, they all own real estate. They're stacking into it. I just lost a deal. Look up something sound in C, maybe it was called C in Palm Beach. Ryan will know the name of it. Guess who lost it? I lost the deal to? Sergey Brin. Sergey Brin came to Miami.
The Sound Apartments?
No, it's called C Sound, or ask Ryan, okay? It's not a real estate guy that bought it. It's Sergey Brin that's worth $100 billion.
Palm Beach or Panama City?
Palm Beach, okay? So what are you looking for in a deal? What are you looking for in a deal? Give you some notes here. Go to a blank page, okay? In your notepad, okay? You're looking for something that was purchased. I'm just going to give you some notes. I know I'm giving you too much too fast. I know it's coming at you too fast. Guys, all of you that want to take advantage of getting educated, go to grantcardone.com/go, okay? For those of you that want to go deep, for those of you that are serious, for those of you that want to know this data the way I know it, and you want to download my brain, 40 years of collecting information about real estate, get this, okay? It's $297. It's a stupid, ridiculous offer. I'm going to give you the course, the home study manual, the underwriting calculator, the strategy call, the dictionary, the resource book, the home study manual, and the capital raising course. Just this is 10 grand. Okay? Take advantage of it. When you get on the call with my guys, okay, my guys are going to help you walk through where you're at, what market, what you should be looking at, and they're going to figure out how much you actually know about this game so we can accelerate your path as fast as possible. For those of you who just want to grab as much as you can and do it on your own, I totally get it, okay? This is what you're looking for. Take these notes down, okay? You're looking for something that was purchased 3, I mentioned this earlier, 3, 5, 7, 10, or 12 years ago, okay? You just want to go back. You back up all the way to 2014, say it was purchased 12 years ago, it had a loan maturing, okay? Anytime you have a loan maturation, okay, loan maturity, you're looking for the term plus whatever. It could be term, 3 years plus 1 and 1, okay? The other thing that you want to ask, I'm trying to stuff like 23 hours of information on you in 90 minutes. The other thing you'd want to ask is if they have any cap rates in place. Not rate caps. I'm sorry, rate caps, not a cap rate. Do you have a cap rate in place? Have they bought cap rates? Number 3, delinquent tax activity. Show them the 10X Deal Finder, okay? Any delinquent tax activity indicates an issue or some kind of stress. Number 4, free and clear. Anything that's free and clear is inclined. Now we're talking about 10, 20, and 30-year-old product, okay? Anything that's 10, 20, or 30 years old and it's free and clear is open to owner financing. Why would somebody do owner financing? That is also in our capital workshop and in our introduction course, where we're talking to an owner about, hey, why don't you just give me a loan? I'll pay you and you don't pay taxes, okay? We'll show you how to structure that. Number 5, anything that can be bought below replacement costs. What does it cost to build? What did it cost to build? And what are you paying for it? Okay, number 6, you're looking for an asset, and I mentioned this earlier, you want at least $1 million of profit and $2,000 a month in cash flow. If the deal does not fit this criteria, I would not do the deal personally, just for personal experience. Go ahead, Jared.
Yeah, can you guys, can you see my screen? Yeah, they can show you. Yeah, so show my screen. So basically what we did is we built out a technology, we call it the 10X Deal Finder. And essentially what it does is it gives you the ability to search for all of these criteria. So like from when I go under filters, Grant mentioned it has delinquent tax activity. So I'm just looking at Florida right now. And if I go to Florida and search for delinquent tax activity, it's going to show me that there are currently 52,699 deals that have current delinquent tax activity. Why is that important? Because if they're not paying their taxes, they could be having money problems. Now, the Deal Finder is different than LoopNet, which is a listing site. When Grant mentions LoopNet or CoStar, those are deals that are actively listed. So like if you went to realtor.com, if you were looking to buy a house, it would have all the actively listed homes. What the Deal Finder does is it's a preemptive tool, meaning you can get out ahead of a listing and you can search criteria of properties by these triggers. So let's see here. Long-term owner, free and clear. That's another great filter. Free and clear right now, there's 620 properties in Florida that are owned free and clear. Now, what is a free and clear opportunity? That means that they have no debt on the deal. And so these are perfect opportunities to go in and do owner financing where you don't even need the bank. So if you find somebody that's owned something for a long time, you could go negotiate a deal where you could actually buy the deal directly from them outside of a bank if you don't like banks or doing deals with banks. The other thing that Grant said is you could go in and you can look at deals that have loans maturing. So I can go through down to mortgage information, and I can look, he said, 12 months? So I can look how many properties are available. This is just in the state of Florida, folks. How many properties in the state of Florida have loans maturing between now and May 9th of 2027? There's 10,243 properties. Now, again, why is this important? Because when the loan comes due, the property owner either needs to get a new loan or sell it. The reason that there's $1 trillion of distressed debt right now, and that's why the 3 and the 5 are so important in when the property has a loan maturing 3 years ago, 5 years ago, is because if you guys recall over the last 3 years, we've gone through the single highest rate increase in interest rates in history in a very short period of time. So what happens is when somebody bought a property 3 years ago, and I bought a house a few years ago, my mortgage rate on it's 2.75%. It's crazy, right? So if I buy a property 3 years ago and the rate on the commercial loan was 3.5% or 4%, when that loan matures, because that 3-year window expires, if they're going to buy that, if they're going to get a new loan on that property today, their interest rate is not going to be 4%. Their interest rate's going to be 6.5% or 7%. And when that happens, there's only 2 options. Number one, when you get a new loan with a higher rate, the value of the property goes down, which means they're going to give you less money.
Yeah.
So you either have to come out of pocket and buy the loan down, or number 2, you got to give the property back to the bank because you don't have the money to buy the loan down. And so that's why there's $1.2 trillion of distressed debt right now, is because 3 years ago and 5 years ago, when interest rates were low, people were buying bad deals thinking that prices were just going to keep going up. And then what happened? Bang. Interest rates, inflation, we go from 2.75% mortgage rates to 7.5%. And that's why all these institutions are in trouble right now.
And that's why we created the 10X Deal Finder, and that's why we're doing this for you guys today, to show you how to get in this game. You're either going to buy the real estate or the institutions are going to grab it all again. Trump just came out and said he doesn't want institutions buying real estate. He wants to limit the amount of real estate they can buy. I told him and some of his people that came to my offices to ask me what would I do, and I said, bruh, the institutions are not the problem. The problem is you guys are not buying the real estate, okay? And this is what Jared's saying. If a loan was done in 2020, and let's say the loan was for $1 million, or it could have been $10 million. We can do the math on both of them. By the way, you got to get educated on both of these. There's no reason to get educated on small deals only when you're gonna run into a big monster one day. Like if your dad only teaches you how to catch minnows, you're going to grab something, you're going to hit something one day and you're not going to know how to pull it in the boat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you how to do the bigger deals. The little deals get easier, right? So learn how to do the bigger deals. Do the underwriting for the bigger deals. So this is what Jared was saying. If the loan was $1 million back in 2020 and the rates went up just 2%, by the way, they went from 4 to 6. Okay, that's 38%. Guess what? The value went down. The rate went up and the value went down. That means this guy has to pay this loan down Not the price. Forget the price. The price is already gone. Okay, that's what he paid one time. This is what he owes. He's got to pay this loan down to $680,000 or so. He's got to reduce this loan. He probably went and raised the money from other people. He's got to reduce this loan by $320,000. And guess what? He doesn't have that money today. So the bank might be like, okay, we'll give you one more year. That's why on this call, you guys got to know how to make this call. Okay? Why are they selling? Write this down. This is the call. Why are they selling? Okay? I love your asset. I love the asset. This is a fantastic asset. This is the perfect asset. We want to be in Savannah. I'm ready to go. I have money to buy. You have to be able to tell this story, and then you're going to ask these questions. When did it trade last? What did it trade for? Why are they selling? What if they don't get their price? What is their expectation? Now, again, I apologize. I know we're covering a lot of information. And sometimes what could happen, oh, by the way, if this was a $10 million loan, how much do they need to pay it down? $3 million. What if the loan is $100 million and the rate was 4 when they bought it and now the rate's 6, okay? This loan now has to be paid by down. Somebody's got to come up with $32 million. I know a deal in Chicago, Illinois right now. This guy's losing $10 million a year. I could show you a dozen deals like this. $10 million a year. He's rich. And he's like, I'll wait. 3 years now. It's costing $10 million for 3 years.
A year for 3 years.
A year, bro. Like that shit, that gets old. I don't care how much money you got. After a while, you're like, you know what? This is getting old. Okay? That deal is going to trade hands. You want to write this down. Real estate gets sick, but it never dies. It just changes names. The address isn't going to change. It's going to be 2123 Michigan Avenue, and it could be sick in this cycle, or the owner could be sick. The real estate could get sick. New York real estate is sick right now because of Madami. Miami real estate, healthy as can be. Like it's healthy, okay, but you could overpay for it. Or we could have too much supply come in. Like I can go out the door right here and I'm gonna see 5 cranes right out. It's very concerning. All this supply. Hallandale, Hollywood, way oversupplied. Aventura, oversupply, right where we're at. Okay? Now you guys gotta know that. Now I know I'm giving you a lot of information in a very short period of time. I said I was gonna be here 90 minutes. What are we, 2 hours right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Do y'all want me to continue or you got enough? It's your call. I didn't quite get through as much as I wanted to. They want to do some Q&A too. So, okay, before we do the Q&A though, let me just tell you what you're looking for in a deal. Okay, you're looking for, it was purchased 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, okay? There's a loan maturing in the next 6 to 9 months. Delinquent tax activity. Or it's free and clear. There's a whole bunch of free and clear stuff that I could look up. But there's plenty of assets. Let me see. Homes for sale, hoes for sale. Homes for sale in USA. Today. This is what you guys are going to be tempted to do. You're going to be tempted to go to this. Okay, don't. Damn it.
What are you looking for?
Homes for sale. How many homes for sale in the country?
Oh, I can look that up for you.
Okay.
How many?
Last night I looked, it was 1.9 million.
For sale in America.
Currently, the largest U.S. real estate site in the U.S. is Zillow. It offers a database of 100 million listings.
1.2 million active listings.
1.2 active million listings. And there's another 1.2 million that were pulled because they didn't sell. They've been on the market too long. For instance, my house is for sale, but I don't list it. It's not on the MLS, okay? I don't want it dated. I'll just go on Instagram and bomb it there if I ever want to, and it'll never be on an MLS listing suggesting that I'm for sale, okay? Now, how do you calculate? I said, look, one of the things you're looking for is $1 million profit. Why not? Like, you can get a job if you want to make less than $1 million. You should be looking for something that cash flows at $2,000 a month and $1 million of profit. okay? 4 units, 8 units, 16 units, 32 units, 64 units, 128 units, whatever the number is, if it accomplishes this, then do the deal, okay? Now this is called the $1 million profit formula. You want to write it down. If you're not getting the book and you're not getting the course, write it down. I'll give it to you, okay? Number of units times the rent increase, RI, times the occupancy, OCC, times 12 months, plus, I'm going to make a change here, other income, if it's a bigger deal. Like if it's 300 units, you're going to have a bunch of other income, divided by the cap rate. That is the formula for figuring out whether you want to do a deal or not. You just got to write this down, a little napkin, okay? So let's say it's 4 units. We have a $200 rent increase. We're 100% occupied, okay? Times 12 plus we have $10,000 of other income. Do the math on that. Okay? Take your calculator, everybody right now. You take your calculator out, Jose. Otherwise, you're never going to get good at this. 4 times 200 times 100. Well, you don't need to do the 100. Just 4 times 200 times 12 equals, oh, wow, plus 10,000. I could never get 10,000 out of it for other income, but I just got carried away. Take this out, okay, and divide that by 0.06, divided by cap rate. And what'd you come up with? 160. That is called the increased value calculator. Let's do it on a bigger deal. Let's do it on a bigger deal, okay? Number of units this time, 300 units. And we're talking about the profit. How do I make a profit on 300 units? Let's say the rent goes up $10. And let's say that we're 90% occupied. Times 12 divided by the cap rate. Okay, let's do the math. What do I got? 300 times $10 times 12 times 0.90 times, or divided by 0.06. $540,000 in increased value. That's the increased value calculator. Notice this, $10 in rent became $500,000. How many of you like this deal? Look at this deal right here. This deal, I got to raise the rents $200 and I only make 160 grand. On this deal, I only raise the rents $10. This is why people get rich in real estate. Number of units times the rent increase. This is called a $1 million profit calculator. Let's do this. Let's give everybody our increased value calculator too, okay? We're gonna load your portal up with both the underwriting calculator, what do I offer? There's 2 calculators basically, okay? The first calculator is the underwriter calculator, UWC. You can underwrite a deal in 20 seconds. You'll never be wrong. Can I show it to them? Do I have it set up on my computer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be a blue background, 10x in the tab.
Blue background. No.
Right there in the middle, right there. Go back, there you go.
Okay, so watch this. I'm gonna go to open the calculator, okay? So I'm gonna get a deal here. I'm gonna take a deal and I'm gonna say, okay, I have 247 units and the rent is $1,200 a unit. The other income is 2%. The occupancy is 92.
You can also type it if you want.
Yeah, my expenses are 35%. And my cap rate is a 7. I'm in Detroit. I should pay $30,992,000 for the asset. So now, why is this so important? You guys are like, I can do that. No, you don't get it, dude. This is what you're going to tell the broker. When you're on the phone with the broker, you're doing this while you're talking to them. Hey, I'm figuring on the 247 units at $1,200 a month, 2% other income, 92% occupied. He's going to be like, yeah, but it's 90. It's not 92. It's 88. Okay. Okay, let me use the 88 then. Okay, 88% occupied. And I'm thinking, sir, John, we can operate it for 35% expenses. He's like, no, the expenses are only going to be like 31. Okay, great. I reduced it to 31. And I'm figuring a cap rate of 7. He says, no. It's going to trade for a 6.5. Okay, great. I'm thinking the offer should be somewhere around 33 million. He's going to be like, that's exactly how we underwrote it. Okay, this is a love language, man. This guy's going to put you to the top of his list now because you did not offend him and you gave him the data for the underwriting. Now, you need the increased value calculator in order to raise money for your equity. Because let's say your investors are like, okay, cool, dude, you got the deal for $33 million, you're going to buy it, but how do we make any money? And you're going to be like, look, the rents are $1,200 and they should be $1,500. So what we're going to do on this deal, how many units on this deal? You guys cold? Okay, why don't y'all not make it so cold?
I think it's kind of an on and off thing. We'll talk to building management.
Yeah, you need to. Okay, so watch. I want you guys to help me figure what the increased value is if I raise the rents from 1,200 to 15. Why do I need this math? So that I can go to Jared here and say, Jared, dude, I just found a beast, bruh. I found something that's gonna make us some money, blood. Let's make some money. But first, let's got to turn the goddamn heater on, man. It's cold in here, shit. Okay, so watch. 247 units. Let's see if you guys can do this. Let's see if you can underwrite this the way I underwrite. 247 times $300 times, let's say we're 90% occupied, times 12 divided by 0.065 equals, Jared. Oh my God, Jared.
Cha-ching.
What number did you come up with, Jared?
Same one you did.
$12,300,000. $12 million. Jared, if I increase the rents $300, Jared, we make $12 million, Jared. And now your investor's like, how much of this deal could I take? Or he's going to say this, how much do you need? Well, guess what? I'm buying it for $33 million. I'm going to get a loan for $21 million. I know that because I underwrote it, okay? I need $12 million to buy the deal, and the $12 million is going to make $12.5 million plus cash flow. I need $12 million to buy it, and it's going to make $12 million when we raise the rents $300. If we only get $300. By the way, in 10 years, the rents won't be $300 higher. See, guys, you got to have all this, okay? You cannot have a piece or a part of this. You got to know, number one, most important, hey, where do I find the deal? Where do I find a deal? Number two, okay, how do I call the broker? These are the 5 major steps. How do I call the broker and what do I say to him? I just showed you how to use these tools that I'm giving you to call this guy so you don't piss him off and you move to the top of the list. 3, okay, what am I gonna do now? I'm gonna write an LOI on this deal and get it under contract, okay, which means I gotta underwrite the deal. Otherwise, I can't make an LOI. Number 4 thing is I'm going to secure debt. I'm going to secure debt on the deal once I have the LOI. There's no reason to ever go to a bank if you don't have an LOI. What does an LOI look like? Okay, an LOI looks like this. It's a letter of intent. It says LOI, and it says, my name is, this is my offer, this is my due diligence period, this is my down payment, okay, which is not a down payment. It's a promise of a down payment, okay? This is my close date, okay? And then if you could do a cover letter on this, a cover letter and then a bio, that would be very smart. Now, we have this in the book, in our resource book. I have actually used Now you guys got to remember,
Page 16.
page 16. Thank you, Annie. Competence. Okay, this is the letter of intent that I use. I also include a bio. And you guys got to remember, I was buying real estate before anybody knew me. Okay, you understand? I have a bunch of real estate now, but there was the first real estate where no one knew me. Okay, now there was a weekend like this weekend where I got a phone call about a deal. You're going to get a phone call, by the way. You guys are going to get involved in this game and you're going to start building a network. People that are going to know you. And you're going to get a phone call, Summerstone. By the way, none of this is planned what I'm doing with you guys right now. I'm just Somerville Apartments, Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay, see this property right here? Watch this. I get a phone call. I'm in Los Angeles, California. We got this deal in Summerstone. We got this deal, a delinquent deal. It's going to go back to the bank. It's got a problem. Would you be interested? I said, yeah, send me the address. They sent me the address of this property right here. Yeah, I'm interested. Okay, this is a Saturday. I get on a plane that night. I fly in on a Sunday morning. Can you pick me up at the airport? Overnight. I don't have a plane at the time. I think it's 360 units. I don't have it in my sheets anymore because we sold it. 360 units. It had 12 units burnt. It had bed bugs on the other 200 units, like literally bed bug infestation across the property. It had polybutylene plumbing, which is a plastic. We knew it because the plumbing bills on the trailing 12 were exploding. So every 3 months or so, all of a sudden you'd have this gigantic increase in your water bill. Okay, which means there's a leak somewhere on the property, which we found out was the polybutylene. Okay, this guy was in a distressed situation, had to sell because who knows why he had to sell? Put it in the chat. Why did he have to sell the asset? Nope, not a bad deal. Loan was maturing. He's like, I got to get out of the deal. Okay, 360 units. The rents were $800 a month. I paid $9.3 million for this asset. I knew when I bought this asset. I called my wife from Charlotte, North Carolina. I said, we're going to make $10 million on this asset. We sold this asset for $24 million. I made, I don't know, $23 million. I made 23. We sold it for $32 million. I bought this deal with no money down, okay? This is what I did. I got a loan for my bank to fix the polybutylene, to paint the building. The polybutylene was $1 million. To fix the fire, the 10 units that were burnt were covered under insurance. And I got a loan from the bank against my balance sheet in order to fix the paint, the polybutylene. Look at this thing today. Look at this beautiful thing. And I sold it. And the guy went in behind me and improved it. And he sold it. I made $23 million, he made $22 million. So I made $23 million, the next guy made 22. Now why did the first guy lose the deal? Right asset, wrong time. Okay, right now we have the right asset class and you have the wrong time. These sellers are having to sell, folks. Jared was talking about this $3 trillion. There's $3 trillion of debt maturing in the marketplace right now. This is your moment to learn this, okay? All right? Okay, so remember what I'm offering you today. I want you guys to take advantage of this. If you haven't, thank you. If you have not taken advantage of this, take advantage of our real estate success system, the capital raising, the live capital raising workshop, okay, the home study course, the 23-hour introduction course to buying apartments. You own this for life, by the way. The strategy call, the dictionary, the underwriting calculator. I said I was going to give you the increased value calculator as well. Also, I said I'm going to give you my spreadsheet. It's not on the offer, but I'm going to give it to you guys anyway, okay? And a one-on-one strategy call Are you going to extend this? Because we're out.
Yeah, we're out.
Okay? We have
Yeah.
over 50 people that have already taken this strategy call and made the call into my offices because they're in there right now. I'm going to open that up to another 25 people so that you can tell them what your challenges are. What market are you in? Do you have any money? Can you raise money? Do you have a network? All these things matter so we can start showing you where in the program you need to start. Okay? Like, if you already have a network, you need to start in the capital raising. If you don't have a network, you have to start in the course. You have to, okay? There's a specific order depending on where you at, how much you know, or what you know. If you already own 4, 5, or 6 projects and you want to go to 60 projects, there's specific things that can accelerate your growth into this thing, and we want to know that and help you. If you're on the phone and you're like, dude, I got a $35 million deal or a $135 million deal that I could buy right now, but I don't have the money, that network, if it fits my criteria, I will buy that deal. I'm looking for one person to get involved in this program today that gets, you get a fish too big, bro, and I want that
Uncle
fish.
G will help you catch it.
Dude, I'll buy that deal with you. I'll make you a partner. Congratulations, by the way, to Stacy, Jeremy, Carlos, Larry, Sue, thank you, Annie, Josh, Curtis, David, Michael, Robert, Anthony. All these people took advantage of this. Thank you guys so much for taking advantage of it. You're going to love this course. It is absolutely fantastic. And by the way, in classic Cardone style, who always over-delivers, okay? For everybody that already was smart enough to take advantage of this, I want to meet you, okay? I want to meet you, okay? Everybody that already took advantage of this, I want to meet you. And I don't want to wait to meet you. I want to meet you. I want to get to know you. I want to do business with you. And I want to network with you, okay? I am doing on May 16th and 17th, right here, a block from this office, right where I'm at, Turnberry Hotel, May 16th and 17th. I'm going to extend this to the first 100 people, okay? The first 100 people that took advantage of this, I'm going to give you a seat to our wealth conference right here at the Turnberry Hotel. If you can't make it, no problem. You didn't lose anything because you didn't pay anything. I'm spending $1 million on this event. Oh, there's a picture of Jerry, okay? I spent $1 million on this event, and I want to invite you to spend 2 days with me talking about wealth creation, wealth preservation. Okay, I'm bringing in, I mentioned earlier, Bill Pulte is going to be there from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. We're going to be talking about investment vehicles, LLCs, structures, raising money, going public. I'm bringing in some of the most successful people in the country to discuss what they're doing for their families to create, maintain, and preserve wealth. A buddy of mine, Steve Lockin's coming in. He's one of the most influential advisors to some of the wealthiest families on planet Earth. I'm bringing all these.
He doesn't have a client under $1 billion in net worth, and his largest client is $40 billion in net worth. And Grant paid the guy $1 million to put an estate plan together for him so that it was tax efficient and it could never be touched by creditors or anything like that. So it's like locked up, airtight. And he and Grant are going to be walking through how to set up a proper estate plan so that you can protect your assets from the IRS.
And one of the biggest regrets I have in my life, I mean, I have a bunch of them. One of them was not serving in the military. 2 was using drugs any period of time in my life. But 3 was I should have been setting my structures up earlier in my career, but I wasn't because I didn't think I'd be this. I frankly didn't think I would be where I'm at today. But I should have set all this up, and you should too, so that you can pass this on to the next generation. Real estate is the greatest. I literally on the phone with these guys the other day, my family office. Founders. And they're like, how much life insurance do you have? I said, I have almost none. I said, I have a bunch of real estate. And Kate said, real estate is the best life insurance in the world. Now what we're going to do is we're setting the structures up so that I can give them legally to my kids so that when I die, the government doesn't take 40% of all this stuff from me. So
we have
for the first 100, just so you guys know, I cannot do this for everybody. I have a physical room that has walls and only so many seats, Okay, this is a very intimate event. I only have 100 of these to give away. Actually, I don't have that. Let me see your number. I have less than that. Okay. I only have 100 of these. There's already 226 people taking advantage of this, guys. Only 100 of you get this. So when you're on the phone with my team, just say, dude, I am coming. I'm not going to hold the seat for you, by the way. Okay? Let everybody understand this. I have 100 seats to give away. I have a physical hotel room that you guys are going to go into May 16th and 17th. First come, first serve. Okay? If you show up and you don't tell us you're coming, there's a chance you get here and you don't have a seat. So I'm just giving you a heads up. It's a $1,500 seat I'm giving you. I'm putting in your hand, say, come and be in the room, okay? I want to meet you, I want to get to know you, and I want to do deals with you. And by the way, I'll do deals with anybody, and my team will tell you, dude, bring me the right deal, I will do a deal with you. And deals.
You know what heels all is?
Deals.
Deals.
Dude, you got to have deals, okay? So, again, I'm going to do the course, the home study course, the strategy call, the dictionary, the home study manual, the resource book, the Cardone Capital Raising, and my proprietary spreadsheet, as well as, last thing I'm going to give you guys, okay, is before we start the Q&A, is a two-day event. If you don't want to come to it, no problem. You're not losing anything. I'm just giving you something extra, okay? I'd love to have you, and really I'm doing that because I'd love to meet you. Look, real estate's a network sport. You got to have 5 things in real estate. You got to have 5 things. There has to be 5 things you have. You cannot do a real estate deal without these 5 things. First, you got to have the asset. Then you got to have the debt. You're always going to use debt. Always. I don't know if y'all heard my call in to Dave Ramsey's show recently, but you should. Third thing is you need equity to make up the difference. Okay? And if you're not going to use equity, then you need to be a very, very intelligent negotiator. Like at some point, if you guys could learn to negotiate the way I do, like it would benefit you and your family a great deal. And you can learn it, by the way. All this is learnable. Much easier to learn how to do this than it is to have an MBA career. Number 4. This takes a second.
Real estate is a team sport.
This is a team sport. This is a network sport. This is not a solo thing. I know some of you want to do it by yourself. Yeah, but you're not really going to do it by yourself because you need a lender. Could I?
Could you what?
The lender. Okay. And number 5, the 5th thing you need, and this will come to some people faster than others, is confidence. Now, if you go to CardoneCapital.com, I'm going to show you where I get my confidence from. So any of you are like, boo, this guy, man, I wish I had this Grant Cardone's confidence. Let me explain to you where my confidence comes from, okay? Because it's not a trick. Confidence comes from this. If you want to be a better provider for your family, get assets. Okay, my dad was a tremendous provider for my family. Oh, you're going to show that? It's a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Back to me. Thank you, though. Thank you for pulling it up. It is hilarious. My dad was a tremendous provider for my family, but when he died, he couldn't provide anymore. That's a problem. So all you superheroes out there that you're going to take care of your family and you're the provider and you bust your ass and you work 25 hours a day and you're going to take care of everybody. How many of you out there like that? You're like, dude, I'm providing for my family. I'm the hero. I'll do whatever it takes. Put WIT if you're one of those superhero, whatever it takes people. Whatever it takes, dude, whatever it takes. Give me a WIT. Okay, you're whatever it takes. Let me tell you something. When you die, you can't do whatever it takes. So my dad, ethical, religious, Christian, phenomenal, hard worker, superhero, bro. Like he was my hero. Okay, guess what? When you're dead, you cannot provide for your family. End of story, full stop, period. and ain't nobody going to intervene. You need assets. And this is what I learned when I was 10 years old. It don't matter how hard you work. If you don't have assets that can outlive you, you got zero. And you left your people in a jam. I tell my wife, she's like, what happens if you're not around anymore? I said, baby, these assets right here are going to take care of you, okay? This is called confidence, okay? Here's a deal that we're doing right now in Naples, Florida, okay? 282 units. 10X Boca, okay? 366 units. 10X Miami River, 456 units. 10X Space Coast, 360 units on the Space Coast right outside of Elon's place. The Edge at Flagler Village, 420 units, we paid cash for it. 10X at Jacaranda, 350 units, we paid cash. 10X at Flagler Village, 400 units, paid cash. 10X at Forum, bought it from Fundrise, paid cash, $60 million. 10X Tarpon Springs, $52 million, paid cash, okay? The Edison, put a 50% loan down on this, oversubscribed. What am I telling you? This is what you guys, here's a deal right in the middle of the best location in all of Scottsdale. We paid $58 million to Goldman Sachs. They paid $80 million, I paid $58. Cash, okay? 10X Riverwalk, 10X Sunrise, 10X Weston, 10X Los Olas, 10X 15th Street, Houston Heights, 10X Heights Waterworks. This is confidence, okay? You guys need to get assets under management for your family. This is I'm giving you a prescription to wealth. You have to get assets under management. You got a 401k, an IRA, a Roth, a savings account, cash, you got a house. You could take all that, convert it to this. Okay, this is what's going to take care of your family. And I'll prove it to you. Do you think MetLife and New York Life keeps cash? No, they keep assets under management. They don't hold cash. They buy assets that cash flow. This is what you want. Okay, you don't want investments that don't cash flow. You want hard assets, real world assets. Can you look up the money supply and tell me what the prediction is for money supply, the money supply prediction over the next 15 years? Money supply means we're printing more money, okay? For instance, the US dollar is down about 20% since 2020. In 6 years, the US dollar has gone from $1 to 80 cents. In my lifetime, it's gone from $1 to $1 to 11 cents.
From 22 base cases from 22 trillion to 47 trillion.
Okay, good. So if we go from $22 trillion of money supply, just so you guys understand, as the money supply doubles to 44 trillion, what happens to all my assets?
Bang!
Okay, if I have $5 billion worth of assets today and they print more money in the future, what happens to my asset class? As that money supply doubles, by the way, a double in the money supply is really 360 trillion. Because every time they print 22 trillion to 44 trillion, I'm sorry, this would be 22 times 9. That's $200 trillion more money. It's 10x, not a double, because this money has to sit in a bank. And when money goes to the bank, when you drop off $1 trillion at JP Morgan, what does JP Morgan do with $1 trillion? Do you think that they sit at, you think they sit with $1 trillion in a bank? No, they give car loans, house loans, college loans, business loans, asset loans, and they lend out that money 9 trillion times. $1 to the money supply is actually $9 in the world. Okay, and as that happens, your assets, I have $5 billion of assets under management right now, those swell up to, I don't know, 10 billion, 15 billion. Okay, imagine if you had $10 million. $10 million of assets. You acquire them in this down cycle. And over the next 10 or 15 years, we continue to print money. As you print money, your 10 million will go up 2 or 3 times, not because of anything except because we printed more money. The value of your money is going to go down, okay? It works like this. savings, because where are you going to get money from? Where do you have access to money? You have access to savings. See what's in the savings accounts right now. I think there's about $180 trillion sitting in savings. Okay, there's money markets. Okay, there's bonds. I know there's $300 trillion in bonds. Treasury bills, bonds. Okay.
10.6 trillion.
In savings?
As of, yeah.
11 trillion, okay?
Yeah.
11 trillion. Stocks, probably 180 trillion. Real estate, 900 trillion. This is the Mac Daddy, okay? What do these do? These all fund into this one. Okay, the biggest single asset class on planet Earth that has lasted the longest is real estate. Now, you could take all the single-family homes out of there because single-family homes are not an investment. Single-family homes are a place to live. And the rest of this asset is on sale right now. Office buildings, 50 and 75% below replacement costs, okay? Apartment buildings, 30 and 40% behind what it traded for last time and or the replacement costs. Retail, you can't buy it. Don't even bother with it. You're not going to get a good deal on it. If you could scale it, it'd be cool. RV parks, storage, data centers. Do you know that there's a group out there called Blackstone? Blackstone has $230 billion of real estate. They're selling their apartment portfolios to move into data centers. These data centers are $3 and $4 and $5 and $6 billion projects in one location. Amazon today has more warehouse facility square footage than Walmart's, Costco, Home Depot, all the Walgreens and the CVS combined. One company, Amazon, who was not in the retail business. Walmart has a 40-year start on them. Before Walmart, there was Kmart. Before Kmart, there was Gibson. Okay, now there's Walmart, and guess what? You looked up one day, and Amazon could eat Walmart, consume them, poop them out the back end, and Home Depot, and Costco, and Walgreens, and CVS. So where's the place for you guys? Okay, in all this money right here, $900 trillion, and you can't get $1 million of it? 1 million or 10? This is what I keep asking myself. By the way, if you guys are going to break the generational curse, how many people in your family have attempted to get rich? I want you guys to put it in the chat right now, okay? How many people in your family have said, you know what? I am going to be Richie Rich. I'm going to create wealth. Look at how many nuns are in here. Can you get both chats lit up so it's not in the past, stuck in the past? The black one's stuck. General chat?
No, Ustream. We're working on it.
Okay.
Oh, it is up to the...
Guys, if nobody goes for it, nobody gets it.
It just delayed. It's delayed a little bit.
If nobody goes for it, nobody gets it. Okay? Listen to me. If nobody in your family stands up and says, I'm going to go for it, you got a better chance that somebody in your family tried to be a ball player or a singer or an actress or a lottery ticket winner, or a drug addict. You have a better chance of drug addiction and alcoholism than you have of somebody saying, I am going to create wealth for me and my family. Now the question is, how are you going to do it, okay? You want to start a business? You want to start a business? There's a 95% failure rate on a business. 95% failure rate, okay? And you can't get a loan on it. You want to be an actor? You have zero chance of being Tom Cruise. Ain't going to happen in your lifetime. You want to be a musician? You're going to be the next... what's her name? Yeah, whatever. There ain't no chance you're going to be a Taylor Swift. You probably wouldn't want to be her if you were her, okay? You're going to win a lottery? $118 billion of lottery tickets are bought every year. $108 billion of tattoos are bought every year. Okay? And then you got this other thing sitting out here called real estate. You have a better chance of getting rich with this. You don't have to build it. All you got to do is buy it. All you got to do is find it, negotiate it, and buy it. And there's $3 trillion of it for sale just in America. Okay, so you guys know what I'm going to do for you. Take advantage of it. GrantCardone.com/go. We're going to take this down in 7 minutes. In 7 minutes, I'm going to pull this down. I'm going to pull this offer down. GrantCardone.com/go. I'm going to open you up to questions here after we take it down. But I want to be sure that I covered at least before we leave my unbreakable, non-negotiable, gotta do it rules. Okay? All right. Number one, biggest rule when I'm buying a piece of real estate, and I bought a lot of real estate. Let me see. My average deal size, if I bought $6 billion, let me see what the average size is. 76 deals. Yeah, my average deal size is probably $80 million deal. Big, giant ones, all the way down to some little ones. My smallest deal was like $78,000. The first thing I want to tell you on all 76 deals, anytime I screwed up number one, it would cost me. Never compromise the location of the asset. You want to write these down. Number one, or maybe you just take a picture of it, screenshot it, and throw it on X. Throw it on X, and I'm gonna pick somebody off of X and give them, I don't know, what could I give them? Huh? Well, or, yeah, but they're coming to WealthCon. Let me think. I'm going to give a free gift to somebody. You guys, take a picture of this when I'm done, my non-negotiables, throw it on X, tag me at Grant Cardone, and I'm going to pick one person and give you a gift. Maybe, yeah. The 1% rule. Never violate the 1% rule. I mean, unless the asset's really great. Okay, number two. The units allow you to scale. The more units, believe it or not, the easier the deal is to do. In the beginning, you're not going to believe that, so you're going to need some support. Okay? That's why, like imagine you're doing a deal. You find a deal, you like the deal, you want to do the deal, and then you're like, man, I don't know if I can raise $1 million. Okay? Well, what if you had me saying, yeah, dude, we can raise it. Okay, how many of you'd like to have me on your side if we were doing a deal together? Yeah, exactly. Hey, Grant, how many of you'd like to have my phone number and say, or you'd meet me on Wednesday at noon and say, hey, Grant, I have this deal. What do you think about it? And then I'm like, bro, this deal is a no-brainer. We have to do this deal. See, that's what I want to do. I want to be your confidence until you have your confidence. I want you to borrow some of my own confidence, okay? Not because I'm going to tell you can do it. I'm going to tell you, dude, the math works, bro. The deal works. Do the deal, okay? And then I can open you up to my network. The number of units allows you to scale. Number 4, the deal needs to support debt. Number 5, you got to look for barriers to entry. There must be barriers to entry. So if I pull up a flag of the United States of America, maps. Okay, see, what makes America so valuable? You guys understand? It's not our flag. I mean, it's cool, but dude, we got an ocean over here and we got an ocean over here. That's why America is so protected. We're not going to ever have a war here. This is the Gulf of America. Trump's probably going to call this the Atlantic of Trump, and he's going to probably change the name of this over here to Pacific Trump. Okay, we're protected. We're a landmass, the biggest GDP on planet Earth, protected by 2 oceans, so nobody F's with us because you can't get over here. Their navies can't get here. We also have the only navy on the planet that can sail all 7 seas. Deep water, the only one. China cannot even move past. Where's China at? China cannot move. Their navy cannot get past Taiwan. They're never going to be a threat to the U.S. because they can't reach these blue waters. We're the only navy that can do that. Why? Because we're over here isolated. Nobody can get us. We control Canada. Okay? So why am I telling you that? Barriers to entry. When you look at America, then you come in here. You see when these people start moving from New York, where do you think they're going? You think they're going to go from New York all the way over here to New Mexico? No. They're going to drift down here where they travel all summer. If you take America and you split it down the middle, you see all this green land over here? This is all farmland, all this green stuff right here. I'm giving you guys a very, very important lesson about real estate right now. You're looking over the whole country. You don't need to. There's only 50 places you want to actually invest in, and out of that, there's probably only 15 that you'd want to be in. Literally. 80% of America lives that side of the Mississippi River. 80%. Why? Because none of this is a habitable land. You can't grow food over here because of the Rocky Mountains. And because the Gulf Coast basically stops all rain from happening west of the Mississippi River. So now, look at these places, okay? You think anybody really wants to go to Minnesota? You were either born in Minnesota, got married, your spouse is in Minnesota, but nobody's like, I'm going to Minneapolis or Wisconsin. You started there. You don't go there, okay? What are people doing? They're gravitating. We have 75 million baby boomers. They're all moving. They're moving to Tucson, Phoenix, New Mexico, Albuquerque, warm weather, right? Where it's very, very affordable. They get to Albuquerque, they say, nah, I'm gonna go to Scottsdale. Why? Because it's a new town. Go to those two cities. You're in Los Angeles, San Diego. You're like, you know what? I can't afford San Diego taxes anymore. I don't like what they're doing over there. What are you gonna do? Go all the way to Miami? Probably not. You're gonna go to Louisiana? Not a chance. You're gonna go to Austin? Maybe, okay? There's 50 cities in America, the most expensive cities in America, where most of the people are living and moving. So you gotta find your great markets. When you get down to Florida, the barriers to entry are what? Atlantic, Gulf of Mexico, the tip, and a swamp. Okay, you see this swamp right here? This is all swampland. None of this can be built ever. So everything's gonna be on these coasts. So I'm giving you the non-negotiables. Number 5, look for barriers to entry. Barriers to entry can be mountains, it could be water, it can be politics, it could be taxes, okay? It could be a bad mayor. It could it could be infrastructure, too much infrastructure going in, all right? It could be permitting, like in the state of California. In the state of California, a permit costs today $125,000 to permit a unit. This is before you put a roof on it. This is before you put a door on it. This is before you put the siding or the cement in front of it. It costs $125 grand. Once you add those things, let's say that costs $400,000, okay? By the way, still haven't bought the land. That's to build the unit. Now the land, okay? And let's say the land's $250. And then you're gonna understand why California can never solve their problem. This is $825,000, and who can afford that? Then another barrier is interest rates. 825 times 0.07 equals $5,000 a month. Do you understand why rental properties, do you understand why 11% of millionaires today are like, I ain't buying that, bruh. I don't want to be stuck there. That's a barrier. Number 6, you want to be below replacement costs, okay? So let's say it costs $825,000 to build this, but I could buy it for 600 grand. I know sooner or later I'm going to get back to that 825. Number 7, underwrite a worst case scenario. What if I can't get the rent I think I'm going to get? You want to underwrite the worst case. Number 8, if it doesn't cash flow, don't buy the deal. I don't care how much you like this deal. If you do not have positive cash flow, okay? Let's say I buy a deal, 4 units. The rents are $1,000. It's $4,000 a month. And let's say the debt on the deal is $5,400. Do not do the deal. Okay, if the income's $4 grand, you're like, oh, I'm gonna get in there, I'm gonna fix it, I'm gonna raise the rents. Do not do the deal. You don't need to gamble, dude. You want to gamble? Go to a casino. Cash flow. You should have cash flow on day 1. And I don't care how nice the deal is. Show them the deal in Naples. This is a little deal we ran into recently.
Orchid, what's it
called?
called?
No. Show me that 22 unit deal that I sent you earlier. There's 22 units in Fort Lauderdale, okay? If I was 30 years old, I would go buy this deal. Terra Palmair. Let's see. Terra. Okay, yeah, I know, but I got to see where it is, okay? How many units? 22 units? Okay, watch. Look, we're going to underwrite this deal. Everybody, grab your calculator, grab your phone, grab a piece of paper. We're going to underwrite this deal. I'm going to show you how I would buy this deal. 22 times 1,900 times 0.92 times 1.10, because I'm going to get some other income out of this deal. Now, let's just take this off. I'm not going to do that. Times 12, okay? Let's see what we got, okay? Now, I could go to my little underwriter calculator, which is going to be the easier thing to do for you guys. Okay, how many units?
22.
22, good. $1,900 rent. Yep. Cheap, by the way, in Fort Lauderdale. Those rents could be $3,900. So cheap. Okay. Other income, I'm gonna give my other income here at like 5%. I think I'll get some other income, but not a lot because it's too small. See, the bigger the deal, the more other income I get, which I like. And I'm going to get myself at 95% occupied. My expenses over there are going to be, by the way, probably closer to 40. I know that. And you're going to have to pay a 6 cap to get this deal because it's shiny. No, 5.5. Okay. What's my price? $5.4 million. Okay. So Bark, my buddy Bark that I sent this to, I'm like, Bark, here's your number, $5.4 million. He's going to be like, I don't have $5.4 million. By the way, that could have been 500 grand, 5.4, 54 million, 500 million. I promise you, listen to me. You will never, ever have the money you need. You will always come up short on money. So if you guys are going to use money as your excuse not to do a deal, trust me, you will never have enough money. Did I do this wrong?
No.
I thought somebody said it was going to be $46 million.
No. 22.
No, there's no way I did it wrong, okay? Now, how do you eat this deal? How do you eat this deal, okay? How many of you here do not have $5.4 million? Just put in, yeah. Okay, Terra Guy does not have $5.4 million. You don't need $5 million to buy this deal. This is what you need. First of all, you're going to go get a loan for $4 million. You're like, yeah, but I don't have good credit. You'll still get a loan for $4 million. They're not going to lend the money to you. They're going to lend it to that asset because that asset is more real than you and it's more valuable. By the way, they're going to give you a loan on that asset if you're at the right bank and if you know how to pitch the deal correctly. Period, end of story. I don't care. You're a vet, you're VA, whatever, dude. You will get a loan on the deal. Okay? You could be bankrupt yesterday. You could have filed bankruptcy. The only thing they want to know here is do you have experience managing that asset? And you're going to be like, well, I'm going to manage it. Don't answer that like that. Say, no, I got a third party going to manage it. So you can actually buy your credibility here, okay? Now watch. Now you're like, okay, now I need $1.4 million. Okay, this is where you got to go get investors. This is your debt. This is the deal, debt, investors. You're going to go get your investors, and you need to be able to tell your story to an investor about the possibility of making some money here. Now, let's say the rents go up $400, Bark, because I know Bark's watching, him and the Doginal dogs. See, right now, he's going to his people and trying to raise money right now. He shouldn't be doing that. Don't worry about the money, dude. Worry about calling that broker and getting that deal under contract.
Can I say one thing that we just haven't mentioned yet? So, the process is find the deal, contact the broker, underwrite the deal, and then the fourth step is write the LOI, the letter of intent. Now, I want to say something super important about the letter of intent. The letter of intent, when it's accepted, gives you control of the deal for a period of time, meaning that once they accept your letter of intent, they cannot sell the deal to anybody else. It is your deal to lose. However, the LOI is not binding, meaning you don't have to buy the deal If you go through due diligence, you find something you don't like, you can't raise the money, then you are not obligated to buy the deal. The LOI simply gets you control of the deal so that you can have time to go get all the other things you need in order. And if for whatever reason you can't, then they are non-binding to purchase.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna tell you, I've only walked away from like 3 LOIs out of 80. And Bark said he's here right now. Joel says someone needs to qualify for the debt. And that's not true. You're not borrowing the money. The LLC is borrowing the money. Okay, now, because they're using the same math I'm using. At some point, guys, look, you got to do this. You got to be like, okay, why is Grant Cardone doing this on a day off? Why is he delivering this information? Because I'm trying to show you how to put yourself and your family into a situation where you can have financial freedom. The best real estate class to do that is the best asset class to do that is real estate, the cash flows. The bigger these deals are, the more they cash flow, okay? And the easier it is to get that loan. So Bark should not go try to raise money yet. He should get an LOI. What do you do first? You find the deal. Second thing you do, call the broker. Third thing you do, underwrite it. Fourth thing you do, write an LOI. What's the LOI look like? It's in your book now. You guys that took advantage of grantcardone.com/go, you can literally copy my LOI and see exactly how I have purchased 76 properties using that LOI, okay? Using a bio and a cover letter with the LOI and saying, hey, this is who I am and this is why I can buy your deal, okay? What I'm giving you right now are the unbreakables. Do the sequence in this exact order. Now, when I go to my investors, I need a story for my investors. These rents are $1,900. Now, I happen to know, because I own about 3,000 units at Fort Lauderdale, that these rents probably should be, what do you think, Annie?
At least 3,500.
Yeah, she's saying 3,500. They're 1,900 now. If you don't know the market, you're not going to be able to tell this story. Okay, and you need to know the market, because I'm going to have to deliver on these numbers later. But let's say these rents can go up $600. I don't know if they can or not. It's a cute little deal. Where's the deal at again?
You can show it.
I mean, it's a cute deal, dude. Like somebody redid this deal. Now, I don't know why they're selling it. Who's selling this? See, I would never do this deal. Okay, personally.
Too small?
Yeah, because it's too small for me. But somebody's going to do this deal. I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it for our club. If Bark doesn't do this deal, I'm going to do it in our club. I'm going to bring it to our club. 4 things you can do with us today. Nothing. 2, you can get this course and study it like a beast.
Well, what happens if you're here today and you do nothing? What happens?
Well, you're going to walk away and say, "Oh, Grant's good," or
nothing. Nothing changes.
Nothing. No, Grant's great. Grant knows his material. We need to look into real estate. You're just going to procrastinate. You're going to put it off. I'm going to study this later. I'm going to go back and look at it again. No, you're not going to do any of that. But that's fine. Whatever. Dude, at least you showed up. Keep showing up. Keep saying you're going to do something one day. Second thing you can do is do the course, okay? Third thing that you could consider doing with us is what's called our accelerator program. Ask our teams about it. Hey, tell me about the accelerator. What does it do? Every Friday, we meet for about an hour and a half on Fridays, and all we do is answer questions. Markets, cap rates, negotiating, brokers, underwriting, like anything and everything that's going to come up. How's this market now? What's Grant doing in this market? Has Grant seen this deal? Like, you can ask anything and everything. It's a big Zoom call. Can you show that? Can we show it? It's a big Zoom call. This is where people are starting to accelerate their career through the course. Also, the person running that meeting is going to be like, dude, go back and do the introduction course, okay? These are people asking questions in the call.
Go play it.
Okay, these are people from all over the country. Now, why is that important? Because this is part of your network. This is part of the network, okay? The network. So we might have somebody in Fairbanks talking about deals there, Fort Lauderdale talking about deals there, somebody in Honolulu, San Diego, Clarissa, Chicago, like Sydney, Australia, somebody in Singapore. These are all different deals, different problems, different situations. And this is a network, okay? Now, on Wednesdays, we have a club, Okay, this club meets 4 times a year. This club, this is for serious, for real, ain't effing around people.
4 times live we meet. Every Wednesday
4 times.
we meet.
People
yeah.
travel 4 times a year to meet live. Scottsdale, Miami. This year we might do something in Malibu when I get my house fixed and do it over there. And then twice a year we meet just to pitch deals. But every week we look at deals. Okay, I'm on 90% of those phone calls. Out of 52 weeks, I'll be on 47 of those phone calls. And I'm looking at the deal and saying, nope, leave that deal alone. That deal sucks. I've seen that deal already. I looked at that deal. That deal's got this problem, okay? Or I actually do this in those calls, okay? For instance, let me just see if I can show you this.
One thing about that deal, the loan is coming due.
What deal?
September. The Terra.
Okay, good. So they're doing some research.
10X Deal Finder, yeah. We use the Deal Finder.
See, she's on our 10X Deal Finder right now. We're like, hey, this deal's maturing, so they got a clock. You want a clock.
And their interest rate is 2.8%. So when that loan matures, it's going to adjust to probably 6.25%, and they're going to get slammed, and they're either going to need to put a bunch of cash down or they're going to have to give the deal back.
Yeah. Look at this email right here. Can you show this email? I'm just showing you guys. This is what I do on my club calls.
Hey.
Huh? Okay. Yeah. Anyway, that's an email from a guy that owns 180,000 units. He's like, man, I look forward to doing a deal with you, okay? Thank you, Jared. Let me see. I'm looking for deals right now. I'm looking for deals, not deals, not a deal. Oh, my God. Where's my deals? Where's my deals? This is where we're getting data. You want to write this down, by the way. NMHC. Let me see. Okay, look, here's the deal. See, these deals get sent to me, okay? So, because you got to get in a deal flow, okay? So the people on the clubs, they have deal flow access. Where do you get deal flow? Deal flow comes from CoStar, LoopNet, Crexy, listings, brokers, off market. I know I'm giving you a lot right now, and I apologize. Unsold, sold, brokers, clubs, real estate clubs, okay? These are real things. People actually join clubs to meet people. This has been going on for years with the wealthy people, okay? Country clubs, golf clubs, tennis clubs, race clubs. I belong to a place right here, a golf course. I had another golf course I belonged to. My partner, Brandon Dawson, belongs to, I don't know, 6 or 7 different clubs. Why? He's going there to meet people that are real. If you guys don't change your network, you're not going to change your net worth. Okay? These clubs are very, very important. Very, very important. Okay? This is where serious people come to work on something. So you guys that are not being invited, the black community, the brown community, the females, you guys are not being allowed into the clubs. By the way, this has historically been going on. This is a fact. When you get an invitation to a club, and I'm inviting you guys in right now, you need to join the club, okay? So if people aren't bringing you in, and then they finally do, don't bitch about they're not letting you in, because I'm letting you in. I'm showing you how to build a real estate portfolio for yourself and your family, okay? Now, why am I doing this? Okay? Because I want to build the biggest real estate portfolio on the planet with regular people. I'm democratizing. This is the way for me to build my real estate portfolio and my legacy, okay? To bring together a bunch of regular, everyday people to compete against the institutions. By the way, the institutions are another place to find real estate. For instance, I was at Blackstone's headquarters last Tuesday, talking to them about what? Real estate, okay? I've been to the Starwood in D.C., talking to them about what? Real estate. I met with Related Group right down here in South. I've been doing this 40 years, dude. I'm just finally getting invited to these meetings. Come see what we have. But you're not going to get that. Nobody's going to call you on a Saturday afternoon and say, Stephen DeFrancis, hey, I look forward to playing golf with you and showing you some deals that we have. Until then, there's this food chain There's this food chain of, I don't know, some people say it's 900. Some people say it's 300. I don't know what it is. It's a lot. $300 trillion to $900 trillion of real estate. No one person can buy it all, but you and I together could start putting it together. And if you get a deal that's too big for you, I'll do the deal. That's what I'm hoping. That a handful of you guys come into our clubs or come into our Friday calls, or you get started with our course and you stumble into a deal. You're on the back of the boat and you get one and you're like, dude, I got Shamu on here, or what, Moby, I got Moby Dick on the goddamn, what do I do, Grant? And I come out there and I help pull it in and we do a deal together. How many would like to do a deal with me? Okay. Okay, guy says, hey, I have no money at all because I lost it all. Scammers and hackers took it. Yeah, that's a shame, dude. Bruh. I'm going to tell you something. Nobody's ever scammed me out of anything that I didn't participate in the scam. You guys that are getting scammed, you need to quit trying to get rich quick. Real estate is not get rich quick. Real estate is get rich for sure. Just win. If you don't over leverage, you buy a great real estate asset, if it cash flows, if it has scale, you don't overpromise to your investors, and you don't have debt that's short term, you're never going to lose the real estate. Okay? All right. A lot of you guys want to do business with me. Now what I need you to do is take advantage of the opportunity of a lifetime. We're going to open up to Q&A. I said I was going to take this down. I'm going to take it down. 11 minutes, we're taking it down. GrantCardone.com/go. You get the course, you get the study manual, you get the underwriting calculator, the investor's value increase calculator, you get the strategy call, the capital raising workshop, you get the dictionary, you get the free call with my team, the real estate home study manual, and the real estate resource book, and I'm going to give you a ticket to the 10X Wealth Conference.
Next weekend.
Next weekend. I can't make it. No problem. Not a problem. Tell you what I'll do. If you can't make this one, I'll give you a ticket to the next one. We'll just put you in our file. You don't use it, you don't lose it. Okay? So any of you that can't make it next weekend because you got family, you got a birthday, you got kids, you got work, whatever, I'll give you a seat at our next one. Okay? Also, if you wanted to bring anybody else with you, this is what I'll do. I'll do you a companion ticket for $97. It's a $1,500 ticket.
Jeez.
Okay? Just tell my team, hey, I want to bring my wife. Damn! Do it again. Damn! Okay. Now, why do you want to pay attention to this right now? Because we are in the opportunity of the decade. I'm telling you, you're not going to see this window again. Number one, we have falling interest rates. The interest rates are going to pull back now because of Kevin Warsh. Okay? Two, we have new tax benefits. The BBB bill, the big, beautiful bill by Donald J. Trump, the orange man. I never know what to call this guy. Okay?
Thank you very much. That's really nice. Thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Do it again. Do it again. I love that stuff, man.
Thank you very much. That's really nice. Thank you.
Yeah, the orange man, the Iran man, the Canada man, the Greenland man. Man, if we end this war in Iran, he's going to take over Cuba. And I'm telling you, if he goes to Cuba, I'm buying real estate in Cuba. I am going to become a developer. Look, I am, dude. If Cuba gets developed, it will wipe out the entire Caribbean. It will become the place to be. It'll be a destination, 90 miles from Miami, put casinos in there. It'll be freaking awesome, dude. I think we should take it too. Number three, debt crisis. We have a debt crisis. People are looking for real assets. Why do you think the stock market's going up? Stock market's going up and nobody can explain it. It's because money has no place to go. It wants real assets to go to. Number four, oh, by the way, let me just say one other thing about AI. Okay, when this AI bubble pops, and it will pop, you're going to have 98 losers, 2 winners. You'll have a collapse bigger than the internet collapse, and all that money is going to move out of the collapse of AI, and it's going to move straight to real assets, the cash flows, real world assets. Wait till we tokenize real estate.
I just heard an interesting interview yesterday, and they were saying that the reason that Bitcoin is struggling, and even some of the alternative assets like real estate or private equity are struggling a little bit right now, is because the AI bubble, the AI stocks, the semiconductors, the hyperscalers, it's sucking all the money because retail is going cheap, cheap, easy returns. And they also said that like this, in every big boom cycle like this, just like with developers, they build too much too fast, and then there's not enough demand for it, and so they'll correct back down, and then people are going to lose a bunch of money, and then all the capital is going to go chase investments again, like real estate. That's why you're kind of in this perfect time right now where you can be buying assets because they're discounted, because everybody's focused on buying Nvidia stock. And when that drops and that comes back down, all the money's going to move back to assets like real estate. And because you're buying it now, when prices are low and people are getting compressed in deals, you're going to have massive scores. I've been in deals with this guy since 2012, coming out of the great financial collapse. I'll bet you that I'm probably worth $15 million right now. I'll bet you that 65% of that net worth came from deals that I that I own with Grant from 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. Because we got in at the right time, right now when the market is dropping, and then it's gonna skyrocket.
Inventory glut. Show my computer. This is a deal that J.R. Harton has for sale right now.
DR
Harton. Okay. They have 25 of these assets for sale right now. Every one of these assets will sell for less than they built them for. That probably costs $250,000 to $275,000 per unit to build it. That's going to sell for $215,000. I know these markets. These are assets that are being sent to me. So these people that are in our club, guess what they get to look at? They get to look at all these deals that I don't do. I'm like, guys, somebody ought to go hit that deal. I sent this to a buddy of mine the other day on the X Space. I'm like, somebody's going to buy this deal, dude. I know Nona. Nona is in Orlando. Nona is a very high end. This is West, not perfect, but it does a brand new asset built in 2025, looks good. Okay, now I'm going to go to my emails here. I get sent these deals. You're like, how do I get on this list? Okay, well, you got to know the players. Who are the players?
They got to know you.
And they got to know you. Yeah. What's more important, who you know or who knows you? Okay. So here's a list. I'm giving you a list. Deal Flow, CoStar, LoopNet, Crexy, Listings,
10X
brokers.
Deal Finder.
Who are the brokers? Okay, 10X Deal Finder. Yeah. 10X Deal Finder. That is a great place to find deal. Here's another place, and this is the harder place, but a great place, and it's free, is the brokers. Okay, now here's the brokers that you want. Depending on your market, by the way, every market is different. Newmark. I'm going to give you these names, write them down. Newmark, JLL, CBRE, Cushman Wakefield, Colliers, Berkadia. What's the target? Yeah. What's another one? Why am I going blank right now? Oh my gosh. That just threw me.
NNA.
No, not them. But you see, like Newmark right here. Okay?
East Deal?
Huh?
East Deal?
Yeah, East Deal. East Deal is exactly who I'm thinking of, okay? Now watch this. Down here, when you go to this, you go to the data room. Okay, then it's gonna ask for your information. I'm plugged in already here, so I'm gonna go click this, submit, and then I get the financials. Okay, now, I'm just walking you guys through what's gonna happen to you. Then you're on their list, now you get fed their deals. And you're like, dude, I got it now. I got it. Yeah, but you don't know what any of this means yet. Okay, so let's just go to rent roll, multiply, let me see what I want here. Oh, that's what I want. Okay, I want to underwrite this deal now. You see, guys, what I'm walking you through is the problem. Oh, dude, it's beautiful. It's awesome. Grant said it's a good deal. That's great. Okay, it looks great. There's a Starbucks, Chick-fil-A, there's a bank. Okay, oh, what are they doing? They're building something here? I wonder how much new supply they got coming on. Because when you come to me and you say, hey, 396 units, I want to buy this deal, I'm going to ask you this question. How much new supply? And you're like, I don't know. Guess what? You don't know, I don't know. You don't know, I don't want. You need to know all this, okay? And you guys, this is 84% occupied right now. We've been buying a bunch of stuff 85% occupied that's still cash flow positive. So I bought a deal last July. Okay, watch this. It was a $9.5 million NOI at 85% occupied when we bought it. We knew we could get it to 96. Okay? Since July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. Okay, well, what is that? 9 months. In 9 months, right now we have an 11.7 NOI. What's the increased value of the property? I went from 85 to 96. I went from $9.5 million to $11.7 million in NOI. So we have a $2.2 million NOI. And you guys like right now, you're like, let's say you got a big one. You got a big one. You got the deal in your hand. Let's say this is the deal. And you're going to go to Jared, me, John, Bob, your dad, your father-in-law and say, dude, I got a deal. And then they say, yeah, but dude, like, it's 86% occupied, bro. It's only 85. Why is it not occupied? Why are they selling it? Why did it go to bankruptcy? And they start challenge you. This has cost me hundreds of millions of dollars. In the beginning, people started challenging me, and what went out?
Confidence.
Not the deal, not the debt, not the money. Okay?
Confidence.
The confidence. My confidence went out. And then I got talked out of a deal. Okay? This asset right now, in 9 months, first of all, when I did this deal, I was written up. We don't have that video. That's the one the guys did the other day. When we did this deal, it was said to me that I overpaid for this asset. Okay, I want you guys to divide 20. What is it? 22 million dollars. Divide that by 0.04.5. What number did you come up with? Throw it in the chat. 9 months. What's the number? If the NOI, by the way, the NOI determines the value of the asset. Throw it in the chat. Chat's not hot. What is the new value of the asset based on the NOI? Neither one of these are moving, guys.
It just takes a second. Yeah, it takes a second.
Why does anything take a second? Why isn't it moving all the time, though?
Because number one, there's a delay. So when you ask the question,
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Okay, well, you want to bet $1,000? You want to bet $1,000?
2.2 million divided by 55 million. No, it's not 55 million. Divide $2.2 million by 0.045. $48,888,000. No, not 4.8 million, 48. Bruh, top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL don't earn that kind of money. We made that in 9 months, guys.
Oh my God!
Ooh. I have no chance. I have no chance of being a ball player, a musician, a rapper, a movie maker, a coder. You don't even have to go to school for this, guys. Now, you got to go to school, but you don't have to go to college for it. So, when in your lifetime, when in the next 50 years do you have a better chance of making $50 million? All you have to learn how to do this is what I'm telling you guys to do. You got to find the asset. You got to understand 5 things and only 5 things. First, the asset. The asset, Jared, always attracts what?
The right debt.
The right debt. That's the hardest part. This is 80% of your job. The other 20%, by the way, 65% of this 20% is debt. Okay? Then you need equity. Depending on how good this deal is, this deal will always get equity. Always, always, always. There will never, ever be a shortage of money. Money is magical. It is printed, it is created, it is artificial, it is synthetic. There's no shortage of it ever, and it's all trying to find a place to go. 99% of all the people I work with do not want to manage real estate. How do you not manage the real estate? Well, buy a big piece of real estate that you can hire somebody else to manage. I don't ever manage the real estate. I've never evicted anyone. I've never collected a check. None of it. I buy these big assets that attract great talent on the properties, okay? Number 4, what's the 4th thing we got to do, Jared? We found the asset, we got the debt, we got the equity, we got everything. Dude, I need a network, okay? What's the network? I need a leasing agent, I need a broker, I need some other people to invest with me, I need Grant. Okay, I'm inviting you guys into my life and saying, dude, I'll be part of your network. Put me on your board. Give me a piece of your deal. Okay, show the video. Okay, and number 5, the 5th thing you need that I cannot give you, but I can lend you. Show the video of people winning. Okay, is I can give you confidence.
Before joining Grant's Real Estate Club, I was at 0 multifamily doors. Now, 4 years later, almost 5 years later, I have over 3,000 doors and $300 million in assets under management.
Hi, my name is Jason Otillo. I have been with the club. This is now my 3rd year. I have gone from 0, knowing absolutely nothing, to I'm a GP on about 171 units. And I'm also invested in multiple people within the Cardone group of about 1,300 and change.
Hey, my name is Joel Trainer. I'm from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I started the real estate club about 15 to 16 months ago. I started with 0 doors, and we're at 315, looking to add another 600 doors this year.
Hey, my name is Brenda Larkin. I joined Grant Cardone's group in December of 2025. Ever since I've joined, I now have 316 doors as an LP.
Hi, my name is Ziva. Before joining Grant's community, I was doing fix and flip. I had 0 multifamily. And when I joined the community, I was able to get 98 doors, a portfolio valued about $36 million.
My name is Michael.
I'm Alessandra. And I'm Sophia.
And ever since joining Grant's real estate program, we went from 0 units to
316.
Hey guys, Jody Neighbors here. With Grant's Club, I've been able to go from 0 units up to right at 1,500 units. Since I saw you guys last, we were able to close a 316 unit deal worth $41.4 million. And so we have over 900 units as a general partner, over 500 units as a limited partner.
Hi, my name is Jackie, and through Grant Cardone's real estate program, I LP'd on 500 doors.
I'm Daniel Schwartz. I joined the Cardone organization 14 months ago. I've got about a 30-year history in real estate, but never multifamily. So in 14 months, I've gotten involved in 2 deals, total of 501 doors. So I'm very happy.
Hi, my name is Doug. I'm from West Palm Beach, Florida. I've been working with Grant for about 3 years now. Since I've started working with him, I went from 0 doors to about 2,000 doors and have in excess over $300 million in assets under management.
My name is Chris Linger from Austin, Texas. And when we found Grant in July of 21, we joined the real estate club. The first day of the event, we had $3.5 million in assets. Today, 5 years later, we have $350 million in assets. We're in 3,000 apartments, 4 mobile home parks, and 3 self-storage.
Hi, I'm Ryan Casal from Alberta, Canada. Here at the real estate event, joined the club. We went from 0 doors where we started to 120 doors now, and we're doubling our portfolio with 2 more deals we got under contract already, bring us up over 200 doors.
Hi, I'm Shelly, and after joining...
No, go back to her. Go back to her. I love her. I love her. Play her.
Shelly's awesome.
Shelly's fantastic. Watch her.
Real estate club, I went from 0 to 616 doors.
Hi guys, Michael Bryan here.
I'm so proud of what we're doing here. Okay, look, we work with companies, about 15,000 companies a year, helping their businesses grow. Scaling, organization, people, leadership, systems, putting systems in place. We do fractional revenue consulting for companies. I've worked with some of the largest companies in the world. There is nothing I enjoy more, and my team will tell you, there's nothing I enjoy more than teaching real estate. And the reason I love this so much is because it's changed my life so much. And from a personal experience, when my dad died when I was 10 years old, my dad had not created legacy, generational wealth. He had no assets that would support my mom and the family when he passed. And so that's one of the things I get so excited about is I can't buy all this real estate. Like, it's impossible. No one person can own all this. And it just saddens me to know this big opportunity sits out there for everybody. You don't have to go back to college. You don't have to be super smart. You don't have to talk a certain way or dress a certain way. You don't have to go get a degree. I mean, you got to learn something. You're going to have to invest some money to do it. But it's not like you don't have to know the Trump family or the Blackstone family or the Schwartzmans or,
Schwabs.
You could be white, brown, black, male, female, young, old. You could be 15 years old and do this. There was one guy, his wife, him and his two daughters, they're teenagers, they're buying real estate. My kids know how to underwrite real estate. So that's why I get so excited, because I know anybody can do this deal. Show the thing that we showed this morning with the different ways to $1 million. And this business that you're going to buy is going to build generational wealth. This is the most successful way. Short of you owning a business. By the way, if you own a business, you're a solopreneur, and you have a laundromat, a cosmetology business, you're a doctor, a chiropractor, a dentist, and you die, guess what? That business is dead with you. It's dying with you. They're not coming back to your dance studio. You are the talent, okay? So you're like, oh, businesses are more successful than real estate investors. Business owners want to buy real estate because they know their business is going to die. Look up the average age of a piece of real estate in America, and then look up one in Europe. Okay, the average business in America used to be, when I was growing up, was 75 years. This is Eastman Kodak, Pan American, General Electric. These were like old, ancient companies, okay? Today, 12 years. That's the average age of a company today. What's the average age of a piece of real estate in America?
40 years.
The average age of a piece of real estate in America is 40 years. What is it in Europe?
My window go.
This is the average age.
Ancient.
Yeah, it's going to be 240 years. Who knows? It might be 1,000. Okay? And by the way, they're still cash flowing. The Sistine Chapel makes more money today than it's ever made. Okay?
Yeah, it says 100 plus years old.
Yeah, it's 100 plus. Well, my point is this. I have real estate. I'm going to show you this little deal. This little deal right here. This little deal that I bought in when was this?
Sheffield?
Yeah, that little 1117 Sheffield it's been there since 1958. Okay, it's my age, 67 years old. It's been there, it's had 2 owners. It's produced rent for 67 years in a row. Let me see, 210 Cedarwood. This property right here has been around since 1988 and has produced revenue for 50 years in a row. 50 years, 46 years in a row. And it still rents today. So you guys got to make a decision today. 4 things you can do. Okay, you came here, took notes. You're going to do nothing after this. You're like, yeah, courses haven't worked for me. I don't always apply it. I forget it. I don't do anything with it. So you think you're wasting $297. Oh, that's what this costs, by the way. Half of this is paid by the federal government. You can write this off. And it applies to your 469 registration. If all you did today was use this course to apply for Reg 469 under the tax code and get your earned income down to 0, that means you have earned income of 60 grand a year, and you do this course and you spend 50% of your time shopping for real estate.
We didn't even show them how that works.
Huh?
We didn't show them how that works.
Well,
how the depreciation works.
Yeah, watch this, okay? So watch. Let's say you make...
This is the ultimate tax hack of all tax hacks. Like, this is how you, there is no better legal way to not pay taxes than what he's about to show you right now.
Yeah. So let's say you make 80 grand a year. You're paying $20,000 in taxes. Okay? Now, what you want to do is you want to take that $20,000 and invest in $100,000 of real estate using leverage. 20 grand will buy about 100, 4 to 5 times more money, okay? This $100,000 of real estate comes with a $40,000 deduction, okay, called depreciation or accelerated depreciation. This wipes out the $20,000 and you get to carry $20,000 forward next year for another loss.
So would you rather pay tax with the money to the IRS, or would you rather invest the same money in an asset? This is how wealth gets built.
Okay, I'll give you an example of a deal I did. I found this deal, it was $58 million. It needed $15 million to purchase it, took $45 million of debt. The debt, no problem. The cash, that was a problem. The deal was already there. It had to be sold. The guy died. In his will, it said, when I die, this has to be sold. Has to be. No choice, no matter whatever. The will is the will. The man's dead. They can't change it. It's too late. They had to sell the deal. There was 50, almost 60 buyers for this asset. I was awarded the asset. This is in 2012. Pull up the article. Okay?
For Grant Cardone.
I did not have $15 million. This was a problem. That $15 million is a lot of money. Guess what I did? How can I get $15 million? Oh man, my house, my IRA account, my business, a loan. Okay?
They can show mine.
My brother, my sister. Okay? I knew I was still in this real estate, by the way. I knew for sure this real estate was probably worth $80 million when I bought it. Yeah, Grant Cardone acquires, look at it, South Florida portfolio, $58 million, largest private acquisition in 2012. I'm just showing you. This is the beautiful part about real estate. Like I know what people say about me on the internet. Oh man, he's a fraud, and he's a, what do they call me? A grifter and a course seller. And,
super fit, good looking, and successful.
Blah blah. They're saying all this stuff. I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. If I'm a grifter, and I have $5 billion real estate, 20,000 investors, raised $2 billion, have 1,000 employees, $700 million a year in revenue from our different businesses, 5 different companies. Like if you think everybody's a grifter, then you should not ever buy anything from anybody. You shouldn't even watch anything. You should wake up in the morning, get out of bed, and put your blanket back over your face, because you believe everybody's a grift. Okay, so this is a fact. That's why I'm showing you guys the data, because I know some of you are worried about getting ripped off. You're going to get ripped off, and you're going to rip you off. Show the article again. You're going to rip you off because you're not going to go do this. This is the biggest rip off in the world right here. You guys aren't doing the deals. So I get served up this deal. I had to sell my house, sell my IRA, get money out of my business, borrow money from my brother and my sister to do this deal. But let me show you what the deal did. This was 2000, what was the date?
2012.
2012, I bought that asset. Okay, today it's 2026. Today, that deal, I owe $158 million in debt on that deal today. What did I pay for it? $58 million. Okay? I was given back $100 million after the purchase. This is a non-taxable event. Now, had I not bought that deal, had I not sold my house, borrowed the money from my business, taken a loan, got money from my brother and my sister, I would not have been able to do that deal. How do you do that deal? First of all, you cannot get around this, okay? I'm sorry. No matter how much you guys learn today, you need deal flow. If you don't see the deal, if they don't know you, they don't flow you. Number one, deal flow. Number two, you got to have a lender. I know them all, okay? There's no lender I don't know, except maybe a sovereign fund in the desert, and they're not lending money right now. They're hiding, okay? You need cash. There is no limit to the amount of cash on this planet. It is infinite. There's no shortage. If you have a money problem, this is in your head. It is completely in your head. I know you look in your account and you see no money. This is not a problem, okay? I promise you. If you can't do the deal, I can come up with the cash. I have a network that will raise billions of dollars in the next decade. Tens of billions of dollars, okay? Number four, what do we need right here, Jared? You got to have
Flow
people.
lender cash
Okay.
network. Yeah.
Real estate is not a solo person sport. You guys that want to go it alone, this is not real. You're not going to build and grow by yourself. You need tenants. You need a termite guy. You're going to need a gutter guy. You're going to need a roofing
Legal, property management,
Yeah,
insurance,
this is a
broker.
game. Okay. And the fifth thing you got to have is this. I can help you guys with this. Okay. I can help you with the confidence. Okay. It starts with this though. It starts with this. You're going to have me in your home. You're going to have me on your tablet, your computer. I'm just asking you, give me 2 weeks, 14 days. What's the date today?
The 9th.
Give me till the 16th.
Okay.
Give me 17 days, okay? 17 days. This is 17?
8.
Huh?
7 days.
7. Give me 7 days.
Yeah.
7 days. Just 7 days. Give me this. 7 days and bury yourself in this content. Okay, this is 23 hours. This course is 23 hours. Okay, it's 7 days. You could listen to this. If you would listen to this 7 times, I promise you, it will change your life. Okay. In fact, give me the. If it doesn't, 7 days. Give this 7 days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, 7 days, and if in the 7 days you're not completely convinced, you got your $297 worth. I'll give you your money back. Okay? Just call up and say, dude, I don't want it. I don't like it. It didn't work. Nothing changed. Blah, blah, blah. I didn't get to it. I'm too busy. I don't care. You don't even have to tell me any of that. Just say, I want my money back. Boom. We'll send you back $297. No questions asked. Okay? I would still like to have you at our wealth conference. I'm going to give you the seat. Okay? You could literally come rip me off. Get the program. Get the course book. Get the underwriting calculator, get the dictionary, get the strategy call, get the Cardone capital raising, and come to my event. And then say, I don't want it. And I'll still give you the money back. That's how confident I am. And most importantly, that's how proud I am of my product, my team, and what we're offering you guys, okay? I want to help you. I want to support you, okay? I'm going to have Jared come in here and answer questions. I know I covered a lot, okay? Congratulations, Kimberly, Carmela, Kathleen, Christian, Emmanuel, Tracy, Ann, Blake, Josh. Congratulations, guys. Thank you for believing in yourself. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for everybody that spent time with me today listening. Angie, thank you. Angle, Maria, Brandon, Laura, Steve, Kelly. I can't wait to meet you guys. 16th and 17th, right here in Miami. We're going to meet. We're going to get photos, okay? You guys are going to tell me about what's going on. We have 2 days there to talk about wealth creation, preservation, and how to pass it on to the next generation. Okay? Look, the government's not going to do this for you. The government cannot help you. Okay? Donald Trump can't help you. What's the next person that's in line? Kamala? J.D. Vance? Mark Rubio? Little Marco? The biggest ears I've ever seen on a human being in my life. I mean, his ears are bigger than his head, okay? These people cannot help you. They will not help you, okay? The banks are not calling you guys. J.P. Morgan's not trying to help you. Goldman Sachs is not trying to help you. The people at Charles Schwab and Fidelity, where you keep your money, they're not trying to help you. Oh, by the way, all of you guys, everybody watching this, okay? Your 401k, the best retirement account in the world is real estate. I want to finish with this, Jared, okay? Your 401k, if you're 55 years old and you got to dump this at 73 in 18 years, you should have converted all of that to a piece of real estate. It's called a self-directed retirement account. If you're no longer working for Microsoft, or you just got laid off at Spirit Airlines, okay? You got laid off at Spirit, but you got a 401k over there. You've been there 15 years. You should self-direct before you have your next job. You can right now. Cost you $250 to do that. You should self-direct the entire, let's say $200,000 you have in your retirement account to a self-directed real estate investment that would immediately buy yourself $1 million position in a piece of real estate, and it would cash flow probably $10,000 a year.
Where can they find it?
$800 a month, huh?
To self-direct their real estate that into who would do
well
that?
You can either find your own deal or you can find one of the deals we're doing, okay? You could do your own deal, self-direct there. Actually, I don't think you could self-direct into your own deal because that's called self-dealing.
Yeah, it has to be into a fund.
You got to self-direct to a deal that you're independent of. Okay, we do this at Cardone Capital. I'll explain that in a second. But here's the concept here, okay? This thing would pay you $800 a month back into your retirement account. You're not touching it. There's no tax event, and you paid zero taxes. There was no penalty by the IRS, none. But watch what happens. Over the next 18 years, when you have to start, you're 50, whatever you are right now. What did I say you were? You're 55 right now, and 18 years are going to make you start withdrawing. Okay? You're 73 years old now, you got to start withdrawing. 55, 18 years. This rent right here, this $800 a month you're getting, is probably going to be $2,400 a month. Your retirement account is now by the IRS. The IRS code is going to force, what's it called, Jared, the minimum? Yeah, they're going to force the forced distribution. They want 4%. You put $1 million in. I'm sorry, you put 200 grand in and it bought $1 million. But that $1 million grew 3% or 4% or 5% a year for 15 years. Let's say it grew 5% times 15. 5 times 15 is what? 75%. The $1 million isn't $1 million anymore. The $1 million grew to, $1,750,000. Okay? Now the IRS is going to say you need to take 4% of that value out. No, they're not. Because this isn't got appraised. They're going to say you need to take 4% of the 200 grand out. That's what you put in. Okay? That means you have to withdraw $8,000 a year. The thing cash flows $2,400 a month now. Your cash flow exploded. The value of the IRS account exploded. And here's the deal. You can now withdraw 4% of $1 million. They're going to force you to do that. That's $40,000 a year. But remember, the thing is cash flowing at $2,400 a year. Is that $40,000 a year? $40,000 a year. And it's cash flowing at $2,400 a month. So it's only taking the cash flow to service that. You're never touching the main amount. So in another 15 years, you're 73, now you're 88 years old and you die. You pass away. Guess what? This account's now worth $2 or $3 million because the rents continue to go up. You've been living off of it every month with Social Security, and you get to pass it on to the next generation. That's why I say real estate is the greatest investment vehicle on the planet. So what are you going to do today? One, you do nothing, no problem. This is what I'm hoping you're going to do. Two, study the course. Just give me 7 days, 7 days. If you don't like it after 7 days, come down, come hang out with us for 2 days if you can. If you can't, no problem. You can do it next time. If you don't like it, I'll give you money back. Third thing I'd like you to consider doing is getting our accelerator program for those that are serious. And we will hold your hand literally for the next 52 weeks, looking at deals, answering questions. Jared's going to show you how this works here in a second. Fourth thing you could do is join our club. Okay, this is when you get serious. Maybe not today, but if you're serious, how many of you here are serious? You're like, dude, I don't want 10 units. I want 100 units. How many of you here are serious? Let me see a serious down there. You're like, dude, I'm ready to rock, baby. I'm ready to make 10 million, 100 million, $1 billion. Telling you something, if I'd have seen this when I was 28 years old, bro, I would be so rich today, it'd be crazy. Okay? The fifth thing that I'm hoping you'll do is become an investor with me at Cardone Capital. Some of you may want to just skip right to this right now. Okay, we're already set up. We have $2 billion of investment dollars at work today. We have $5 billion of real estate, 15,000 units, about 500,000 square feet of office buildings, all cash flow positive. We've already gone to the market. I'm going to take my company public in the future. I want to help you guys. Wherever you want to do. You want to do nothing? No problem. You want to do the course? No problem. You want to do the accelerator program? We'll support you. The club. Ultimately, I'd like to invest with you or have you invest with me or we support one another. Come on in, Jared, okay? I want to make sure we answer your questions. I want to thank everybody for being here today.
Hype me up a little bit.
Jared Glant, great guy, okay? 3 minutes, we're going to take the offer down, grantcardone.com/go. It's a great offer, unbelievable. We'll pull it down. We'll never offer it to you again. $297. I put a guarantee in there. I included a ticket. The resource book, by the way, you can buy the resource book on our website. I think it's $2,500. The home study manual and the course, $10,000. I'm giving it to you. Also, the Cardone Capital Raising course. This is a $10,000 course on my website, by the way. If you want to buy it, you can. I don't know why you would. I'm giving it to you for free. And we said that we would give you a guarantee. But now what I want to do is I want to give you the great one, the phenomenal one, the guy that's been with me almost from the beginning, 16 years. He's an investor in our company, president of Cardone Trading Technologies, good friend of mine, great dude, great husband, great father, phenomenal dude, and a great investor, okay? Jared Glant.
Keep coming. Well, I can tell you that I've been only a great investor when I've invested with Grant, because along the way you get distracted by things, and every single time I've tried to invest in anything outside of investing with him, it's cost me money. So super excited to just spend a little bit of time here with you guys answering questions. I've been right at this guy's side for the last 16 years. So when I started, our business was doing $2 million a year in revenue. He had never raised a penny. Today, our companies do $700 million in revenue. He's raised $2 billion and has built a pretty big portfolio. And so my job is to make sure that people take the information and put it all to work and actually get moving going forward on this stuff. So I'd love to answer any questions you guys have about what you can do next to get started. Let's go to Jose. He's had his hand up for a while. Jose, man, come on, man. Get that food out your mouth. You got to unmute yourself.
Unmute. Yeah, sorry, I was getting a little hungry.
It's all good. Get hungry for deals, bro.
I've been a long-time renter, pretty much all my life. Just recently, my father passed away and inherited his home. He's got about $500,000 in equity, and I feel this whole webinar came up, I feel, at the right time, and I'm just wondering how can I put those, that equity or some of that equity to work to get into the real estate business?
Yeah, I mean, so the first thing that you should do is, if you've always been a renter, sell the house and keep being a renter and take that $500K in equity and go out and do a deal, because you're going to be able to do more with 500 grand. Not that you would go out and buy your own deal with the 500 grand. You could do that. But when you go out and you start raising capital for deals, what's super important, let me just present a question to you guys. Let's say Jose went out and found a great deal. Let's say he found a $15 million deal that needed $4 million worth of equity. Okay? Or what would that be? 20, 30, 15, 3, 4.5 million. Okay? And he goes out and he's trying to raise money from other investors. Now, do you think he has a more compelling case or a less compelling case to raise money from investors when he goes, I have $500,000 of my own money in the deal? You think he's going to do better or worse raising money?
That's a good question. I wouldn't know.
No, it's definitely a good thing. Like, if you won't eat your own dog food, like, why would you want to feed it to me? Like, I love this deal. It's a great deal. I've mapped out the projections. The rents are currently below market price right now. We can go in, it's 32 units. We can raise the rents $200 a month over the next 12 months, and we're going to make $1.2 million in the first year.
What about renting that property and pulling money out?
You could, but the problem is, if something happens, what state do you live in?
California.
Yeah, even worse, dude, because if they stop paying their rent, you're not going to be able to get them out of the house. So
right,
so it's like, and then if they leave or something goes wrong, and you're still supporting the property, right? So it's like anything goes wrong, dude. I got a house, dude. Every freaking day, dude, something goes wrong with it. So like, again, renting keeps you mobile. It gives you access to opportunity.
Correct.
And you're already paying rent. So you're already you're working, you're making money, you've already got rent. Now you just got $500,000 laid on you. Sell the house, take the 500 grand, go out and buy a $2 million deal on your own, or go find a $5 or $6 or $8 or $10 million deal, get connected with some investors in our community, and go out and take down a bigger deal together. That's what Grant would tell you to do. All right, let's go to
Thank you.
Tara. Evan. Oh, Evan. I can hardly see the pictures here. Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, my question is, why are there even deals available? Like, if you look on Zillow, there's like duplexes available or apartment buildings for sale.
Yeah, Zillow is not the place to look for commercial real estate. Like, if it's on Zillow, like, there's not a serious broker on there. One thing I'll tell you guys also is commercial real estate, like what Grant's been talking about today, this is not like buying a house. There's not a buyer's agent and a seller's agent. And typically there's one broker on the deal, and the broker typically gets paid like a 1 to 2.5% commission on the deal. So a lot of times what you'll find is you'll find a real estate agent who's got 2 units that's going to try to make a 6% commission on it. So if you go to LoopNet, which is marginally better than Zillow, you're going to find commercial specific properties listed. And there's hundreds of thousands of them available.
Do some deals just sell because, like, after 20 years you can no longer depreciate the property more, so that's why they're for sale? So, like, there's always be deals available? Is that something that exists?
Deals are always available because there's just things change. Like, Grant got that big $58 million deal because the guy that owned it died. Somebody changes. Somebody, I own an apartment building in Dallas, and my aunt gets sick, and she needs $100,000 from me, and the only way I can do it is to sell the property. Like there's always activity in deals. People are doing, like what Grant did a couple times, is you buy a property, the value goes up, you're like, I bought it for 10, it's worth 20 now. I put $2 million into the deal. My $2 million investment in that $10 million deal that's now worth 20 gets me $10 million in equity. I'm going to go take that, I'm going to go sell the deal, take the 10 million out, 1031 it, and go buy a $40 million deal. So sometimes they're rolling equity on deals to get bigger assets. Like, there's always a reason why people have to sell, and there always will be a reason why people have to sell. That will never change. Who's next? Ken and Jerry. Go ahead and unmute. Hit the unmute.
Yep. Yeah, so I had a couple of asset protection questions. Do you include the cost of, say, a trust or LLC corporation in your NOIs when you build that out?
I mean, when you're raising capital for deals, it's not required as a part of the deal. So the bank is going to require that the deal gets structured in a separate LLC, in a separate entity. The bank literally will tell you how to structure the deal. Like, some people ask, they're like, do I need to go out and get an LLC right now? No. Go to the bank. The bank is going to tell you what to do. You might assume the entity from the previous seller. So you might just assume the entity. You could also assume the debt in some cases. So that's why you got to talk to the bank, because the bank is going to tell you how to set everything up. But trust not required to do a deal. If you want to own the deal in a trust, then you could get that set up before. But those would be separate from the property. You got to think that, like, an apartment deal, you see a piece of real estate, you see renters and all this stuff. But if you just look at what comes out of that, which is a financial statement, it's very similar to a business. Like, it basically is a business. And that's why banks lend on them differently than a residential house, because they see income, expenses, and profit. They call them a little bit different things, rental income, net operating income, free cash flow. Like, they call it a little bit different things, but that's essentially what it is. And that's why banks are so eager to lend money on these things, because you'll get a loan faster on an apartment building than you will on a business. That's why an SBA loan interest rate is going to be like 10, 11, 12%, and a loan on a commercial property like this is going to be 5 or 6. Because it's a real asset with a historical performance of rental income, And a business is a hope and a wish and a prayer.
Sure. Is your Cardone Capital, is that available for solo 401ks as well?
Well, it has to be a self-directed. So if you currently work for the company, typically they have provisions that state that you can't self-direct your IRA. Sometimes they do. But typically what happens is after you've worked with a company for a long time, if you no longer work there, most people just keep their IRA. They don't touch it. They just leave it where it is. But you can self-direct it and then do whatever you want with it as long as, again, like Grant said, you don't have access to it, depending on your age.
We have our own business. That's why I asked.
Yeah, so you should be able to self-direct it. If you talk to the Cardone Capital team, they'll be able to help you out. It's super easy to do.
Cool beans. Thanks.
Miroslav. You got to unmute. Can't hear you. I see your lips moving. There you go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this session today. My question is that whether it is good strategy to find investors if I focus on searching small deals, which for units and with higher number. For example, my target is to have 500 units. So if I search for 104 units,
you just got to follow the process. Number one, find the deal. Don't think about the money you have right now. Think about finding a deal. Find a deal, contact the broker, underwrite the deal. If everything looks good, write the LOI, and then go figure out how to get the money next. Because then you can show people something. And I'll just tell you that when you get, if you're below 16 units, which is like the lowest you probably want to go. I know Grant said 32. But if you buy a 4-unit deal or an 8-unit deal, you're self-managing that deal, which means you're the person that is collecting rent checks. You're the person that they're calling when there's a problem with the property. You do not have a management company handling that for you. So you can do that. A lot of people do that. I'm not saying that's like a bad thing to do. People do that. That's why this 5% Fannie Mae thing, like I went through and ran the math on this. If you buy a $400,000 property with 5% down, it requires $20,000. If the rents on those properties are $1,000 a month, and every year you buy a new one, and every year you raise the rents from $1,000 to $1,100 on all the properties, at the end of 5 years, you'll have $60,000 a year in cash flow, and you'll have $1 million in equity in the deals. So now there's a caveat for the 5% is it has to be owner occupied. So you have to live there for some period of time before you put another renter in there. So some people are like, oh my God, that sounds so difficult. Would you be willing to do that to make $1 million?
Well, I'm prepared to invest in more units.
Well, yes, but your question was, do I start with small deals or big deals? The bigger, the better the deal. Remember, the asset comes first. The better the deal, the easier the debt, the easier it is to raise money. Let's go to Tara.
I'm sorry.
Another thing that I wanted to say also on a question that somebody mentioned earlier. Scroll back up in the chat on the general chat. Somebody asked a question. Other side on the. There you go. Scroll. Oh, does the bank ask for a personal guarantee? So they don't, because they have. It's called a non-recourse loan. Their recourse, meaning what they can recover on the deal, is the asset. That's why they require that you put money down. So if you buy a $10 million deal, a deal that's worth $10 million, the appraised value is $10 million. And by the way, the bank is going to do an appraisal. The broker is going to do an appraisal. If you have a property management company, they're going to do there's going to be appraisals all over the place on the value of this property. It's not like if the seller wants $10 million, but the bank appraisal says it's only worth $8, they're not going to lend on $10 million. They're going to lend on $8. So then you got to go back and you got to negotiate the deal with the seller for whatever reason, or they're just not really a seller. So the personal guarantee, no, they don't, because their guarantee is if you can't perform on the loan, they're just going to take the property back, and now they've gotten an asset for 20% or 30% less than the value, and they're just going to go flip it to somebody else. Because the bank doesn't want to manage the deal. They just want to know that they're going to be covered and made whole if they have to repossess the deal from you. Tara.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what do you see in your most successful students? I would assume your first thing is action.
Yeah. So here's the. So let's say. Did you take advantage of the opportunity today?
Yes.
Okay. So the first thing that you have to do, like your first 30 days, needs to be like, number one, consume the information. Number two, come to the wealth conference. Because you're going to start building network. Like you have to start looking, if you decide that you want to invest in real estate, then you have to look at the relationships you have completely differently. You have to actively, like for most people, like I'm not thinking every day about going out and building my network. But when you become an investor, you need to start thinking about, I need to start accumulating assets of relationships. Like relationships are assets for you. So then you got to start looking differently at like, who could potentially invest with me? Who do I know in my area that's an active real estate investor? Where are the people with money that could potentially invest in deals? Where are those people at? So I would say first 30 days, you're going to go through the program because you're going to be learning that you're going to have to see these things 10 times. You're going to have to start underwriting deals, which is what I would tell you would be the second thing. So first, study the course. Second, come to the event. Third, start underwriting deals. Get your underwriting calculator that comes in the portal. Everybody who took advantage of this, you got an email, there's access. The first thing you need to do is jump on a strategy call. Second thing you need to do is get access to the portal. And then inside the portal, the underwriting calculator is in there. So just start looking at deals. You should pick 3 markets. The one you live in first, because you know that market, you're familiar with it. You know if its area is a good area or bad area. And then the other 2 markets, you need to do some research on markets where there's positive job migration. So there are positive migration, meaning people are moving there. There's job creation there, and it's a desirable place that people will want to live. You know, like if you guys have you guys ever heard the thing that's been saying right now is there's an undersupply of real estate. Have you guys heard that? Like they're like there's not enough homes. There's plenty of homes. There's plenty of land. There's a scarcity of desirable real estate. Like nobody wants to go build a house out in West Texas and live out there by themselves off the land. Like people want to be in a community, they want to be in a good market, they want to be someplace that's safe, they want to be someplace that has good schools, they want to be someplace that has good job opportunities. So you want to just do some research. You can use Google, ChatGPT, Claude. You can use all these platforms now to find out like, hey, what are the top 10 markets for positive migration, job growth that have desirable places that people actually want to live? So then you get 3 markets, and now you start looking at free tools like LoopNet. I'm not telling you to buy stuff from there. I'm just saying you can start looking, and you can start collecting data. What are the rents there? What is the expense? What are the expenses typically run there? You know, what does it cost to manage property there? You got to start collecting data and underwriting deals. So I would say study the course, come to the event, start looking at how you're building your network. And then number 4, underwrite 50 deals. Like I would just find a way to allocate, you know, at least an hour or 2 a day of digging into the content, of underwriting deals, of listening to the program and going through the math over and over and over again. Because, you know, the math that Grant is doing today with $5 billion of real estate is the same exact math that you have to do when you're buying your first deal. The math does not change. So it's not like, I know you're learning new formulas and equations, like there's all these things that you're like trying to learn and you're like, oh my gosh, it's so overwhelming. But it never changes once you learn it. So once you get comfortable with it, then you're gonna start wrapping this out. I'd say second 30 days is you wanna start calling brokers, and you're gonna be terrible at it at first, Tara. I'm just gonna tell you, you're gonna be nervous, you know, you're gonna be intimidated, you're probably gonna hang up on yourself on calls, like you're gonna do all kinds of stuff. Like just expect that to happen, but that's the part that most people get hung up on is like, okay, I actually am gonna have to call somebody and talk to somebody. but every single phone call you make will be better than the last one. And then in that second 30 days, I would focus again, get connected with the community, get connected with other people that are investing. It's why we have our accelerator program. The accelerator program is a $5,000 one-time payment. You invest one time and you get lifetime access to our mentoring community, which has thousands of people in it from all over the country that are all learning about real estate, asking about real estate. They want to invest. They're looking to invest. And the second thing you get with the accelerator program is every single Friday, we do a call at 3 p.m. and you can come on and ask our real estate team questions that you have. So it's accelerating the growth, because when you run into a question that you can't get an answer to on your own and you don't have anybody to ask, then it causes you to stop and slow down. That's why we call it the accelerator, because those stops and those slowdowns and those uncertainties start making you move slower and slower and slower until eventually you go, I'm going to give up on this, which is what a lot of people do with most things in life, is they give up on them. So I would say by month 3, you're contacting brokers, you're talking to investors, you're getting connected in our communities. Like, the goal would be, again, to get you guys to be able to get into the club. The club, Jonathan, to your question, it's 30 grand. We let you make payments of $5 grand a month over 6 months. If you can do a one pay for it up front for the year, it's $27,500. The annual renewal to stay in the club is as little as $5,000 to stay active. Now, this group is about 900 members. These are all very active. A lot of the people that you saw in the video that we played earlier are in our club. These are the people from 0 to 250 units, 0 to 1,200 units. Like, these people are in our club. They're serious. Like, if you're just getting started, the club is not for you. I'm just going to be very direct with you. I want you to get on the right thing with us so you're on the right track so you can win. If you're not serious about getting started, if you don't have the desire, if you don't have the capital to invest, or you're not skilled up enough to where you're like, I can be the sweat equity partner in the deal, meaning I'm going to do all the work, and then my investors are going to pay, are going to be the capital invested in the deals. If you're serious, you join the club. Our goal would be, for some of you, you're going to start with the club. Our first goal is to move you into the accelerator so that you have a better shot of making it work and you start moving faster because you have support around you. There's people 24/7. You get an app on your phone. You can chat with all the members in our group. The chat is active 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, from people all over the country in markets that you're probably not in. We want to get you there so you accelerate your confidence and your knowledge. The goal ultimately is that you get into the club so you can start doing deals with our built-in network. Our primary goal is to get you guys doing deals. If all we gave was the program today and didn't provide any additional support for you, some of you, most of you, would not even open the program. We want to build the support around you so that you can actually take this and put it to work. And then after you start getting the confidence in the accelerator, then we want to move you to the club so that you can start doing deals. Our goal is to have the largest real estate investing club in the United States of America. I think we're probably there for this asset class. We're probably there. But now, once you're in the club, now what I do behind the scenes is I'm like, I want to go to the bank that Grant gets his loans from. That's one of the things you get in the accelerator program, is you get access to our lending platform, which gives you priority access, a priority lane access into the largest lender for these assets in America. They did $65 billion in loans last year on these assets. Right? So we're trying to pack all these things around you so that you win. And then as the club gets bigger and as we do more deal volume, then I can go to the biggest property management firm in America and go, hey, we want preferred rates. Instead of charging 10%, they're going to pay 8% or 6% or 5%, because now we're going to give you all of our business, not just a 10-unit deal there or a 50-unit deal there. We're giving you all of our business so you get priority treatment. Same thing with legal, same thing with tax, same thing with insurance. So we want you guys to be successful. You can do this on your own. Some people like Grant are maniacs enough that they're going to be like, I can do all this on my own. They're going to get the work. They're going to hit the ground running. At any point in time, if you guys when you invest in the program today, you want to upgrade to the accelerator, we'll credit you what you bought. What you invested, the $297 you invested today, we'll credit that to the accelerator. And then when you're in the accelerator, you invest $5,000 to be in that program for life, by the way. We're going to, if you decide you want to upgrade to the club in 6 months, we'll credit you 100% of what you did in there. The reason we're doing that is because we want you guys to move through these things, because that's how you can guarantee that you have a better shot at success. Let's go to Robin Price.
Hi, Jared.
Hey, Robin.
So I had a question. I'm basically starting out, and I'm still learning about some courses. But what I'm trying to find out is, like, I live in a market, LA, Los Angeles, that has it's just everything is incredibly expensive.
Yep.
Obviously, the down payment is not going to be every deal that I look at is typically it's going to be really low. Return on investment.
It's a low cap rate, but the thing that you do have in Southern California, like cap rates in LA are probably 4.5%, 4.5% if you're buying something decent. You know, if you go out into like East LA and you're looking at like these 4-unit deals and 8-unit deals, you're probably going to get like a 6 cap or a 6.5 cap or something like that. The thing that you get in LA, because it is such a desirable market, like, say what you will about California, their politics and the problems that they have, whatever. Like, I grew up in San Diego. California is the most beautiful state in the United States of America. The weather's amazing. The food's great. Like, it's an amazing state. And because of that, there's always going to be a premium there. So Southern California is more of an appreciation play than it is a cash flow play than some other markets in the country. But there are still deals. There are still deals you can get for good deals. They're just going to be in like C-class markets, which means, older, not as safe, but people still want to live there. There's a lot of job opportunities in LA because it's such a big city. So, they have to have housing for everybody.
Okay, so focus on C-class type properties.
I mean, if that's what you want to do, if you want to invest in Southern California, then again, I would not look at the money that you have right now, Robin, I would start looking at deals. You seem like a professional person, you seem trustworthy, like, you go out and find a great deal, money will find you. I'm just telling you guys, the biggest real estate investors are doctors, lawyers, dentists, chiropractors, like people that are making money, but they still have to work in their business or their job. Like, they don't have time to go look for deals, but they don't want their money sitting in a bank account. And Grant showed you the difference in returns between investing in the stock market and investing in real estate. Now, some people may go, why doesn't everybody invest in real estate? Because there's what's called a liquidity premium, okay? A liquidity premium means that because the investment is not liquid, like if you buy a piece of real estate, the only way to get your money out of it is to sell it or refinance it. And that's not like an instant thing. It's not liquid. It's not, I can't convert it today. If I had $1 million in the S&P 500, I could sell all my stock today and I can have my money today. So because of that, because of the liquidity premium with real estate, you get higher returns there. So it's just another way to look, and that's why some people are like, I want to have access to my capital. But if you have a good job, if you have steady income, like you don't want to touch the money in your S&P 500 account anyways. You want to put it somewhere where you're going to get good returns. Literally 100% of my net worth is in real estate because I got a good job. I make enough money to cover my bills. So I'm like, I want bigger returns, and I'm willing to not be able to have access to the capital that I've invested. The millions of dollars, $5.5 million I've invested with Grant and Cardone Capital, I cannot get that money. But what I do get is I get 20 grand a month in cash flow from it. So when I'm saying when you go out and you're raising money for deals, real estate, the right real estate will produce better returns than the S&P 500. And the tax advantages are stupid. Like the tax advantages on real estate, number one, the distributions you get from real estate are taxed at a much lower rate. Most of the depreciation, if you're not a qualified real estate professional, if you can't qualify under that status, you're not going to pay tax on your distributions or your cash flow for probably 7 to 10 years. So the tax benefits are insane. So it's just, you got to know where to go to get the money. So don't get hung up in the money that you have. This is, again, a common mistake that people make is they get hung up in the cash that they have. And they start looking at deals that they can afford rather than going and looking for great deals. So for most people, that's a hard thing to do because they've never raised money before. But what I can tell you is that it's easier than you, it's not easy, but it's easier than you think it is to raise money from other people when you have a great deal. All right, let's go to Sean.
Hey, thanks a lot. Good stuff. Few questions. I'll try and just rapid fire them. But on the loans, I understand there's no personal guarantee. But the word on the street, what you hear is that if you're buying, 10 doors or more, the loan, if they're looking into your operator experience or your multifamily experience when they're underwriting the loan. And so that's my first question. Second question is,
well, let me answer your first question because it's an easy answer. Partner with somebody who's got deal experience. Bring somebody in as a minority partner on the deal and say, look, this is going to be a co-GP on the deal. Co-GP, general partner. Remember, I said limited partner at the beginning of the training today. The limited partner is a passive investor. That's what I am in Cardone Capital. I'm not involved in managing the property. Okay? So I'm an LP on those deals. The general partner is the one managing the deal. So if you buy a deal on your own, you would be the general partner on that deal. And for your first deal, like Grant would also tell you, never do your first deal on your own. Like with this one woman in our club, her name's Jana. Her first deal, she invested with Grant. She had only done single family fix and flips. Then she learns about multifamily. She's like, oh my gosh, I've been doing this the wrong way. So she says, I need to learn it. How do I learn it? I'm going to invest 250 grand with Grant so that I'm paying attention to how these deals work. Then her second deal that she did, she went out and partnered with somebody who had already done deals before. And she partnered as a GP, as a co-GP. So now she's building out her investor resume. So now in the next deal she has, when they say, what's your experience? She goes, well, I'm an LP in these 350 deals over here, and I'm a co-GP on these 80 deals over here.
Gotcha. And then how hard is it to get the 469 rule? You mentioned the real estate professional.
15 hours a week of qualifying deal activity. If you just Google IRS code 469 qualifications, it'll tell you. 15 hours a week and 50% of your time. So like if you work full time and you're married, I'm not saying that's the case for you, but like if you work full time and you're married and your wife, maybe she's a stay-at-home mom, like put the 469 under her, have her qualify for it, run all the communication through an email that she manages. Because if you guys file joint returns, then you'd have the ability to do that.
Gotcha. And then thank you. And what's the min deal size for staying away from the actual management on the ground? Because
16 units is marginal, 32 units is best.
Okay, thank you.
And then Miami Juice in the chat just said, can you use an LLC instead of 469? No, an LLC does not qualify you as a qualified real estate professional. The activity that you're doing in real estate is what does that. Stephanie. All right, Stephanie.
Hey, Jared.
Hey.
Wanted to see if you could explain real quick the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac lending mandate that's going on.
Yeah, so basically what happens is Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, it's a government-run agency since they had to, I think they had to do that in 2008. And so they're mandated to give money out. They're mandated by the federal government to issue loans. So it's like when the federal government gives the state of Florida $50 billion or $10 billion or $2 billion, and it says this needs to be invested in urban development for childhood financial literacy education. The state is required to spend that money. So it's a mandate, meaning they're required to loan the money out. Now, if all that money goes out, they have no more money to lend, which we've seen happen before, where you get to October, November, December, actually. And then they're like, they've reached their mandate, they've lent out all their money, and you can't get any deals pushed through from them, for the last month of the year or something. So they're required to give it out. And just so you guys know, you're like, why would they lend on these assets? Banks make money by issuing loans. If the bank is sitting with cash, this is completely different. Like if you own a business and you're sitting on cash, that's an asset. The bank looks at it in your business as an asset. When the bank is sitting on cash as a cash on their balance sheet, it's viewed as a liability. When they lend the money out, it then becomes an asset on the bank's books. So the bank actually wants to lend money out because it gives them more assets, and the loan pays an interest rate, which is a rate of return on their cash. So it's completely backwards from how a business owner would look at it. George, you're up.
Yeah, hi, how you doing? My question was on the system that you were offering. I actually bought it.
Great.
But is that something that you can, I could print out because it's supposed to be digital?
Yeah. Everything in there, everything that you get when you click on, when you take advantage of the program, grantcardone.com/go, by the way, for those of you that hadn't done it yet. You're going to get an email. That email is going to have a link to the portal. Inside the portal, if you guys want to show the computer over here real quick. So inside the portal, you can go down here and you can download the book assets and then also the deal templates. So the course is all video, but you can open these templates and you can download all the books, the home study manual, the dictionary, you can download all that. And then, if you want to print them out, you can.
Yeah, I just like the way that, in a book, I think it's easier to go back into the book than, try to do it digitally.
Yeah, the home study manual is going to be the one that you want to use for that.
Right. So that was my question, pretty much.
Yep.
That it can be printed out, so I can go back and reference it.
Yep.
And have also sheets that you need, like to make the deal and so forth.
Yeah.
That was my question.
Yeah. So what I would do is I'd print out the home study manual, go through the introduction course, and then take all your notes in your printed manual, so you can refer back to your notes, because the video program. It's the home study manual is built off the video program, so you can take all your notes into your home study manual and you can refer back to everything there. Okay, let's go to Mimi. Mimi?
Hi, I actually have two questions. My first one is, once you hit your depreciation on a building, are you then wanting to sell it and move it into
not necessarily.
Okay.
No.
All right, that was my first question.
Yep.
That's fine. Second one is, can you 1031 into a partnership, or do you have to buy it into a separate entity? Do you know?
It depends on how big the deal is. Like if it's a small deal with only a couple partners, I think maybe you can do it. You probably need to talk to a real estate attorney to get like a good answer on that, or just ask ChatGPT. I'm not saying take ChatGPT as truth, because it's been known to hallucinate. But like in Cardone Capital, they don't allow you to do that. There's also a thing called a DST, which is called a Delaware Statutory Trust, and these are vehicles where people that have 1031s can 1031 into the trust, and then there's typically a group that oversees that trust that's then deploying the capital out into a single investment.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay. All right, guys. GrantCardone.com/go. If you haven't taken advantage of it yet, we're going to end in 50 seconds. And so when we're done, the offer is going to come down. This will not work for you if you don't get started. It won't work for you if you don't get started. You can't buy deals if you don't know how to buy deals, if you don't know how to find deals, if you don't know how to talk to brokers. So you got to get started with investing. There are people for $297, which is the investment for the program today at GrantCardone.com/go. There are people that with this $297 investment will have everything they need to go out and buy their first deal. If you want more support, when you take advantage of the offer that we've presented with you today, you get a strategy call with our team. Before they even get started, just say, hey, I want to go faster. What do you have to support me if you want to go faster? Okay? Join the accelerator program. It will make things go much quicker for you. Okay? If you're serious and you're like, hey, I want to skip the basics. I've got cash. I've got a little bit of experience. By the way, when you invest in the club, you still get access to everything that we've talked about today, the accelerator, the program, all this. Join the club. It's an amazing group, very serious people, a lot of people that had never bought deals before, but were ready, they were serious, had done deals in 90 days. So this can happen fast for you if you get the right support around you. We can provide support for you at every level of where you're at, from like just getting started, I'm taking a swing to see if I can make this work, all the way to, hey, I'm a doctor, I've got $1 million, I've always wanted to invest in real estate, haven't had the time, just need a group of people around me so I don't make a mistake. We've got a solution for you too. So our goal is to help people get access to the information they need that will create success in their life. It's the ethos of our business consulting programs that we have and the consulting work that we do there. It's the ethos of the real estate education platform that we have. And it's the main vision and mission of Cardone Capital is to get people access to deals that they typically get held out of. You know, the deals that Cardone Capital invests in today, these are the same deals that the biggest institutions of the world are buying. The average everyday person like you and me could never get access to these deals on our own. Okay, and Cardone Capital, Grant, has democratized access to those deals, meaning made available to anybody, thanks to the Jobs Act that Obama put into place, I think in 2014. They wrote a provision in there that basically allowed people like Grant to raise money from people that he didn't know, as long as they were accredited, so that they could get access to these types of deals. Incredible wealth building vehicle if you leverage it. We've been doing this a long time. We've had tens of thousands of satisfied customers. What I'd love for you guys to do, I know that we've been going for almost 5 hours now. I didn't tell Grant I was going to do this, but before I came up, I had the team prepare this. If you guys would leave a review, I would love on Monday morning to send Grant a page of like amazing reviews and success stories of what you've learned from being here with us today. If you go to grantcardone.com/review, just leave a sentence or two about what you thought about the training today. If you thought it was valuable, what you learned from it. Grant, like that feedback from Grant, like it lights him up. He gets more happy than anything when he feels like the work he's doing is impacting people. Obviously, he doesn't need the money. That's not why he's here. He's here to help people. And so if you guys could give me that gift to him of dropping a review, I know he'd really appreciate it. And I'd love to take the credit for getting it to him. So thank you guys so much for being here. It's been a pleasure. I look forward to seeing you guys all in our programs. For everybody that invested, we're doing an onboarding call on Monday that you'll get an email to register for, where we'll go over in more detail the program that you got and how you can be successful with it. Thank you guys so much. We will see you Monday in the onboarding call.
If you don't believe me, ask my Grant Cardone. What you mean? You mean aqua cheese? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like me.